This is a butter knife which I use for training sometimes. Don't try this thing in the investment home. This is standard a training knife for this knife. So I use this knife to train for this knife. I've used this as a training knife before by tying the sheath to the handle to keep it on there. But it's even better to use this. Actually, create puncture wounds, stabbing it down in muscle stomach with the sheet on. This is cold steel middle leadenite. And this is still region, this is a real cold steel knife. That knife that I have is better to be long, like an imitation. But this is the cold steel with content, which I've customized somewhat by adding grip tape to it. I like cold steel knives. Not more, but as a company that produces cold knives like cold steel knives. This is a cold steel with content on. And I've customized it by adding some grip tape to it. Here and here. So not all of the training I will be teaching, like martial basics, like fighting martial arts basics. You want to learn the two grips, main grips. We call it two big grips. Here's the thumb at the back grip, and I'll show you an alteration of this grip. Here's the thumb at the back grip. I call this the thumb at the back grip. And this is the thumb at the bottom grip. An augmentation of the thumb at the back grip is the thumb at the back and the pinky at the bottom. See? This adds a thrusting blade retention. Okay. So you have to think about if you stab and you'll be in knife fight martial arts, if you stab the human body is born in there. So there can be sudden intense resistance. So trade a knife fight martial arts. There's certain things I can teach you. Grips. A lot of people instinctually hold the knife like this. They hold the knife. It's called a head grip. So this grip is a instinctual way to grip a knife. A lot of people hold knives like this. This is a more refined way to grip a knife. And this is better. It gives you more cutting power and resistance. So if you slash into something, they will push back. And with the heavy grip, there's more give. So this is not as strong a grip as the thumb at the back grip. So two main grips I will teach you in the session is this. One, thumb at the back. Two, thumb at the bottom. And this is good for reverse grip stabbing. There's something else that I like to call punch cutter, where basically from boxing punch will hold a knife. And it's instead of punching my knuckles here, I'm punching to the side of the head and missing a purpose, which means I'm punching the blade. As with everything, when it comes to martial arts, your athleticism level, like your physical power, your speed, your power. Okay, I have punching power. A lot of people don't have good punching power. But if you have athleticism, you're exposed to your physically powerful, you can hit hard with your limbs. If you're holding a knife, you can impact hard, powerfully with the knife, okay? Which brings me to my next point. We're gonna just teach you knife fight martial arts. Two things you can learn to do knife fight martial arts, the basics is here's the instinctual way to hold a knife. A lot of people who hold knives like this called a head grip. I don't really like this. This is better grip, thumb at the back. And here's the thumb at the bottom. So here's a worse way to hold the knife. And there's more give, which means if you stab somebody in this bone, this is not as strong as having the thumb here. I've demonstrated this before. Don't try to say something different. But if I have this here, and I do this with a loose grip. See, if I start up here, see, notice how my hand size now. Now, if I have the thumb here at the back, just with a thumb and one finger, just show you how good the knife at the bottom, the thumb at the bottom is. So just one thumb here and this finger. See, I can stab it hard with just 2 fingers because the thumb at the bottom makes such a big difference. See? So if I have this in a loose grip and I hold up here, notice how my hand slides down and it's saved by this pronounced handle guard. Because this is a fighting blade. This is a knife made for fighting, and it's designed to be used as a fighting knife, which means it's designed to be able to stab with it. And a finger guard like this protects your hand from side on the hand. Then carpenter knives and utility knives, which could be pressed into weapon use. One of the weaknesses, sometimes they'll have a more, like a smaller finger guard. And actually, when using a carpenter utility knife for stabbing and slashing training on the bookshelf, I learned the hard way. My hands stayed down like this and I cut my pinky off it. And it was a utility like carpenter knife that I used later to make a spear. But I had a utility knife and I was using a bookshelf and stabbing it and practicing. And one of these attacks, my hands stayed down and actually cut my pinky. And for around a month it wouldn't fully close. This was a muscle fiber, so we need to go back together. So anyway, his this grip with a loose grip. Notice how with a loose grip it slides down. But if I had the thumb here, just the thumb and one finger here, notice I can stab with it into the wood. With just 2 fingers, the thumb and this. See, that's 2 fingers. And just 2 fingers. Notice how big of a difference the thumb at the bottom makes. So the thumb at the bottom is a good grip. Because a main attack is the stabbing, the thrusting attack. So if you're stabbing, you're not stabbing at the bottom bones. If you're fighting with a knife, you're stabbing to a human body that has bones, okay? So you might be going for a stab to the neck and hit the shoulder and there's bone in there, which means you might have sudden resistance, see, where you impact with the bone and it's sudden resistance similar to hitting the wood. So the thumb at the bottom is a good grip. So knife fighting grips, learn these 2 grips. Thumb at the back and thumb at the bottom. And don't try this at home without using a training knife. I'm using an actual knife, but if you want to do practice with knife fighting martial arts, you use a training knife. So this is another grip. Thumb at the back, thumb at the bottom. Here. And then the thumb at the back. And this is better for attacks like this. See, it gives resistance having the thumb at the back there. That's a deep cut there. So, most people attack other people with knives are not trained knife martial artists. They haven't been training knives, but with knives. And I was actually looking at statistics before. Here, AI, okay. Nationwide crime statistics indicate that the vast majority of knife attacks do not lead to death. Overall mortality rates for knife assaults are around 1 to 4%, depending on the region and availability of emergency trauma care. While thousands of people are stabbed or cut annually, most survive. However, looking strictly at raw homicide numbers, United States, knives and cutting instruments account for roughly 8% of all homicides. The FBI reports an average of about 1,500 to 600 murders are committed using knives or cutting instruments in a given year. England and Wales, sharp instruments are more common in the UK's homicide statistic, involving nearly 40 to 46% of all recorded killings. Now, in 2025, police forces recorded just under 200 knife homicides out of roughly 50,000 recorded knife-related offenses. And here comes the key part of the knife fighting martial arts. Factors influencing survival rates. I'm going to talk in no intro. Factors influencing survival rates. And this is key for knife fighting martial arts. Factors influence survival rates. Anatomical target. Stabbings and slashings frequently occur on the extremities, limbs and hands, which are highly survivable. Fatalities are concentrated when the weapon penetrates vital organs or major arteries, like the chest or abdomen, which means if you're training knife fighting martial arts, there's a reason, and I'm one of the best, if not the best, knife fighting martial arts instructor available on YouTube. And I teach for free, okay? Like what I started doing here, teaching grips and combos and where to get better knife fighting martial arts. If you look at my training videos, sometimes I'm targeting the torso in the area of the chest, not covered by bone, like under the sternum bone, okay, and under the rib cage. So there's like a triangle here. So this is not covered by bone, and here it's not covered by bone, which means a lot of my attacks to the torso will be here and here. See, here and here and here, okay? Neck wounds are hardly survivable, meaning in statistics, like wounds in combat, and we've had World War I, that's one of the benefits of conflict, it gives you statistics. So wounds is like casualties and stuff. So like from World War I, World War II, Iraq, Afghanistan war, it's like somebody got injured, did they survive? Yes, no. Where were they injured? Okay, so if it's like mortar fragments, shrapnel, or hand grenade shrapnel impacting a human body, or a bullet wound, it's like people who survived, where were they hit? Okay, and some of the least survivable injuries are injuries sustained to the neck. Understand? You have the spine here, and the spine is not covered by adipose tissue or a lot of muscle as other parts of the body is, and it's not covered by bone. So the bone is like a vital. Okay, it's like the spine here has nerves in it. It's like the electrical wiring from your brain to everything that you're doing with your body, including the heart beating, okay? Like all that is being sent from your brain down the neck. All of that keep the heart pumping, okay? And move the arm, like everything is controlled from here, and you have the spine here, and you have nerves in there. So the neck is a chief target zone for knife fighting martial arts, because you have very close to the skin carotid arteries on both sides, and the windpipe. And a vital is you need to be able to keep oxygen in your blood to transport oxygen to the brain. And if the brain loses oxygen, just even a little statistic, like percentage-wise, you start getting dizzy, your combat effectiveness will go down quickly, meaning it's like being drunk, kind of. If you start losing oxygen to the brain, that affects you a lot. And you will quickly bleed out. So there's carotid arteries here, like major blood tubes. There's a windpipe, which is where you pull in air that goes to your lungs. It's absorbed by the blood, the oxygen, and it circulates through your body. So basically, the neck is a chief target zone. Stabs and slashes to the neck is a chief target zone. And also the torso. And then there's different ways to look at this. A person like me that has physical power, I could smash through your rib cage with stabs, understand? Meaning the same thing that gives me punching power and things makes me able to, like, even I can be less selective towards, I can like generally stab to your torso. And even if I impact with your ribs, I'm crushing through those ribs and getting deep into your torso, understand? Meaning, now notice how the two grips I showed earlier in the stream matter here. Because if you have a loose grip, and even if you swing your arm fast and hard and you hit the ribs, if you don't have a good grip and your hand slides forward, you're losing penetration power. So this grip is good. So anyway, here's the point. Anatomical targets. Stabbings and slashes frequently on the extremities, limbs and hands, which are highly survivable. Fatalities are concentrated when a weapon penetrates vital organs or major arteries, like the chest or abdomen. So that's not the chief target zone, the chest, okay? So basically, you don't want to overcomplicate things, but the certain things. So if I'm attacking you, okay, I mean, if this is knife fighting martial arts, you don't want to limit your violence to inflicting defensive wounds to your opponent. So defensive wounds is something that people find on dead people that have been assaulted with weapons all the times, meaning like crime scenes. They find a person is dead in a pool of blood, then they have defensive wounds, which are kind of telltale signs that the person was consciously defending against an attacker in the final moments, which means as it comes to blood loss or whatever other violence was inflicted upon them. So for example, if somebody comes at you like this with a sewing machine stab, there could be like an instinctual response to move and intercept the attack with your arms, and this is instinctual. So there's instinctual responses and trained responses. There's instinctual movement and trained movement. Okay. So generally, people start having attacks will work to put their hands in between their vitals and the attacker. Okay. Which means if I'm looking to be effective with my violence, I'm not looking to attack your arms that you're using as shields. I'm looking to attack around the arms, to get in between the arms, around the arms, to the chief target zones, like here and here, okay? And then there's the torso. So some of these things are differ depending on how hard you can hit. But if you can hit hard, I can crush through the torso. So even if I hit the ribs here, with a strong whip and a strong attack, I can get through the rib cage and into the lung here, or those other parts of the body. So, chief target zones, one of the best ones is the neck for knife fighter martial arts. And it's hard to survive. So, people who get shot or stabbed in the neck or get shrapnel hit in the body, less people survive if they get shot in the neck. Less people survive shrapnel from a hand grenade or mortar blast if the shrapnel fragments hit them in the neck. Because there's carotid artery here, there's carotid artery, there's a spine, there's a windpipe, and there's a carotid artery on each side. So it's like it's hard to stab to the neck and not inflict mortal wounds. Okay. So if you can hit the neck with stabs, slashes, it's kind of hard to not inflict a mortal wound. Understand? So that's the point. Yes, this is my training. So, first of all, being able to, there's many parts of knife and martial arts. There's deployment of the weapon, which is important. There's like close in the distance stuff. Speed kills, okay? Speed kills, which means I'm more likely to be effective in my violence if I can quickly get to you. Do you understand? Speed kills, where a fast attack is a hard attack. It's like a fast punch hits hard, and a fast stab is a hard stab. Now, speed is not, do you understand? Speed generally. Speed means if I can attack 1, 2, 3, it's like 3 times. It makes it a lot harder for you to defend yourself against that. Because if the first 2 stabs is kind of like a sewing machine like this, double tap, or 1, 2, where the first one is 1, retract quickly, 2, a little bit from the side, and then 3, I'm going to this area here, see. Now, once the instinct is triggered, and I do this once, okay, here, and then the second one is a little bit higher, and then the third one, so that if it triggers the defensive wound protection reflex, where it's like, here, see, I'm coming back like this, and it's like, okay, like this, okay, for example. First one, if it hits only the arms, the third one is suddenly coming at you from a completely different angle, where it's like 1, 2, and the next one is up here, understand? Which makes it very hard to defend it, because it's Wow, oh shit, I'm being tacked down here. Stab might still get through and hit you here. If not, it hits the arm, there's still an injury. And then retract, and then the next one is up here. So it can look like this in shadow mountain. Knife and shadow mountain. See here, 1, 2, 3. See, it will be 1, 2, 3. Okay. So yeah, speed kills. Speed kills in many ways. Like hand speed, my rate of fire, how many stabs am I throwing per minute? Is that rate of fire? How many stabs am I launching at you per minute? How fast is my arm? Because speed translates to it being harder for you to parry my attacks. So it's less telegraphed. If I'm here, see, notice how that's incredibly difficult for a person. Now there's people who have a higher chance to pull off, like a trained athlete, that have fighting reflexes, I call it. Fighting muscle memory. To like see things come in and respond to it. Now here's the thing too. I referenced this before and even played videos where they have a video on a martial arts channel. Martial art experts lock with knife attacker. And they have like a UFC cage and a guy with a fake knife, like a marker. And then they have pro combat athletes, self-defense instructionals, and like self-defense YouTubers like Jesse M. Camps and Harter Hurd and this guy Jeff Chan. And their job is to defend themselves against a guy coming with a knife. And I don't think even one of them were able to keep the guy from stabbing them repeatedly. Understand? It's like once he got close enough to hit him with his knife, he succeeded. And they had a stash that like a counter how many times he got hit. And I can recommend that because it shows you kind of reality of how difficult it can be to successfully defend against, like to keep all of the attacks from hitting you. Okay, so speed kills. How does speed kill? Well, if I'm here and I can be very fast, notice how from the moment that my body starts moving and your brain starts processing this stimuli. I mean, since your brain starts receiving feedback, it's like there's something moving towards us. You understand? The faster you are, speed kills it. So obviously, if I'm kind of like slow and sluggish in my attack, notice how speed makes me less lethal. Because if I'm kind of moving like this, like possibly your grandma could like parry every attack that I'm throwing. I was like, oh, this comes like, okay, it's blocked like this, okay. Now, if I'm going faster, it's a lot harder to realize from this hip guard, I call it. So from here, I can throw a number of attacks, and speed kills it. So the faster I move, from the moment I start an attack, the faster I move, the more likely I am to hit my attack. And the harder it is for you to defensive wound protect yourself, okay? Meaning, if I go slow here, that makes it easier for you to intercept the attack and protect something that way. I'm harder to read the faster I am. So basically, speed kills in better ways. First of all, the faster I move, the more likely I am to hit my attack, because it's harder for you to be able to respond successfully to my attacks. I'm moving so fast. Okay. Secondly, another way speed kills is the faster I move my arm, the harder I'm impacting. It's like a punch. So if a punch is like this, same form, I'm hitting that hard. Now, same form but move my arm faster, I'm hitting harder, see? And that's the same technique, same form. It's the same technique, it's the same way moving my arm, on the second one was faster. So notice that's another way the speed kills. It's like this here, moved here, yeah, it'd be uncomfortable. Okay, you feel it. But the same attack, like this, is more likely to drop you or knock you out. Okay, it's like the harder, the faster I swing my arm, same technique, the faster I move my arm, the harder I'm impacting. And with boxing, the harder I'm impacting, the more likely it is to knock you out, knock you down. With knife fighting, if I'm impacting to the rib cage here, slow means not that hard. But if I move my hand faster, I'm more likely, even if I hit the rib cage, to break through the rib cage and get in there. See, so a fast attack is a hard attack. So that's not the way speed kills. Speed kills because the faster I move, the more likely I am to be able to hit you without you having the time to kind of formulate a plot of making a miss. Okay. Speed kills is that the faster I move the arm, the harder I'm hitting. Okay. Another way speed kills, the more attacks I throw per 10 seconds, the more chances I have to hit one of my attacks. You understand, it's like a 3-round burst, or part of the military, it was like, if we have a 3-round burst, at certain distances, like the M16 you use already, we have a 3-round burst, and they pull the trigger, and it's 3 rounds. It's like the likelihood that one of the rounds increases, even if the person's aim is a little bit off, something like this. So, the more attack, it's like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You understand? So that you miss 100% of the stabs you don't throw. So if I throw 6 stabs per 10 seconds, if only one of those hit home, at least I land once. But if I throw 1 stab every 6 seconds, there's less attempts at landing. And if it's like 1 out of 6 stabs land in a bad place, if I throw 6 stabs per 10 seconds, it won't take that long until I have a quality hit on the side. So, speed kills. Speed kills in all kinds of ways. Another way that speed kills is my deployment speed and closing the distance. Okay. So for example, the quicker from deciding to start using force, I'm here, the quicker I can close the distance, the more likely it is that I succeed in hurting a person. If I'm here now, and understand, so that's fast enough to have it be difficult for the person to get away from me and things like this, or to do something that interferes with my use of force. Versus if I'm kind of like pull my knife and then just brandish it and be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you, okay? I'm gonna fucking kill you. They don't understand how much time it's like, oh, the guy is closing the distance to fucking kill me, okay? And let's go running or something like this. Or let's stop deploying a weapon, understand? But if it's like here, surprise motherfucker, you don't know what I have a knife until I'm here, if you understand? See, it's like I have the initiative and you're reacting to my action. Understand? You're reacting to my action. So there's a lot of ways that speed kills, and one of the ways speed kills is quickly get out, quickly close the distance, and yeah. Okay. So this is a standard training knife. And for a training knife, you want something as close to the actual thing as possible, of equal or near equal proportions. See? Some at the back, no, some at the bottom, and some at the back. This is some at the back. So, speed kills. I'm blocking people in the chat. I'm not looking to have trolls in the chat. So, now, get to target zones. So if I'm attacking this person's life, then the first part of the sequence is deployment, closing the distance, and then launching attacks. So from here, and like I said before, statistics was 1 to 4% of fatal, and that's untrained average Joe's attacks on a knife. And you also have to bear in mind that a lot of knife use of force is a guy being attacked and pulling a knife and kind of use the knife defensively, either like threading it as somebody's coming at him and use it defensively. And it's not like somebody pulling a knife to try to kill somebody. So intent matters too. And like I said before, athleticism matters, which means a person like me that have power, real power in my punches, that translates to powerful stabs too. Which means the statistics are people surviving knife attacks. Mostly it's damage to extremities, like cuts and stabs to the arms and legs, and it's defensive wounds. When people get hit in the torso or the neck, survivability goes down like statistics. So there's less people, a lot less people that got stabbed or slashed in the torso and neck, like thrust to the torso, that survived than people that sustained knife attacks and then it was just limited to the arms. So with good power, so first of all, there's like the rib cage, the bones, here's the sternum bone. And from here down, see, what's not covered by my hands, here, it is not bone there. These are good target zones, like here and here. Now with me, I can just ignore it because I have enough power, and if you have a strong knife too, so this knife is not a fighting knife, but with a strong knife, a strong grip and a strong attack, I can crush through the rib cage, meaning if I hit you hard with a stab here, I can break through the ribs and get into the line, which should be here, and on this side of the line, and the heart in this region. And then you have a lot of intestines here, which is not like a quick put person down killing task. If you get stabbed here, you might literally have the intestines come out. And if you get stabbed in here and they don't come out, no matter what happens, the person is more likely to perish from sepsis 2 months later in the ICU. Okay, and you're looking to have the person die right now. Okay, if you're fighting for your life. The Bible also also use weapons at all times. I had a little pathetic person here come in and left. Weak. It's like it's a keep cope with reality, like inverse of the truth. And it's like maybe you try to bait me to try to prove you wrong to destroy my $500 number by stabbing as hard as I can to show how hard I can stab. I don't need to. I have videos. You can search knife martial arts or knife fighting. They're on my channel. You can see me hitting an arm fast, okay? And I'm not gonna destroy the dummy. And I have videos on, so it's like you're just deceptive. It's like, oh, Mike is talking about he can hit hard. I'm gonna come and say, oh, weak as fuck. It's like you're pathetic, okay? You're pathetic. Keep coping with reality by making believe stuff. I'm blocking people. Okay. I'm teaching knife fighting martial arts. I'm not here to have idiots that don't have any competence, no proof of competence to come in here, leaving crazy comments. Okay. And I love it like armchair people. Anytime I make videos like this, and people feel like, oh, it's like it triggers insecurities. They'd be like, oh, I'm gonna come in here and act like I'm teaching. Like if I make a video, the best fighting knife, and I'm talking about what, as far as I'm concerned, a dagger is one of the best fighting knives you can have. And then someone come in, well, no, a folder is better. And it's like, I'm not here to have you teach. If you want to teach your ideas of martial arts, you can go live on your channel right now, and you can teach knife martial arts. I guess you don't have the ability to draw a crowd or even the courage to do anything on camera. So it's like you're just here, like I'm gonna be in your chat. Be like, yeah, I know Mike, I know that says you, okay. Do you have videos yourself even holding a knife on camera on the channel? Okay. So anyway, target zones, okay. So basically, simply, good target zones, 2 target zones is the torso of the neck. Now, what determines if you can crush the rib cage is how strong the knife is, how strong your grip is, and how strong the attack is. So I don't have to like it's like, okay, I can hit hard, which means if I hold a knife, the same athleticism that makes me able to hit hard with boxing punches to the body, while holding a knife translates to hard attacks with the knife. So I definitely have the physical power to break through the rib cage and kind of ignore the armor. Understand? It's like a Tiger tank with an 88 millimeter cannon versus a Sherman. It's gonna pen the frontal armor, just ignores the armor. Understand? It's like, yeah, there's armor in between the Tiger tank and the crew of the Sherman tank. But it really doesn't matter because it's hitting fast. It's not a projectile fast and hard enough to punch through the armor and get to the vital humans under the armor. Okay, so it's kind of like that. So if you're attacking, speed kills once again. And now we're getting into like ballistics, thermal ballistics for once in a many things. So what makes you able to penetrate armor, which bones are? If you want to penetrate armor, you want something hard moving fast, okay? Something hard, sharp, pointing, moving fast. Which is why when you look at like World War II tanks, they would have tungsten and like sables and stuff. So you have something that's thin, sharp, pointy, with high hardness, okay? Moving fast. Which means the thing that is harder penetrates the softer object, okay? So if you want to penetrate something, you want something hard moving fast, okay, generally. Speed kills once again. But this is true, and people know what to talk about, know that I'm right. Meaning, if people are designing bullets, firearm bullets, or tank rounds, and it's like we're looking to defeat this new tank or something like this, let's think World War II. They're gonna be like, well, we need to have something hard that's sharp, pointy, and moving really fast, okay? That's always the thing. Like the FN57, which was a part is developed by, whatever, it's developed to penetrate armor. The FN57 for the FNP90 and the 57 pistol, which is a PDW, like a personal defense weapon. It was intended for kind of like tank crews and behind the front lines units that in case the Soviets like Paragraph special forces wearing the Soviet armor, like whatever the thickness of the titanium plate is, it needs to be able to punch through that. I remember that. That's the point. There's an F57 that's part of how it was designed was to defeat armor. Okay, and what is it? It's something sharp and pointy moving fast, and it compensates for weight of projectile with speed of projectile. Okay, so anyway, here's the point. The knife is hard, okay, and if you're moving it fast with a strong grip, you need a strong grip, a strong knife, and a strong attack, and that's how you can penetrate. So stabbing to the rib cage, I can break through the rib cage, I would say, because I can hit hard enough. It depends on your athleticism. It's always going to be determine how effective your violence is your level of athleticism, which means athleticism is always going to be a part of fighting ability. If that's boxing or sword fighting or stick fighting or bullfighting, your athleticism, fitness level is always going to be part of how effective you are. I mean, a guy who's fat and out of shape as an archer like medieval combat, how many arrows can he throw in a 3-hour battle before he's gassed out and he can't draw his bow anymore and he's taking a nap because he's just fat and has bad cardio and he's just not conditioned. So athleticism is always going to be part of how effective you are in warfare. If that's like using a sling, it's like how fit or like how many times can you do this? Okay, that's a hit one time, like a missile trick. Okay, and then again, like how many times can you do that until your arm is dead and it's like you sore, understand, and you can't do it anymore. So fitness is always going to be part of your fighting ability, and you don't want to over focus on like magical kung fu mentality. It's like I'm just learning like the secret, effective techniques. And all of that, it's like you need to focus on your fitness as well. So, and let's do this to the guy who said my attacks were weak. Okay, little pussy. If this was your rib cage, it would be breaking through that. Okay, case in point. If you don't think that will crush through the human rib cage, you're crazy, okay? So, what about this? This is a good analog for bone. This is about as dense as human bone. Let's see. Let's hit it pretty hard, buddy. Let's see. So this to rib cage, it breaks through the rib cage. See, with this hooking stab, now don't try this at home. That too would either slide in between the ribs or crash through the ribs. This is hard enough. See. Here's another thing I've done before. I did this to show. Can I do a product test on this now? I'll do it again. I don't try anything as human in this fashion before. I've done this before. So if that hits you, I think it could penetrate deeply. Now this is more of a challenge because there's no resistance and it's a light object. So it's harder to achieve penetration like this. Here's another thing. Let's try this. I don't try this at home. This is a seat. This knife is a good penetrator. See. Haha, weak. Okay, to the little hater, the little delusional rat. What are you gonna do now? Okay, gotta be hard enough to be in the now. Weak. Weak. If that was your leg, I would be surprised if it came out the other side of the hand. So what is this? A good analog for rib cage. It's almost like a Paul Harry meat talk. So maybe it become a standard thing where I have to buy new. So I can do this for like knife tests, stuff like this. So what I just punch through is this. Then this is seat cover. So it's a layer of what's it called, imitation leather with 2 layers of foam. And then this dense bone, not bone, it's like what's it called, fiberboard or something. This is like dense. So it went through that, and then a layer of metal. Okay. So yeah. Now it's difficult to apply the same type of force without fixing a rib first, because we really needed to be mounted for a wall to simulate the attack angle from the hip to the rib cage. So I had to be kind of like this here or to the side, and all the time I'm going to be holding that and swinging with force towards my arm. But yeah, suffice to say, this is. Remember what I said? For penetrating and crushing through the torso, which is the bone armor, you need a strong grip, a strong attack, and a strong knife. Strong knife, strong grip, strong attack. So if everything else is strong, my attack is strong, I have the physical power to hit hard with my arm. Explosiveness. And the grip is strong, but the knife is weak. The knife can bend or snap off. Okay, the tip can break off since it is. So to do that. And this time I hit in the middle of this tube. There you go. So this is a knife I wouldn't mind having if I was a knight in the Middle Ages, work to penetrate armor. Here's another tip. If you're gonna wiggle a knife out or something, you wiggle it lining up with the blade angle, not. So here's the knife. If you're gonna wiggle, you wiggle like this, not like this. That's a better simulation for the attack angle of stabbing the human torso. Don't try this at home. And the good thing there, if you understand physics, is if this board is backstopped, it's easier for me to break through it. Because as I threw it in the air and hit it, as soon as I stop delivering energy to it, it becomes pushing the object away from me force. Where if it's backstopped here and you stab it, all of the impact energy translates into penetration energy. Versus if it's hang on a string, as soon as I hit it, it pushes the object away from me. Versus if it's backstopped and pushing forward, it's easy to penetrate. It's actually hard to penetrate it when it's just hanging or flying through there. So anyway, I'm going to try this again. Hold on. Maybe it's a weak beta male that gets intimidated by real alpha males, and they feel like I could fucking kill them or something like this. And it's like, it's so weak. Do you understand how pathetic you are? It's like, I'm trying to talk about, yeah, so it's like, if you hit to the ribcage, you can break through, and I can hit hard. So it's like, if I got a strong knife and a strong attack, I can crush the ribcage. So because it's so weak. Okay, they still feel like they're weak. One is delusional people. It's like, they would do that, those attacks to a torso, they would do nothing. That's more than necessary. The force I just applied, including like the actual angle, is abundant. It's more than what's necessary to crash the ribcage and get deep into the body. So, okay, I'm calling the police. Yeah, okay, you go ahead, you call them. Okay. And I'll give you a clip here, like you can screenshot this for the police call. Where it's like, there's a guy on YouTube and I can pause for you. So, okay, so here's the knife. Hold on, I'll make you a face it. Screenshot this for the call the police or clip it. There, okay, are you ready? Screenshot this. And you can go, there's a guy on YouTube looking like this right now, okay. Oh, please don't call the police on the guy. Oh. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, tell him Mike Saha sent him. No, I'm not sending it. So it's like, don't use government resources. There might be somebody actually being stabbed to death somewhere in Sweden right now. Some woman being stabbed to death by a hospital or something like this. And maybe, okay, it's like there's bigger fish to find. But anyway, that's the point. I'm calling the police for something that's not legal. Well, screw you, buddy. Okay. What I'm doing is not illegal, okay? I'm playing knife fighting martial arts. And if that makes you little boys like you feel scared that the real men in here training to be effective in violence, the law is not your feelings, okay? I'm teaching knife fighting martial arts, and I'm more valuable as a knife fighting martial arts teacher than this loser, what's his name? Elite you, and he's been copying me too. I can tell he's been watching my videos. Ever since I made a video called mine as a fake, I can tell it's kind of like responding to my channel. So, first of all, I'm more elite than he is. More athletic, handsomer, faster, more athletic, move faster, hit harder, despite him being heavy because he's mostly that he's fat and more out of shape than I am. Secondly, my coaching is more valuable. Makes more sense. For example, one of the things I could tell of him being a con man, he's got gimmicky knives like the scallywag, and he showed up on Heart to Heart channel, and it really pissed me off that it's like he's being a con man, where it's like he's overhyping a knife and then selling it as the best knife ever. Okay, and you can tell that it's overhyped, overpriced, and the cold steel mini leather neck is a better knife. So it's like it's the same category. It's like a compact fixed blade knife. And this cost me around $50 US. And his one was $12.50 or something like this. And it's roughly the same proportions, only this is better. So I could get 3 of these, 2 or 3, for the price of one of his. And one of them is better than one of his. And I can get 3 of these, where each one of them is better than one of his, that cost 3+ times as much. And it's like scary. Why? Because this is a full tang knife, I reckon. It's a proven blade design profile for fighting. It's good for penetrating. It can cut both sides. And it has an ergonomic grip that helps hitting hard and not hurting your hand as impacting with bone. And helps with blade retention. And it just helps with force delivery. I mean, the ergonomics, like as you hit with the tip, with this good grip, it's like it gives me more power and I'm less likely to lose it, okay? Whereas his is just, there's no handle, it's just like a piece of steel. And so it's like, it's a worse design. And you can tell it's like saving money because this is more complex. So around $50 US, and cold steel is like, okay, first of all, it is like the knife. Then there's this part that makes it better for a fighting knife. A finger guard, a good one. And then this is piece of rubbery plastic, okay? Now, anyway, so this is a better knife. So this is a good fighting knife too. And one advantage of this, it's longer, so you can get deeper in the body, which is also relevant when it comes to how effective a knife is. So, with knife fighting, target zones matter, okay? Which means the neck is a good target zone, the torso is a good target zone. And if I'm attacking with a knife, I'm looking to not give you defensive wounds, okay? If we talk about knife fighting martial arts now, I'm not looking to hit the arms, because if you're fighting with a knife, you're looking to be lethal with the knife, which means you're not trying to just give these injuries that people survive according to statistics, which means I'm looking to attack your torso and your neck. And those are 2 chief target zones, your torso and your neck, okay? So target zone for knife fighting is the torso and the neck. So why are neck wounds hard to survive, like stabs and slashes to the neck? Because they induce profuse bleeding. Okay, you have carotid arteries. And if you know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, just a blood clot, a real naked, for example. How does that work? It doesn't work by squeezing the breathing tube so you can't breathe. It cuts off the blood supply. Okay, it is, and just like this, on both sides, squeezes the tubes that are pumping blood to your brain. And within 10 seconds of no fresh oxygenated blood getting to your brain, you lose consciousness and pass out. Which means how rear naked works is squeezing both sides of the neck, which cuts off the blood supply to the brain, and the person passes out. There's a lot of videos in the UFC by people applying this choke, and then the person falls asleep quickly. So chokes like that don't work by squeezing your breathing tube so you can't pull in air. They cut off the blood supply to your brain. And if your brain loses blood supply, It doesn't take more than 10 seconds if no fresh oxygen in the blood come in there, you lose consciousness. I remember a statistic, like a fact, that if one carotid artery is say, like open, cut, like lacerated, if it's cut, and left unattended, you lose consciousness within like 90 seconds. Meaning if you cut here, cut one carotid artery, and it's putting out blood, if you don't apply pressure on it, like stop the bleeding, the person will go unconscious within 90 seconds. And that's from one carotid being slashed. Which means if you think about that, if I cut your shoulder, you might be able to keep swinging at me for like 15 minutes before you pass out from blood loss. Maybe 30, okay. Whereas this here is like if you're swinging at me and I use a knife defense and cut your neck, understand? Okay, you can think about knife fighting for self-defense. It's like this, it is a movement, it's a huge guy comes out and she pulls knife and slashes his neck. Now, if he just keeps swinging, he's got at most 90 seconds. And also if you're moving, you're pumping more. Also, your combat fine up until 90 seconds, and it's like now it's affecting you go out. No, your combat effectiveness will decrease by every deciliter of blood that you're losing. And there will be things where you start being like punch drunk and your coordination will go down, you get dizzy and weaker and like things like this. So you will bleed a lot from the carotid artery if just one of them is cut. So if a person is fighting you and this is cut, unless they do this, for example, one hand, this can buy them some time to get to the ER or have an ambulance arrive and help them out, okay? Now imagine if it's both of these, okay? If both of them are cut, now you're fucked, understand? If both carotid arteries is cut on a person, they're fucked, more or less. Because how hard is it to apply pressure without giving a blood shock to yourself when you pass out within 10 seconds? Well, do you understand? It's like a rock between parts. If both these are cut and I push to stop the apply pressure, I most likely go out from the blood shock like a rear naked. And then you pass out and you keep bleeding crazy as you pass out. Maybe you never come to. Do you understand? It'd be like going out from a blood shock. Where it's like both are cut and you apply pressure, which applies a blood shock to yourself. And then you pass out while bleeding that much. And maybe you won't come to again because you bleed out quickly while out. It's like you go out from a rear naked effect, rear naked choke, while bleeding from carotid arteries. And as you go out, you lose the pressure and you're unlikely to come to. Okay. So, this is it's like knife fighting is not like in the movies where it's like the Chinese kung fu movies. It's like that's not how I pictured I think about it. It's like if I get in a knife fight, it's gonna be like a Jet Li movie where I'm like dancing on trees in slow motion and like it's like floating through the air and like doing somersault and stuff. It's kind of gruesome and nasty, understand? Either way, understand? I mean, even if I don't get injured, I'm gonna have your blood on me, understand? And things like this. So anyway, here's the point. So here's the point. The neck is the chief target zone and the torso. Because it's kind of simple. Crime statistics. Most people who survive knife attacks only got hit in their arms. Okay, see? And people that don't survive often got hit in the neck or torso. Which means if you think about being effective with a knife fighting martial arts, you don't have a system, okay, here's what to do, guy, target the arms, okay? Target the arms, okay? The guy is like doing this, try to hit the arm. Then it's gonna be like, hit the torso, get around the arm, understand? Look for an opening. See, if the arms are up here throwing punches, you can hit down here, understand? If the arms are going to grab you, the body is open, you can stab to the body, understand? If the arms are up here, this is open and this is open, understand? Another bad place to get hit is in the armpit. That's the point. So knives are different than bullets because bullets can have penetration depth fully superseding the size of the object that enters the body. Which means if you have a bullet that's this long, it can go through 16 plus inches of ballistic gel versus a knife that hits in the ballistic gel, it will go roughly about the blade length deep, okay? See? Now you can have more penetration where if you're stabbing to the stomach, there can be compression of the tissues, like a punch pushes my stomach in. So you can have the effect where it like stabbed here, and it goes deeper than the length of blade. But you can count on roughly about the length of blade. It's like from the tip of the knife to the finger guard, you can count on that as your penetration depth, okay? And a little bit more if you hit hard. It depends on where you're hitting to. So once again, I'm blocking you going the wrong way, so don't run the wrong way unless you want to get blocked. I gotta call my wife here, okay? My wife called me. Yeah, so two chief functions for knife fighting is the neck and the torso. And that's a low resolution, just the torso. Then you can aim to hit parts of the torso, the chest, that doesn't have bone armor, which means like here and under rib cage. Or you can have a knife strong enough and enough athleticism so you can swing it hard enough. I don't give a crap. If I hit with that recon 10 that you saw me stab your stuff, if that stab hits your rib cage, I don't care what bone density you got. Okay, so if like, unless you're the guy in the X-Men universe with the adamantium bones, it's gonna crush your rib cage. It's gonna break through the rib cage, slide into your lung. It's gonna get deep into the body. So even if I hit the rib cage, my grip is strong enough, the knife is strong enough, my attack is strong enough where I'm getting through the rib cage. So one philosophy is to hit areas that are not covered by bone. Another philosophy is you don't care, you're just generally hitting the torso, avoiding the arms, understand? Where say I'm stabbing to the torso and different. Hello, babe. Wow, you look beautiful. You can say hi now. You look beautiful. Oh, you're shy now. That's my beautiful wife. Hello, wife. Hello. Wow. Hello, babe. Wow, you looking cute now.
Thank you.
Wow, you're so sweet now. She's so cute. She's okay. Yeah. Babe, thanks for showing you brave girl now. We is not used to, it's like when I started YouTube being live streaming, I started making videos and I had like social anxiety and be like self-conscious and nervous being on camera, talking, okay. Then eventually it's like, wasn't that bad. And then later I got to live streaming. It's like I'm going live on the stage. It's like the first time live streaming from a live audience on camera. I felt kind of nervous and that public, that they understand public speaking. It's like I think most people had in school would like you got called up to class. It's like this time it's like read a story or something in front of class, and like most people would feel really uncomfortable doing that. Okay, the first time trying it, but if you now some people who work to in school, and it's like a lot of schools are gonna have at least one time in school where you get part of the class is going up in front of class. It's like writer's class of like this, and you write a novel like one page, an essay of this, and then read it from the class. Now some people are like really it's like I feel like this is like not my thing. They don't being a teacher who every day they're in a classroom reading stuff in front of 30 people, okay? They don't have problem with it. So everything is difficult at first, awkward at first. The journey of a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, understand? So everything's awkward at first. Like the first time you try something new, it can be kind of difficult and feel kind of unnatural. So anyway, hello babe. Can I add you to my stream or you're too shy today? Okay, now, thanks for calling me before now. I make a video about knife and how to fight with knife. Okay, now. I love you, babe. Okay. Love you now. Wow, you're lovely, extra lovely today. Good now. Okay, bye bye now. Talk later. Wow, she's a whole, she's a whole vibe. So I actually have some classes on my YouTube channel where we go over some basics, and I got better and better at teaching. So maybe it's time I talk into doing another course and we can do it. And I also did a class with my mom once. Wow, we've done some training things together. And it's like, that's actually some people come and tell me, it's like, hey, but I saw the video with your mom, she's cool. It's like, so some people see it like that. It's a little bit different. Typically, if I do martial arts stuff or exercise, it's just me, okay, solo. So it's a little bit different and more interesting if there's another person. I like that. Now, one of the things that I did when I went training with my mom is this utility. Do nothing which is of no use. So there is use in this. For example, part of do like a sparring, play fighting, like martial arts coach session with my mom, is at a certain point in time, I had the rubber knife. No, she's got a rubber knife. And then it's like, I tell her, it's like, they like attack me as I come at you. And it's like, I'm moving at all kinds of ways, like this, and kind of like this, and kind of like this, and things like this. And it's like just catch me coming in with the knife, because that can actually help. Because if you have somebody who's physically intimidating, like taller than you, bigger than you, faster than you, athletic, and it's like you're not a person that's been like in a fight before. It's like somebody's moving at you like aggressive, that can kind of get you into freeze mode, trauma responses, which are like this. So it can, and especially it's like it can kind of get you, take you back and not react in time. It kind of gets the person. Do you understand? If like somebody's bigger than you, so moving at you swinging, it can be kind of, which like you don't respond right way, kind of going to freeze. And training can help. Where it's like, what is that girl doing? Where it's like, she's got a knife, and I come at her like swinging and like almost hitting, and I back up here, and I come at her like this and stuff. And if I'm going like just attack it, like when I come at you like here, like you can stab me here or something. It's like as I come at you. That is like it's an opportunity to attack rather than oh shit, somebody bigger than me is coming at me. It's having a knife and it's like moving at and it's like there's an opportunity to stab as the person's coming in. And that something simple like that is kind of as the person moving in. I'm not focused on like here. I'm catching the person coming in. So you have different trauma responses, and short term, your reptilian brain picks what mode you go into. Where your brain can switch to freeze, your brain can switch to fight, flight, freeze, fawn. It's like the 4Fs. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And you can reprogram your responses, meaning if you have a problem going to freeze mode in stressful situations, you can reprogram yourself to respond more likely with fight or run. Okay. So subscribe to my channel and my Rumble channel. What's in movie like this? So anyway, I'm more valuable than this guy, elite Yuri, and I'm more elite than him. And I'm more valuable and better at teaching people how to get better fight with knives. I'm more valuable as a knife fighter, more art instructor than he is. Why? Because first of all, I'm not just the thing. It's like he's mocking this scammy knife that's designed to rip you off and get money off of you, while not being as good as it could be. Okay, you can get 3 knives that are better for the same amount of money. And then it's got basically it's got a gimmicky knife and gimmicky techniques. And another silly thing that he does, I can't do, is this creating aesthetic damage and teach it to be like go for psychological demoralization effect. And that's my terminology. It's like you get here and it's like you cut the face. And the person can be like, oh shit, my face is fucked for life now, okay? And that's gonna like take the further. It's like, why waste the technique? I mean, if I'm close enough to your torso to connect to your neck or here, especially the neck, why would I waste my technique like cut off your nose? You'd be like, oh shit, got your nose. Oh shit, I won't have a nose now. I'm gonna be ugly for the rest of my life. That it is like for demoralization effect. We're going for the neck stab or cut is gonna be at least equal in demoralization effect. Where the psychological impact would be if you will cut off my ear or like cut me across my face like this, and I'll be like feel like part of my face is missing. It's like, yeah, it's not. I'm not gonna be happy about it. But if I was cutting the neck, and I just feel my neck, my throat was slashed, understand? Or I got stabbed into the neck, okay? That's gonna have at least as much like demoralization effect, where you just feel that's irrecoverable, understand? And also, it's like you can actually see like the blood pump out of you a lot of times, and it will be like the pulse rate, which in fight flight mode it will be kind of pronounced. Okay, so my point is this: I wouldn't waste my technique in like some anti-facial surgeon to botch you, understand? It'd be like cut your nose off, so you'd be like, oh shit, he got my nose, I'll be ugly for life now. It to be like, yeah, that's gonna demoralize me like this. When I can hit you in the neck, which should be at least equal demoralizing, and do more to decrease your fight ability. Okay, and work towards neutralizing you as a threat, understand? So this is knife fighting martial arts. And I'm not just training, but I'm teaching you. So remember the two grips. And that's the basic, okay? Now you get a training knife. If you're gonna do anything you seem to do in this live stream, don't use a real knife. This is the thumb at the bottom, and this is the thumb at the back. See? Thumb at the bottom, and thumb at the back. This grip is good for punch cutting, like this. Okay? I call it punch cutting. I'll show it to you. This is punch cutting, I call punch cutting. And since I know boxing, this knife cutting works for, it's like boxing, like knife fighting. So since I know how to hit hard with my knuckles, it's like an orthodox way to fight. Like hitting here with my knuckles, okay? Now, if I hold a knife, this is what I call punch cutting. Rather than hitting with my knuckles to your chin, I'm punching my knuckles and missing as if I'm missing on purpose. See? So here's a punch, a normal punch. Punch your knuckles into the chin. Okay. Punch cutting is I'm punching to the side of the head and I'm punching the blades. It's the same body mechanics. See, I'm punching the blade, but in this case into the throat. So that's normal punch. Now here, I go a little bit lower with my punching to the left. In order to have punched the blade into the throat. That's what I call punch cutting. If you know how to throw a heavy fist, well, there's another knife I can try. So rather than this is a heavy fist. Holding a knife, that's the stab here. gotta get my worker mask on. I'm gonna be hitting that more. Kick up dust. Yeah, so you're gonna have to bear with the brakes and stuff as you get this free. So this is more valuable knife fighting. This is what I do is better, higher quality course and teach people how to get better at knife fighting martial arts than what anybody else I've seen do. And since you're getting it free, you're gonna have to deal with the cigarette breaks and the bathroom breaks. I need to take a break and do phone call now and then because I'm not doing this high production. So, chief targets also, the neck and the torso. So, show you some ways to attack knife fighting martial arts. We have this here. And as I talked about before, I make it hard to block and some with speed kills. If I have the knife here, I'm this close, and I go neck grab or pulse right into neck grab, sewing machine 1, 2, 3, and then the person after stabbing begins defending by moving the arms here or reaching for the knife. I'm retracting, and the next stab might be up here for close range there. So I'm mixing it up. So one way to attack is here. See, in combat. And that's a harder way to attack, especially if I do it fast. Where it's here. See, for example, where the first two attacks were here or 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. So it's like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then the 4 is either from here, like an overhand, or if I'm more erect, 1, 2, 3, 4, or like this. There's different ways to skin a cat or stab a human, which is a big part of my course about. So here, chief targets. So what is the different ways I can attack to the neck? Let's get this closer. Let's get this closer. So here, let's go for this position. So here, I'm gonna cut the face like this. If I'm in this position, I can cut your neck, understand? I can set the windpipe in the corner. There's also with sufficient power, the potential to land one attack that can determine the outcome of the fight, whether they're dead men walking, they're gonna die no matter what. And one of these attacks, now this relies on being physically powerful enough. Understand? So from here, from this angle here, a punch cut, hard enough, impacting here, especially longer knife, has the potential of cutting this corner of it, severing, like opening it, severing, cutting this corner of it, windpipe, and the corridor on the other side, which means cutting both corridors and the windpipe in one attack. So if this is open, and I can land this technique with a hard punch cut here, it can get through here, like cut the whole neck, cut this corridor, the throat, and this corridor. And this type of technique is, of course, it depends on how it's punching power. Do you have punching power? If you have punching power, and you learn like a good weight practice it is, that translates to punch cutting power. So if I punch cut here with this long knife, impact here with good boxing bottom dynamics. Punching through, see. If I'm holding a knife, impacting here, my punch pad, it won't slide and it can cut through like here, here, and here, okay? And this is one of these things that's like a technique that sounds like something from a Kung Fu movie, like the Pie Man 5 Finger Death Punch. But it's like real world, a technique that if landed, can end the person with this one technique landing once. And it's this powerful punch pad impacting here and then cutting through, see? And it's impacting here, cutting this corridor windpipe, going through and cutting this corridor on the other side. And it could also nick the neck and this is another way to fuck you up. Okay. So other attacks that is targets on or reverse grip, stabs. Okay. Here, punch cut. Now here's another thing. So let's go over this again. You get a training knife. So everything you see me do with this knife, you get a training knife. Okay? Because you risk injury if you use an actual real knife. And about the local archer or substance use weapons all the time. I'm teaching knife fighting martial arts, which means, and I don't give a fuck if you learn beta bitches. It's a cult from it's like I'm gonna be not illegal, same bitch. It's knife fighting martial arts. And just like you have people, there are YouTubers, gun tubers, that talk about the Mozambique drill to put people down quickly. It was developed for people charge them and they figure out I shoot 2 times here and 1 time here to quickly kill the person with your gun. And there's people making YouTube videos about that. Gunfighting. Okay, and this is knife fighting. So go jump in the lake or fire. Okay, which is what you're going to do no matter what, unless you get sick. So I don't have to tell you to do that. So it's important. I'm getting to the point where I feel like I'm going to show more than tell, because it's like just showing you things has a potential to get the concept of things. So 2 things that you should learn initially is the 2 grips, okay? The thumb at the back grip. And I teach an alteration as this is the thumb at the back grip. And this is good. It's a strong grip for these type of attacks. So I'm going to demonstrate, okay? So here's a more instinctual way. Like if you hand somebody a knife, like first time I'm doing knife spawn with my mom and I just give a training knife. A lot of times the instinctual way people hold a knife is the hand grip like this. As far as I'm concerned, this is a better grip. Okay, for most intents and purposes, this is a better knife fighting grip. Here. So if I have a loose grip here and I do this, notice how there's more give. Just adding the thumb here with some firmness. It's strong, you see. Whereas if I had this, there's more like give. And if I had the thumb here, it's just a stronger grip, honestly. Which means if I'm here, put the knife here, and push this way, I'm cutting. And it's the same thing as strong against that is strong against this. So here's one grip, thumb at the back, and you train this with a training knife, okay? Use a training knife for this. So this is one grip, learn this grip, thumb at the back. And then this, thumb at the bottom. And this grip is also better than this for a lot of things. Because a key attack, like for knife fighting or stabs, whatever grip you're having. Okay, this is the upside down reverse grip. This is what I call the thumb at the bottom grip. And this is good for stabbing because if I hit the rib cage or the sternum bone or this gives me more powerful attack. I'm more likely to crash through the bone. And I'm less likely to lose the knife and have my hand sliding down. Okay, so learn these 2 grips first. Thumb at the back and thumb at the bottom. After learning those 2 grips, as an initial drill, you can do grip change drill. And remember, everything you see me do with a training knife. But you have the thumb at the back grip, then you switch to the thumb at the bottom grip. And you can do grip change drill out of that. You alternate between the two grips. It's like a starting drill, where you do this as a grip change drill. And initially you might feel the need to look as you're doing it. And the natural instinct might be to assist with the left hand. Which means if you try that, you learn the two grips. After learning the two grips, there's some at the back and some at the bottom with a training knife. Now you can make a grip change drill. And you start with the thumb at the bottom up here. And then you decide to do the one-handed grip change to the thumb at the bottom. Okay. Now, as you try it the first time, there might be like an instinctual where you feel like you need to want to look as you're changing it, and as if you want to assist with the other hand. So drill that until you can do it without looking and without assisting with the left hand. You can do one-handed grip change drills like this. And you can kind of keep it static. And then you can play around with that a lot as a drill. It's like you can switch different positions and do it out here, for example, without looking, until you can do it without looking. You can do it all kinds of ways. You can have it in front of yourself. You can incorporate movement, all kinds of stuff. Or you can alternate between the two grips without looking. And this is, what is this doing? It's just building the base skill of knife handling, understand? Where it's like you're getting more adept at just wielding your specific knife, understand? And you use a training knife. Okay? Good thing about cold steel is they have a training version, like a knife. So let's see if I hold with the one I have this. No, but I had like 4 other types of training knives, rubber training knives, that are different designs. And one that's like a dagger, for example. So, here's how we can start to get better knife handling. The basic of the basic is learning a quality grip. Thumb at the back, and this is thumb at the back. This is the thumb at the bottom. And this is a good grip for stabbing, and if you hit bone, it's a strong grip. Okay? Thumb at the back is also a good grip for this and this type of stuff, or this. Okay, see. And as you're impacting, you have the resistance by the thumb there. Versus if you have this, there can be more give. Okay, so thumb at the back, thumb at the bottom. After you learn those two grips, you can do as a first drill, alternating between those two grips. The thumb at the back, you can keep it kind of at the hip level outside the hip. Use the training knife. See? And initially, you might feel like you want to look and help with the left hand, if your right hand is the dominant one. So drill that until you can do that without looking and without assisting with the left. And this is also help you to get better with the knife around cutting yourself. So with a training knife, you can learn from a mistake. So if you do this, starting out, you might notice that happens that you hit your leg or that you touch the blade as you do something like this. Now that's why it's good that you use a training knife, because you're building the skill and you can afford to make some mistakes. It's not a real knife. If you end up dropping on your foot, it's a training knife you drop, not a real one. Okay, so it's a grip change drill. And you can use a combination of inertia and muscle power. Okay, I can use mostly muscle power and keep this fixed and not use that much inertia, and then rely mostly on my digits, using my fingers like muscles in my hand to switch the grip. Okay, now I like to use a combination of inertia and muscle power. So it's like gravity. See? So if I go from here, do you see how I'm using the fingers, but also inertia? Okay, so here. See, that's a combination of both. See, And I can do it with the muscles, only like finger muscles, or with inertia. So if I want to get into the real specifics of this, so how I'm doing it, it'd be like this. And then from here, a lot of times it's these two fingers that use kind of the middle. So from here, see here. There you can do this as a drill to get the hang of it. Now as the next drill, you can use switch to your non-dominant hand. And now that would be awkward. So basically, a way to learn martial arts is figure out something that makes sense to train, that is getting better. And it will be awkward initially, it's like progressive awkward. And you drill it until it starts being awkward. You find something else to do this awkward and drill it until that starts being awkward. Simply. Because at first, like this grip and switching to this one hand is kind of awkward and it doesn't feel that easy to do. You drill it until it becomes easy, okay? Then you find a way to make it difficult again. But do nothing with no use. It's not like, oh, just find something that's hard to do, because it might be something that's hard to do, to be like, spin this like a basketball, or like, well, is that really useful? Is that going to help you? You're very nice on martial arts. It's just a risky thing to do that doesn't have that much return on investment, like risk to reward, okay? Now, this makes sense because you're building some muscle memory and feeding your brain with control data for this object, okay? We're getting better at moving this object through space proficiently, which is basically what knife fighting is. Having a knife and effectively moving it through space, okay? So, anyway, support. So from here to here, and this is a cable line shirt, by the way. So, which is I've used as a too. So don't try to assume do the size control. I'm wearing like a shirt here that makes it less like I get hurt if I accidentally touch wrong and stuff like this. So I'm an amateur, a stuntman, and a professional on this. So from here to here to here, I can do it all kinds of ways. Now once that is not that hard to do, I can switch to non-dominant hand. We'll show you that one is. I do that, for example. So you can do the grip change drill with the left, alternate from the thumb at the bottom to the thumb at the back, as it will. And then you drill that until it's kind of easy to do without looking and without twisting on the head. And remember, this grip is good. I've already showed the utility by stabbing through things offering a lot of resistance and shear penetration, which means that proves what I'm saying, the utility of the thumb at the bottom grip for stabbing the human body. Because a human body is not made from ballistics gel. It's made from tendons, muscles, and quite a lot of bone. And the bone will be in front of vital organs that you're looking to study into with your attacks, okay? So from here, there's a rib cage. There's going to be a lung here and a heart is here. This knife is long enough to get to the heart if I can punch through the legs in between it at the right angle. So if this is the rib cage here, one way when I have this position, I can attack, is to attack under the rib cage. Kind of here, see? And it's like I'm hitting an area that doesn't have any bone. Or I can attack through rib cage with a hard attack, a strong grip, strong knife, strong attack, in a way where it's like even if I hit the ribs, I'm breaking through the ribs. See? Like here, for example. See, this here, okay? Like where I'm putting my whole body into it. See? And if everything else is right, but the grip is wrong, all this potential penetration current generating, if all that penetration energy is lost at the moment of impact. So if I have a bad grip here, and I swing my arm hard enough, but my grip is bad, not only am I losing that potential penetration at the moment of impact, this energy is lost, say, by my hand moving forward. But I'm also risking losing the knife and cutting myself, okay? So you're not knife fighting to cut yourself, but the other person. So once again, now we're coming to the alteration of the knife at the back, the thumb at the back grip. Thumb at the back grip. And this is strong grip. Okay, some at the back, and for this. Okay, don't try this at home. Now, I'm going to show you alterations. So here's an alteration of the thumb at the back grip. Thumb at the back, pinky at the bottom is an alteration of the thumb at the back grip. And it's the opposite of the thumb at the bottom grip, which gives you some extra resistance. Stabbing like this, okay? So this is the thumb at the back, and here's an alteration of that. Thumb at the back, pinky at the bottom. Don't try this at home. See, if that was your leg, my grip is strong enough, my attack is strong enough to this was your stand, but I'm not losing the knife. So don't try this at home. See? So notice how everything, my body mechanics, my grip, the knife, everything is up to par. Because if this was his leg, that would get in there. So, okay. Same, I'm not going to write it down here, but the same here. See, notice this here, I create force like this. Now, from here, it's pretty much the same thing, okay? Alteration of this will be a hooking attack. 1, 2, retract. Maybe next time I come in here, see? And then the fourth one, it could be release, face catch instead of pushing him off, and then catching maybe as I'm moving backwards in the net there. See? So here, maybe here, bang, 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 you can start here, see? And then you just do a burst here. See, and I'm in here, okay? Bang, 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 retract, and I want to switch up my angle now. Maybe hit here, see? Maybe hit here. Maybe it's a surprise. Hit here, okay? Now I'm regulating my force to not write that down, okay? So, we'll do tap, tap, okay? With the seagull. So here, I just show you different ways to attack. So we'll start from the fifth position here. See, that's a 1, 2, 3 combo. Speed here. 1, 2, 3. Now, since the shield is on and I'm not seeing penetration, you're more likely to have glancing blows that would have been penetrating if it was this, okay? Meaning the looseness of this makes the attacks more slide. I've even done this when I'm training kicks before. Where it's like if I'm hitting the center, I'm doing that ended, but if I hit this a little bit to the side with a loose shoulder dummy, it kind of can create glancing blows. So anyway, here, this position, which is, this is a good position to train from. Because this is, from the moment, and it's like the other part is like getting that position. Okay? And it could be bang, 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 for example. But from this, just as a fifth position, with the hand here, this is what you can take from here. And then this is what I call hip cross. You just have the blade here, which means now you speak free, okay? So here's the point. Another thing. An instinctual way to the people are not using that sometimes. It's kind of panic with it, where it's like somebody's being attacked to pull a knife and they're scared. And then we kind of do this, like backing away, while using this kind of as a shield. And it's like psychological, where it's like putting this dangerous thing in yourself to kind of keep the person at bay, understand? Now, if you're doing this, kind of this, okay, and I actually saw this in C3 where we talked about that in that thing. Like, yeah, some people are instinctually using a knife and they're kind of doing this, okay? And I actually saw a video on YouTube, which like there's a guy in Portugal, and a big guy's coming at him, and a small guy has a knife, and he's doing just that thing that I think people do instinctively sometimes, if they have a knife. And I think the guy might have been doing something where he's like, that's important. remember this. Don't flare up the knife. It's like, as a general rule of thumb, don't have the knife far away from the body. One of the things that makes that dangerous is if I do that. So if you have a knife like this, and I'm here, okay, and you're back away from me, hold the knife here. See, here, I can kick here, and I can make you lose the knife. Or, there, okay. And next thing can be something else, understand? So, what is that is? It can be this too. Then what is support? As general rule of thumb, I would recommend that you drill to hold the knife away from you. Why? Because that makes it easy to disarm. Understand? Even to people who are not training like this sort of stuff. So, if this guy's arm is here, holding a knife, it's almost like comedy sometimes, where it's like maxing on solo instructors and training, because I don't have a sparring partner. So it's like everything is like, it's like normal guys, or they have like a guy, it's like, okay, hold the knife at me, okay. But it's like, I don't have the guy, understand? So, okay, and I don't have the knife. So it's important. So here's the guy, okay, you can imagine if you will, that he's got a knife here, okay. See, so he's got a knife here. I'll fall from you. And if I'm even further away, try to not loud. Okay, here, okay, here. Now, from here, it's easier for me to do something like this. See? Quickly explore in and sweep the knife arm to the side. And do you notice, if you understand wrestling something, now I'm in a position to shoot a takedown on it. And the knife is not dangerous to me because it's away from my body, see? So if it's here, and I go here, get this to the side, see? And this is like we're breaking down movements, understand? This is something that you have to be fast, speed here, something else. If it's here, and I close the distance, move this to the side, that creates an opening for kicks, for sweeps, for moving in, using that energy to deliver a knee strike, or if you're wrestling in time, to go in here. So if the arm is closer to me, the guy has a knife far out, it's easier for me to do this. See? Or this, or this, the left hand more natural to sweep it. So you're easier to disarm if you have the knife far out, understand? See? So if I'm holding this knife like this, it's easier for you to disarm by kicking the knife, and there's different ways to do that, or by closer the distance, sweeping the knife arm, creating an opening. So not only creating an opening to attack the body by the waist, but you're getting the knife to stop an immediate threat to you. So as long as it's pointed to you, I can lunge in and quickly see my body, understand? And I can't really shoot a takedown on them or safely move in for a knee or something like this. It's also a knife in front. But this makes the knife stop being an immediate threat to me and opens this angle where just a person, you understand, if somebody's a wrestler, just me having the knife here makes it really dangerous for a person, even like the best wrestler, to shoot a takedown on it. Because if they close the distance again, it's like they stab themselves with the knife. Just me having the knife instead, even if I'm not doing anything to catch it coming in and then stopping a takedown the knife. Okay, see? So it's like if it's here, the high bar, and somebody shoots just this here, you can fuck them up, understand? See? And it's by the way, but this could be even better. But like if you're going down here, it's like pretty straightforward, understand? It's not hard to figure out. If I have here, I can do this, okay? And if your body's down here, and I can do that in front of me at the same time that your body is here, that's bad for you, understand? Okay, so here's the point. Another thing you can do, anything here, like a person moving like this, you can cut like this. And this means the knife fighter 1-2s. Where knife fighter 1-2s, you can go forward, get better, and more dangerous knife fighter by doing 1-2s. So before moving on, remember, as general rule of thumb, have the knife close to you when you're not attacking. Understand? As general rule of thumb. Because that makes it harder for a person to disarm you in a right of ways. Like sweeping with the arm, kicking it, whatever. And getting around it, see? So if it's out here, see, notice how, see? But if it's close to a person, and I start doing this, he can stab into the direction. You understand? So it's like out here, and you kind of quickly jump here. Maybe I won't respond in time to be able to attack you before you get to, you understand? So if I'm close to the body, and you start moving here, I can catch you moving there. You start moving here, I can catch you moving there, in right way. So like this. But out here is like I'm only committed to this direction. And something moving here, it requires me to do something else, understand? So it's important. Don't have the knife far out as a general rule of thumb, because if you have it far out, it makes it easier to disarm you in a variety of ways. And there's different ways you can do that. Also, it can be harder for you to defend yourself. So this is mostly like a psychological thing that you hope will work. It's like a force field, it's like I understand. It's like this, okay? So it's actually more dangerous is keeping close to you. And then you move out to attack, okay? And you don't sacrifice, you don't risk disarms by having it out here kind of unnecessarily. There's no need for me to have it out here really. If you're fast enough, from here, my attacks are harder because it's more distance. And if I'm fast, then it's not really easy to telegraph it. So if I have this, like no board up here, and I can move that fast, understand? And this is more advanced because I'm doing a level change, which means if I just move towards like this, okay, you might catch me with something as I'm moving in. Just, okay, see, here. But I make it a lot more likely that I arrive in range to launch this and land it by doing what I did with my body. So it's not just about the arm and stuff. So from here, you see, that's another left-hand attack, see? Whereas I go in here, see here. And it can be here or here, for example. Here or here, here or here, or here, okay? So, anyway, it's important. There's no good place to get stabbed with a knife, which is a matter of degrees. It's like there's worse places. It's kind of like there's no good place to be shot. It's like, haha, you only shot me in the hand. It's like, well, it's still bad, no matter where you shot, understand? It's bad. You get shot in the hand or the shoulder, hasn't your ass just be shot? You be shot, okay? So it's like, if you get shot here or in the foot, it's like there's no good place to get shot. Now, being shot in the foot versus being shot in the head, obviously it's worse to be shot in the head than the foot. In order to survive a shooting than a headshot. So, similar to gunfighting, where if you're looking to finish your opponent with just one attack, a lot of times this target zone is preferable, or here, or here. Okay. Now this target zone here is often uncovered by armor, like the chin, like here. Okay, here. This is often uncovered by armor. If the person has a plate carrier or a support armor, a lot of times this area is not covered. Okay, like the bottom of the throat, or just generally like the throat. Okay, see, and it's also a target zone that if you hit it, a lot of times will result in like sudden death for the person, like here. Okay. Here's another thing. If you're fighting somebody that you don't know if they have armor or not, it's like the knife-proof vest or okay. One way to go about that is to attack the target zones that are obviously not covered by armor. It's like you don't know if I was wearing like a, I don't know, like a T-moon, like it's like some kind of stab-proof vest on here, okay? Now, you can see that my face doesn't have anything stab-proof on it. You can see that my neck doesn't have anything stab-proof. You can see that my hands doesn't, okay? So, do you understand? So it's like this, I see skin, I can attack it, okay? It's like your hands, that is important. Once again, cutting to the hands is not the best place. Better target zones is the neck. So the neck is the head Okay, the neck is to knife fighting, what the head is to gunfighting. Understand? It's like a insta-kill target, so, or like a good. If you land once to this area, we call it attack. It's likely to reduce it like a fade out there. So the neck to knife fighting is what the head is to gunfighting. Understand? Because if you hit here, it's like a lot of times people die. If you can plant your attack here in gunfighting, if you can plant your stabs here in knife fighting, it's likely to result in fatal outcome. Okay. So this to knife fighting is what this is to gunfighting. Now, why is and when I say well, it's like shooting the head with a gun it kills people out of just one hit. So let's step now because it's different. It's like you're not launching this at like 900 plus feet per second, okay? See? Is that you understand? It's like you're not swinging there at bullet speed, okay? Now you have weight, and it's like, okay, so do I believe that I could break a cranium with an attack? Yeah, I believe I could break through your cranium and get into your brain, okay? Now, it's not going to be as easy as reaching another vital in another way, I would say. Because it's more likely to be like the angle of attack a little bit off, and it kind of ricochets, or do you understand? So now, hypothetically, with some power, good, once again, what makes you like have a good chance? It's not just about the target zones. It's not just about okay, stab here. It's like what are you stabbing with? What is your grip strength like? What is the quality of your gripping technique, like how you hold it? Do you have it kind of like this, or do you have it like this or like this, okay? It's like, so it's not just like, oh, you're stabbing here. How are you stabbing there, and with what? And who, okay? Because it's like, my wife, who's very sweet, okay, as she could be a husband, I can be, but it's the point. She's like 153 centimeters, and she thinks that she's, I started to gain weight. How much you weigh? 55 kilo. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's like, okay. Now, but it's important. So obviously, it's not going to be the same as her stabbing through the rib cage with a stab like that. I would say that it's statistically less likely to crash through the rib cage than keeping the body. Her being the same knife, use the same technique. Now with training, it's more likely to, okay? So as support. Once again, it's like physical power and athleticism matters. So it's not just about, okay, attack the rib cage, you get through it. Okay. So if I attack kind of like this, so yeah, I'm creating, I'm opening up the skin and creating superficial damage as a beating. Okay? It's like just this, okay? See, this is created to the human body. Each of these is open the skin and start to bleed, okay? Just this. Okay, just touching kind of with the tip, where I'm touching and creating openings, okay? Now, that's a different thing than this. See there, okay, that's a completely different thing. And that's more likely, and only I will be doing it possibly harder, okay? To rib cage is sufficient force to slide in between the ribs, like the gaps, or quite possibly, if impacted with the ribs, to break the ribs and start to get in there. Understand? So, simply this: chief target zones, neck and torso, generally. Now, more specific on the torso. Here's the sternum bone. The edge here. Okay. Here is bone. There is nothing. Bone. Start nothing bone right over here. Okay. So here is not bone. So as a simple rule of thumb, for frontal stabs, like here, you can use as a target zone. You put your hand or your fist over your belly button. Okay, like this. And that is roughly the entry point. So you can have that as like the bullseye kind of. You can put your hand over your belly button and roughly that as a target point to enter in. Roll has it belly button. Like roughly here is a good entry point. And it can be from here, or it can be here, okay, but roughly like around the belly button, okay. So basically the belly button, okay, stabbing at the belly button at an upward angle. Now, lethality and things is determined to a large extent by length of blade, understand? So this knife is dangerous, okay. Now, stabbing into the torso with this versus this is more likely to reach the heart, like the little heart to touch the heart, okay, in the chest, than this, okay. This is more likely at suboptimal angle, kind of as like upward here, to reach the lung, okay, for example. So length of blade matters, okay. Now the best knife is the one that you end up having on you when you need a knife to defend yourself with. A Bible walker was his weapons all the time. I don't try to teach him to do more. But it's like this that you have in your hand, if you need to, beats this that you don't understand. So it's like this knife, it's like this is more dangerous in some ways than this, okay? But if this is something that you don't end up having on you because you feel it's kind of like you wear when you wear sweatpants around the house, you don't end up wearing this, you take it out because it doesn't, you don't want to wear it in the sweatpants. You can wear it in the pocket and it's like putting it kind of, okay, you know, if it's too heavy and stuff. Well, this one that you have on you beats this one that you don't, okay? Like this, you put it somewhere else, and when you need a knife, you don't have this, that would be better in a lot of ways to stab with, okay? So, I like this, okay? And this is big enough to be a problem for anybody, while being small enough to be carried by anybody in a variety of ways, okay? So this has a lot more simple care methods, like in pocket carry, for example, see? And a variety of ways. So notice how I'm proving what I said. There's one of the things I like about this. No matter what I'm wearing, there's a way that I can carry it concealed, understand? Like, oh, I'm wearing a hoodie, and yeah, the zipper hoodie pocket, and it fits in there, okay, see? And I can have it out there. Now, the deployment with training, you can get quicker. And that's also something you don't want to train. I don't recommend it because it's kind of risky. Especially if you're trying to do things fast. So if you're doing something the first time, you don't do it like what you focus on is doing it fast, understand? It's like what you focus on is doing it safe, might be better. Okay? There's a saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, okay? So if you're starting to learn something, it's like the first time might be you do it slow in a way that you don't get hurt, okay? And then you can rinse and repeat. And the most important thing is when you're putting it back, that you do it safely. Because it can be more dangerous to put it back than to pull it, okay? So from here, for example. See here. And I'm here. And this is 50% of the deployment. And I'm here. And this is a chamber position where I'm ready to attack in all kinds of ways. So, okay. Well, one of them being this. This is one of these expect ones. From here. See, there, that's an attack that you might not see coming. But it might be the least intelligent one that's wrong from that position. Okay. But kind of as a proof of concept, you weren't expecting it, understand? So here's it. Okay. So from here, that might be a better one. Okay. Or from here, here, or here, or from here. See, notice how I'm being offensive and defensive at the same time. where I'm moving my vitals and my knockout zone away from you while doing a level change, and I'm planting the knife somewhere. So it goes back to this too. If I'm here, this for example, here, it's like that's a smaller way to come out. Okay, so I can go like this, okay, to attack this neck, okay. Now, you might do that, okay, for example, and I get hit if I go there. That might not be the best way to close the distance to plant that. So a better way to do it might be here. Okay, so from here, okay, from here, like do that for example. And that's a little bit better, and a little bit more likely to plant it, to hit and not be hit. But it depends. If it's a Borkel SAHA, for example, that might be a better way to do it. Because if I do that, I might get hit with an up kick as I'm doing it, or like a knee or something like that. Okay, so it depends. Okay, but from here, here's something. Just keeping this level. And this is the moment of impact. Here. See, and that's a little bit more effective way to do it. So it's like from here, just go this, that can work. But a little bit better way can be this. See, where I'm generally doing this. It can be here, or against my body, it can be here, or here, or it can be all kinds of stuff. It can be even here, it can be all kinds of stuff. But I'm raising my shoulder to stab, and my left arm at the same time, which means reactive elbow strikes from this side can be intercepted by this go down, or hook punches instead of it. So, as with everything, it's about hitting and not being hit. So, gun fighting, if it's bow fighting, or stick fighting, or knife fighting, or fist fighting, it boils down to hitting and not being hit. Like every time. Where you're not trying to get hit, you're trying to hit and not be hit. So, that's always the thing. Is I think about ways to hit and hit while it being hard to hit you, understand? And that's the same thing as being in a position ready to hit and not easy for the other person to disarm you, to hit with the disarm. Okay? So anyway, that's one thing you can. So maybe if I start like this. Okay, I see. That's another thing you can do. So from here, and you can also throw things like this kind of as a distraction. Not everything has that power. So I can move to the side if I want to and plant it. So from here to notice the grip change still comes in. If I'm here and it's like I want to do something else, so I started from here, hip go. Notice I'm not hanging out here, makes me easy to solve. I go here, grip change wheel. Why? Because I want to attack powerfully, like this, okay? If I end up drawing the knife like this, see, grip change wheels can come in handy. If this was my care method, and this was my drawing method, if I can do this, then I can do that, see? Okay, because I did the grip change. And this type of stuff, where it has potential to break the skull in the middle. Joe Rogan has this thing that I used to touch on knife fighting, where on a podcast, it makes sense. Where it talks about it's like knife, like attacks with a knife, like sometimes in bars has like knife fighting movies. It's like they have a knife and it's like they solve it, they just go kind of like this, just get you to understand. When they realize it's like a human bone is hard, it's like yeah, it's got a point. Now, second thought is like zombie movies like in a state of decay, which means like if a person is like, you can think people coming out from the age class, understand? They're not going to have the bone density and muscle mass to be kind of conditioned to receive impact. So as zombies, a person is like malnourished, like in a state of decay, and like everything like it's like atrophying of muscles and the bone density might have gone down. They don't exactly look like feed and like top of the knife, understand? So it might be that their bones are easier to penetrate than really the bone as a hypothetical, okay? Now still, it makes sense. So attacking to the cranium, once again, explosiveness are your power ladders, where if you can hit hard, you have more chance to penetrate. So not all people are as powerful as I am physically, meaning they don't have the punching power that I have, and be able to hit hard in the ways that I can. Which means for me, there's certain these things I can pull off that other people can as easy pull off. Like being able to crush your skull and get the knife into your brain. Okay? Which takes some athleticism or technique. So there's technique and there's physical power. And if you have both, then that's really good. But if I was not as strong as I am, I can still go and then use my body weight to hit harder, understand? By going up in there and then moving down, okay? So, here's the point. Yeah, so I think it's important. Generally, attacking to the cranium is ill-advised, okay? There's a reason why I don't train to attack to the cranium a lot. Because I'm better off planning my attacks to soft the target zones, understand? So if I'm here, rather than doing this here, okay, rather than doing this here, okay, which can hurt. I might rather do this. See, from the same position, come from here, go to the neck, or from here, either like a straight one here, or here. So, I'll show you these things. So if you like videos like this, and want to learn how to get a knife off, I'm more valuable than a lot of people I see, and they all have some product to sell. So it's like, I don't have something to sell, understand? Okay, my product is being valuable. So here's the point. I'll show you some things you can do. Don't try this at home. I've been taught about stuff, I'm just going to show some ways to attack. So here, see that's a pretty effective attack sequence. Ways, okay. Speed kiss once again. Here's some combos. 1, 2, it can also be to the bone. It can be this, see here, okay. It can be this. See, so I go stab here, switch to go here, I can go back home here. Maybe I want to reposition myself and go here, and then if the person is in position, I can do that with a dagger now, okay? So that this, now all these things, is like, I saw them out, it's like kind of, if you're here, what can you do, well you can go like this, for example, okay? So, with some experience moving around, you can have things like change forms and stuff together. Like everything from how you close the distance, like how you deploy the knife, how you close the distance, to what combos you use. So here's another thing to be helpful against. If I'm here, I can go here, or from the same guard. So I'm not predictable. So you know what I'm going to do. No matter what guard I have, there might be a more likely attack or more common trainer for it. But you don't know which one I'm going to do. It's not like, oh, okay, it's like if I have it here, it's going to be this attack, okay, 100%. Or this, okay. Not necessarily. So here I can do that too, where I'm coming in here too. So I head on the right side. Typically, if the weapon is held high on the right, the attack is going to be high right, okay. And if the attack is low right, if the weapon is low right, the attack will be low right. And do you understand? And if it's down, a lot of times it will be up, okay? And if it's up, a lot of times it will be down. And if it's right, a lot of times it will be coming left, okay? And so on and so forth. And if it's left, a lot of times it will be going right, okay? So here's the point. From here, I can go like this, yes. Okay, I can also go a little bit like here, 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 here. I can also go here. Okay, see, from here. I can also go, see here, here, or here. Okay, here. See, we're, see, only faster. It can be that, see. And then from here, knife and 1/2, see, and see. Now this is knife and 1/2, which are good to learn. That's a way to get better knife handling. Drilling 1/2, learning knife and 1/2 and drill them. So from here, for example, if I'm here, okay, that's a harder one to build a tooth from. But from here, with this grip, starting with a slash and a stab sometimes is a more natural flow. Like slash to stab, okay? Which means stabs will get me stuck and kill on momentum a lot of times, okay? Versus slashes are more like elbow strikes that a lot of times will hit and slide off, okay? See? So if this, okay, I show this to you. Here. See, notice how it hit and slid down. So what is the next? And I'm not trying to do that. And it's similar to what would happen if it was sharp and it was a heel. It hit, bone, cut to the skin, a bone, and it will naturally start sliding, okay? This is a training knife. So from here, you notice how I'm not really trying to make it slide off, but it does that after impacting. So, what's natural follow up? Slash brings me to the right side, follow up with a stab from this good position. See? Or from here, you notice that that's a natural follow up too. Where the first one is a slash, brings me to this side, and then a stab from that side. So knife and 1/2 can be this, it can be this, it can be all kinds of stuff. So knife and 1/2 can be good to drill. Knife and 1/2. So it's a knife and 1/2. From here, slash, end up here or here. What's the natural follow? Stab, see? If the slash is here, slide off down here. And that's what follow up. If you go from here to here, see? So it's slash, stab, slash, stab, or slash, stab, or 26, slash, stab, see? So that's a natural, like 1-2 combo attack. Where the first attack brings you to the second attack and chambers it. So from here, for example, I can do this if I want to. Now from this, it's not more sword fighting. And with this attack and a larger knife, a natural fall attack that I can feel it wanting to be thrown is something like this, understand? So, okay, so from here, okay, and now here. From there, I can build that. So from here, like this, for example, see? It goes from here, which brings me up here. Now, this is a knife, whereas with a sword, it'd be different. It'd be more range, okay, and power. But so with larger knives, going from slash to slash is more natural a lot of times. Whereas with smaller knives, if I do a slash, I might rather with this knife do a stab as a two. Now obviously I go slash, 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 and all kinds of ways like this, okay? This is sharp here, 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 even here, here, all kinds of ways. And I'm using this group now. Now, still with the pinky at the bottom, I have a strong whip here, And I'm using the thumb to the side because it's just not a space. Okay. So the peak at the border and the thumb at the side here. This is strong. Okay. Okay. And that hit me hard. So, yeah. And then you can come back with unexpected else too. Now from here, if I end up here, planted like here, for example, it depends on the position of the body. Now I can pull or get from here. It's like if I get my hand behind one of your legs and then do this, possibly it can flow over into knife fighting down, where you fall down and I'm coming with you. and I understand that attack me. Okay, so it's like, it's important. So, okay, so it's the thing. Keep it free from sin. Okay, yeah, that way it's cool. Yeah, so basically, some basics, the grips. Okay. Is a grip. Is a grip. Okay. Target hold. Here, these are the target holds. Also here. The legs too. Okay. Like here. You target hold. Here. 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 Okay. This is a bit uncomfortable, but it is important. So from here, it's like just sometimes it's more about just momentum flow and discovering like momentum flows rather than focus on techniques. Understand? For example, just feel the edge roll here, and I can roll forward and do something powerful right after. And you can just feel that there's like a natural flow, where it goes here, goes up, roll forward, and then the forward, because this, I'm ready to roll forward, okay? So this is the same when I throw my launch hit, my go flying like that. From here, see, and I go flying. And then from here, I've already used the energy, like I've generated like 90% of the energy to launch myself in the air. So it's like, I can kind of jump like a frog. If you want to throw something flying, like a Superman punch or flying elbow shot or something like this, I can just from here, like just explode off my back foot on the side. That is the way to go forward on the side. Now, this is a check, see? It can be here, or it can be here. Now this is kind of a little bit of both. But I have this here, and this is about as much offensive as defensive. Because from here, I can kick you in the leg with my stick shoes. Or the ribcage, okay? Psych, I said. The plot thickness. So it's, okay, so it's a plot twist. So from here, it might look like defensive, okay? But, or something that looks cool. But I can really, like from that position, I'm set up to land here with toe kicks, okay? So from here, see here, hello, it looks down. It's not too bad, it's like the CGI. So look at here. Okay, and it's like Max Payne, with his all like short bursts of slow motion you can have when the game becomes too easy on the side. So okay. Okay, what I'm saying is important. So here, here, I can throw my steel clutches here. So here. See, okay, that can be to the board. So from here, this, yeah. Okay, see? So this is about as offensive. It's a launch position. So from here, see here. See? And this, from here I can throw here. Well, from here, here, here. Here, okay, here, okay. So here, yeah, how many again? Now here. Okay, like this. So from here, see that's a toe kick, okay, to rib cage. So from here, this position, if I'm retrieving, for example, or if you begin to close distance, and I go here, this is not as defensive like to catch something. This can quickly become a kick here, okay, or here, okay. It can also be an up kick here. See, like a toe kick, an uppercut kick, or to the solar plexus. Okay, where rather than pushing off with my foot, I'm hitting the toe up here. Now, what I was getting to, the same position, I use it as a launch for flying attacks, okay? Which means one way to leap through the air is if I go down here and then do this, or just here, just push off the back foot like this. Now, from here, which I sort of like a different stance, like this, or higher, to be this toe kick to the knee, to the bone, to the solar plexus, up here, to the rib cage. But it can also be launching myself. So from here, I've already generated the force, the energy, for flying through the air. And my body naturally wants to roll forward like this, which means I can use this to jump through the air. Because it's here, roll forward, and as soon as I tap with the left, my back foot naturally goes up and my body goes forward and up. Which, if I capitalize on that momentum, I can ride that and then lean into it and generate lift, understand? Like escape the loss, okay? So it's from here. See, like this. Now we get a little bit, keep coming a little bit here. Okay, so we're gonna have this one here. Oh, it's not camera, in pocket with the belt over. Okay. Which is similar to it's like it's more like a special way to pull it. Okay. So here, see, here's the way I can carry this, quite comfortable. In a jeans pocket, under the pant like this. And because of the safety, it becomes this, see. And I talked about before the different carrying methods. It can even fit on these. Now this is one of the more complicated ones to deploy from. Okay. Now, but also, but we want to have it there. It's like kind of one of the most uncomfortable ways to do it. Anyway, subscribe to my channel if you want to see more videos like this and not like this, because I make all kinds of videos. So could you take Godzilla? Okay. I find your lack of faith very disturbing. Okay, that you would even dare to ask such a question. Okay, anybody that has been watching my videos wouldn't have to ask. Understand? I get paid by the government $9,000 per month to be on call, ready to fight dinosaurs, in case that movie with Jeff Goldblum happens in real life. Understand? I get paid every month to like stay in shape and ready. Understand? In case Jurassic Park happens in real life, and there's T-Rex that break out as soon as somebody around, and like Velociraptor and stuff. Do you understand? It's like a doctor that's like on call, and it's like they get paid to be ready to show up at a hospital if you murder somebody, so they call you. Okay? So not only could I take Godzilla, I could take Godzilla and King Kong with my left hand and a toothpick. Okay? So with a toothpick. Okay? Or without a toothpick. Okay? Or just, this is a hair, okay? I just pulled off my eyebrows. Like this. Okay. Yeah, this is all I need. Now that's a Mike SAHA here, okay? Not like one of the mill. Okay, it might be specific what you can do with it depending on whose hair it is. There's one of my hairs, and I can use it definitely to be Godzilla. But another person that doesn't have the Mike SAHA here, and it's not Mike SAHA, I'm going to count on. Go fuck yourself. Okay. Bro, be careful talk about this. I'm not careful about talking this on YouTube, bitch. Okay. Fuck you, little gaslighter. Okay. I'm not gonna be worried. Have you heard about Hard to Hurt YouTube channel? Okay. Or this loser, Elite You. Okay. The scallywag knife that makes videos. Here's how to fight with knives. Cut the guy's face off. What I said like this. Okay, here's how to fight with a knife. Cut the guy's face off. If you attack like this, it will cut off his fingers, understand? It will fall on the ground. The guy will see his fingers on the ground and be shot by it, understand? So, I'm not going to tolerate some kind of coward mentality. When little pussies come to my chat and say, you better be careful talking about this, Mike. Okay? Wait, fuck you, understand? And most likely one of these cyberstalkers are like, purposely working to fuck with me, understand? So, no. I'm not in the UK, okay? I'm in Sweden. I'm not in the UK. You have to ask. I'm not here to answer your retarded questions. If you annoy me, don't count on answer. I might work off the comments, and like, okay, if it's worth it, resting. Someone says something dumb, be like, oh yeah, that's a common dumb thing people say that's wrong. Okay, here's why it's dumb. But it's like, don't count on me answering your retarded comments. Understand? I don't know at what point in time this person left the comment. I don't say up on the comment. I'm talking to these things. Okay. Wouldn't go through to more practice. I don't know what you were writing that when I was standing to the neck or to the torso or okay. I've been like for 2 hours 30 minutes. So I don't know when that guy left the comment. I think. That's the point. It depends. The neck is a better target zone most of the time than the legs. Meaning, Swedish cops a lot of times will shoot people in the legs. Okay. There's some people have had leg amputations because they were like having a machete or something like this. And the cops are up and they don't give up and they end up like moving towards them or something like this. And they end up shooting the guy in the legs. Okay. That's happened several times. I've seen at least 2 videos where a Swede gets shot in the legs by the cops or somebody in Sweden. So why do they shoot you in the legs? It's to make it less likely you will die. Okay, see? It's like using a lethal weapon in a less lethal way. Shooting you in the legs, see, they don't aim for the head or something like this or send no mass. So it's like, if you think about it, like, why do they shoot you in the legs in some cases? I guess it's like if you're walking towards shooting the leg, you're more likely to like fall down and not be able to walk towards them anymore. And you're less likely to die if they shoot you once in the leg. And maybe if they shoot you once in the leg, they don't have to shoot you more after that. Because like you're not that dangerous. It's like you're crawling on the ground and you're not able to run after anybody with whatever, if you had a machete walk around that town or something like this. So it depends. So the circumstance determines what the target zone is. So in certain positions, targeting the leg makes more sense. But generally, if the neck is accessible, it's better to hit the neck. And if the torso is accessible, it's better to hit the torso. You watch too much Bruce Lee, man. No, I don't. This is real stuff and not... There's a sort of put they were trying to say that what I'm doing is like, oh, it's just your kung fu. No, this is actual real world sensible stuff. You're getting blocked. Y'all dudes in the UK. I'm not in the UK, okay, you idiot. You're getting blocked. Here's a guy that doesn't know what he's talking about. Always slash their arms and counter your opponent's attack if you can. Once again, who the fuck are you, understand? I have competence. I actually am here teaching. And it's like, it looks like people like, it's like ego, say. It's like, oh no, this guy is teaching. So I want to be the teacher. So I'm watching a guy stream teaching. I'm going to be like, no, I'm teaching in your chat. So it's like, screw you, understand? I'm blocking people in the chat. Yeah, somebody talked about eye gougers. I didn't get to that yet. But with the hammer fist attacks that I showed, where you, okay, like I can actually stab through and get into your brain. With a strong knife and a strong attack, I can get to your cranium into your brain. Now, if I had that position and that grip like this, another way I can do is to do eye pokes with the knife, understand? Stab to the eyes. Now, a lot of times it makes more sense. It makes more sense to target the neck. So if your head is here, rather than poke your eye, it might make more sense to go for the neck, like this, or like this, or like this, rather than trying to poke your eyes with it. Because if I do the throw woodpecker hacks with the knife, if I miss, I'm not causing that much damage. It might be stopped by the bone, see. Versus if the same entity hitting the neck, it can slide in there and mess you up. Now, leave it to unathletic losers in the chat that couldn't do what I do and can't fight with knives as well and are not as well trained to be like, I'm laughing being a knife instructor in your chat, even though you're doing it on camera, okay? It's like, well, actually, it would be better if you lead in with a kick with the left foot. So exactly, who are you, understand? Yeah, that's the point. When attacking with a knife, it makes sense to try to get around the arms and into the torso. It's all sorry outside. Maybe I get some, I go like the chat turn off, give me distracted, this chat, leaving retarded comments. Okay, that's the point. As I was looking at crime statistics at the end of the video, it's like these many percent of people being attacked with knives are fatal, and it was like pure, like 1 to 4%. And then the statistics go to now when in cases that's most like defensive wounds where people get hit in the extremities, like the arms and legs. Now in cases where people get thrusted to the torso, there's more people that die, understand? So if a person is attacked with a knife and the person attacked with a knife hit the arms, quite a lot of people survive that. But if the person attacked with a knife gets the knife thrusted into your torso, there's a lot less people that survive that. And there's more fatal outcomes of knife attacks if the attack is to the torso, like successful if the knife gets into the torso. So basically, this is why if you think about effective knife martial arts versus effective what's not, you're not looking to attack the arms, you're looking to get in between and around the arms into the torso. And the person's, the so-called defensive wounds, as I said before, was that somebody gets found at a crime scene, somebody got stabbed to death, and they'll have defensive wounds, which is like cuts on the arms and stuff, because they were covering up, someone starting to attack like this with a knife, that it started to cover up a certain way, there'll be cuts to the arms, okay? So, if you're looking to be effective in knife fighting martial arts, you're not looking to cause defensive wounds, you're looking to avoid them and get to the torso or the neck. And the instinctual defense will be looking to keep the person from getting to the neck or the torso. See, it's like somebody's coming out with a sewing machine and people's arms go down to keep the knife from getting into the torso, see? The instinctual way to defend. And the defensive was up high, if somebody's coming out like this, will be to keep the knife from getting to your neck or to the torso here, see? Which means you're looking to avoid a successful defense if you're attacking and getting to the torso. I might be doing more streams with the chat turned off entirely, or with 20 plus minutes. Sometimes I go live and I look into to start a video right now, and I don't go to the extra trouble to off the chat. got lights on this thing. Now people not here liking the retarded commenters in the chat. It's me on camera being competent. See? It's like, I'm not just a person that's about talking. I actually have competence and doing things that work and teaching things. So I'm not here like looking to have idiot comments. This is a retarded comment. What's the point of slash we can stab though? The point is, it's an effective attack sequence as a combo. Because if you stab here, you have to retract to stab again. Versus this is a magical movement that works. So here, it's like saying if you see me do a box of 1, 2, then what's the point of attacking straight when you can throw hooks? It's like there's a tiny place for hooks, understand? But from here, see, I just cut his neck there. And what happens as I slash his neck? That's his windpipe being cut. That wound there, that's his carotid artery and his windpipe being cut. And depending on the length of blade and speed of attack, you could possibly get discarded too. So from here, deployment. My first attack could be a stab here. Why here? As I talked before, a good target zone for stab, and instinctual attack is a sword, so sort of grab on and start doing this, okay? And then kind of stab the rinse and repeat like expand attack. The more refined way to attack is attack with more complex combos. Because if you attack like this, start attack like this, the person starts giving self-defense sequence by, if they see you coming, or it landed once and you retract, the instinctual might be to do something like this, okay? To attack, to defend against the attack you just landed one time or two, okay? So, since the defender here, if they stab once or two with good speed, I can go 1, 2, hook, 3 here. And this is all in the rib cage. Okay, so here, this might get to the heart if not is long enough. This might get to the lung. Okay. So 1, 2, yeah, I can take the 3 stabs, okay. Now after 3 stabs, 1, 2, 3, maybe at this point the person is starting to defend down low here. Okay. It's like stab, 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 and the person starts defending themselves. Okay. And from the arms, if they're like here, and they go down here, that opens up the neck, see? So I can go stab, 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 back here, and then there's a stab, see? There could be 3 stabs and then a slash. Give it here. So it could be that, for example. See? It's stab, 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 and then slash. And notice if I end up in this position, off the side here, what's the natural follow-up from here? A stab from the left to the right. So from here, slash, here, return with the stab is natural. Or down here, okay. We'll switch to more a stronger knife here. So from here, now this is your first grip. So what can I do from here? A slash. See? And that can cut the windpipe and the left corner, which is a mortal wound I just needed. That won't attack. If left unattended. It's like open up the windpipe and just severing this, like opening this corner. If just left unattended, if the person does pressure on it, they'd be passed out like in 90 seconds or so, or less. So that's a serious wound. It requires that they put pressure on it. So if you think about it, if somebody has 2 hands to fight with, they get cut here. If they don't do something about it, they're gonna bleed out quickly. They're gonna pass out from blood loss. Okay. Now remember, stat is like if the one carotid artery is, the research on this is cut, within 90 seconds the person loses consciousness. Okay. So similar to blood shock, you cut off blood supply by squeezing bolts like around 10 seconds. Okay. Within 10 seconds the person goes out. Now just cutting carotid artery is the same as a blood shock, but like you have less oxygen going to the brain. And within 90 seconds, a person loses consciousness if they just leave this carotid artery. They don't put pressure on it, okay, and limit how much blood they lose. Okay. Now, what has happened? I can only fight with one hand, okay. So if I have one hand here, I can't fight it with this hand. Like either I'm not doing something and I'm bleeding out quickly, okay, or I'm doing something to stop the bleeding, which means I have to keep my hand here, okay, and I can't be doing this type of stuff because I need to put pressure with this left hand, okay, and I can't do this. See, I can't do like a more tight grabbing like an elbow striking you, or this, because this I need to keep this here to keep myself from passing out from the blood loss from the corridor. Okay. And if this windpipe is open, there's no telling what that will do too. So it's like blood loss and whatever is happening here. Is okay? It's not good. Okay. it's not good. Whatever is that you open this here, and it's not going to be good. Okay. So from here, you see. This is more good than if left unattached. People that survive knife attacks get attacked to the arms. So if I wanted to not survive a knife attack, this is a knife I'm okay? Because you can think that the other guy has a knife too, and I'm using this in self-defense, okay? So from here, the reverse grip, this is punch cutting. From here, you notice how I'm using boxing, okay? Which I already know how to throw boxing. So from here, see, it's a 1-2, but that's a punch cut, as I call it. So rather than punching my knuckles, you can see that I'm missing on purpose. Jab, here, and here's the 1-2. And the 2, rather than being knuckles on your jaw, it's missing on purpose and punching the blade into the neck. See, that's what I punch. Now, you need a good grip, okay? If you have a bad grip, you might punch the blade into your hand, okay? You need a good grip, and part of what makes a good grip is the gripping technique and the shape of the grip and the texture, okay? So what is a good grip? A good grip is partly a technique, like how you're gripping it, and it's partly the grip surface, like what's the shape of the grip and the material. So from here, and it's similar to boxing, where you can squeeze your hand to make the grip better right before impact. The moment immediately prior to impact. So from here, I can have it be kind of loose here, and then squeeze it the last part to make the grip stronger. Or I can have it be hard the whole way. A lot of times, squeezing and having it decent and then squeezing a tight impact will make more sense. That's okay. From here, this is a really good technique. If I have this here, see, pushing this in here, here. See, that's the attack. That's not called punch cutting, but it's like boxing punches. See, and that only with speed, like someone punch, can cut the windpipe and this corridor. And depending on the length of blade, you're more likely to cut this, and this with the same attack, with a punch cut, impacting around here. So here's another thing about cutting. If I'm looking to cut with this, you notice how the grip ratio come in handy. when I'm deploying the knife and quickly need to be able to use it and launch my attack in a punch cut. Where it's like it starts out being this, the drawing grip. You notice how what I taught earlier this week about the utility, do nothing which you never use. See, it's not a pointless drill. It's like because a drawing grip might not be the grip that you want to use for your attack. So this is a drawing grip, some at the back. But if I want to have my attack be a punch cut to your throat, here's the drawing grip change drill, punch cut. Okay. So see, yeah, that's also a punch cut. So here, boxing, 1, 2, and see how I'm punching the air to the side of his head. So that's what I call punch cut. And it's the genus which is just using boxing for knife fighting, okay? As a matter of fact, when I started doing knife fighting, one of the things is actually looking at boxing match and all that, and seeing guys like this, and I think like, it's like, imagine if, when they were throwing this like hooks at boxers like this, if they had 2 knives and was doing this, understand? See? And even worse, understand? It's a good target zone, and if you have 2 knives, and rather than this in boxing, bang, 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 it's rather than this, it's just, this is the difference, and it's this, okay? Imagine how quick boxing match would be over if both guys that were trained boxers and had also trained to like, augment the boxing for knife fighting, how quick it would be over. Where it's like, they understand, if it's like a fight and it's like a boxer lands a 1-2, for example, like a jab, and then a 2, okay? The 2 would be killing him, understand, as well. I just had a deja vu before too. So the way is rare form tonight, understand? So here's the point, which means I feel like I've lived this moment before. Okay, I don't know if you had a deja vu before, some people have, but I just had a deja vu, and just let you know. So anyway, here's the point. Okay, so here, so notice this, now I'm going to show you the 1-2. So, with the 1-2, I'm using the reverse grip with this knife, and the regular grip you call it with this knife. Some at the back. Notice how the boxing 1-2 for knife fighting is here. 1, that's a jab. And what I'm doing is I push this in this way. But here, here, 1, 2. Okay. So, see, it works. The 1 can be here, it can be here, or here. It can also be a level change, like if I'm going to land to your gut, or even to your jaw, and then an overhand right or hook from here. But knife has to be here, stab, and then the overhand will be this. See? So from here, see, and it's like everything works. So it's not like don't reinvent the wheel. So in boxing at high level, they want to figure out like efficient body mechanics for hitting hard with your right hand to this target, so understand, which is what? Generating like kinetic energy, like delivering energy with this right arm, like a chain of energy, where like how to move from here to hitting hard with this limb to here, understand? So if you have that already, the ability to move and hit hard here, it's not that much of a difference to doing this, understand? The main difference is like the grip, to have a strong grip. Because if you're hitting hard but you have bad grip, it can lead to hitting once and then losing the knife, okay, for example. So mostly, it's like it's the same thing, to like 95% the same. So rather than 1, 2, 1, 2, and the 2 is here, the 2 is here while holding a knife, understand? And what happens if the two is here while holding a knife? You're punching the blade into the neck, see? And if the blade is long, it can cut both this corridor, the windpipe, and this corridor with the same time. Especially if somebody can punch hard, see? Imagine punching hard with the blade here, what I can do. It can cut this. It can even be cutting both corridors, the windpipe, and stop at the spine where you have nerves that control your whole body, so. Which means anything you can do beneath here relies on the wiring not being severed here, okay? See? Do you understand? Which why people that have in the spine sometimes, like they fall on the rock while riding a horse or something like this. They fall from horse and fall on a log and they have something. It's like, and they broke something here, and they're paralyzed from the injury zone down. Because the brain can send signals to the point where like the wiring stopped, understand? It's like they can move the arms, but they can be paralyzed from here down, okay? Which, this also brings me to more nasty stuff. Now here's the thing, you don't want to get too, like, magical martial arts with stuff, and like pressure points, it'd be like, target the C6 vertebra from a 46.4 degree angle. I understand. See, because it's like good luck apply that to a moving target in a fight for your life, for this, first of all. But it's like more generally is the basic of getting effective at delivering attacks to the torso. Understand? Do you understand? It's like it's a general target zone, or it's not like you have to go, okay, I'm going for the right line, okay, or the liver, or the heart, or something like this. But just generally attacking powerfully to the torso is effective, okay? So it's like the main thing is impact with the torso. So if you look at this, so part of what determines how dangerous attacks are is the knife. So don't try to get home. But if you look at this, for example, see, if I get stabbed in my back by myself, how hard I can stab with this, understand? See, and from here, if I got stabbed with the gun, and this can be compressed, okay? So it's like that, this can be compressed, okay? So you can go kind of from here, see? So with this, it can go in here, and even poke out here, understand? See? So length of blade matters in terms of how dangerous a knife is. So this, which is why in certain places where they have rules, like yeah, you can have a Swiss Army knife, okay, that has like a baby blade that can be like up to 3 inches or this. A lot of times when they have knife laws, they are designed like yeah, a guy can have like a Swiss Army knife for it's like stuff. There's like a tool in that background. But part of why they have like rules in place, the limit, like it can be up to these many inches. A lot of times it'd be less than, it'd be designed to not be that effective as a weapon, not as lethal. Because like crime statistics are deep penetration to the torso is often fatal, okay? Which is why fighting knives a lot of times have a lot of length of blade. So here, here I can do something like this. I just use the green spots. And I hit it. And I just go the other one. Okay, and then I hold this here. And it was very impacted when I hit it. Then I check the company. Then I'll go to this one. And I hit about this much to the side of it. Okay. When that goes by, kind of feel is the thumb instead. So this also goes back to, we will put the thumb at the back. See, it's kind of like this, see, or this, see, where my brain knows where the end of my finger is. So it can help to be precise too. I feel like it's easier to be accurate with the thumb here. In different ways. So don't try anything you see me doing this last year for. Now this too, here. Notice how it's like other martial arts. The same movement can be applied to knife fighting. Where if I go like this, it's pretty much the same body mechanics. Where it's upper body rotation here, and if I make it upper body rotation while swinging my arm out, it becomes an effective knife fighting move. Understand? So if I'm here, this is my first attack, and then I want to create distance, and I cut it away from him. See? And once again, that can be ultimately planted at the neck. So simply this, knife fighting martial arts, target zones is a big part of it. You don't need to get hyper specific. Where it's like, yes, there is target zones, and it's basically the torso. Okay, so here, but not the arms. Okay, so you understand. So if you think I'm wearing a tank top, the tank top, okay, you know. So it doesn't have to be more specific than stabbing into the torso, okay? And that's about as specific as it can be. And then get good at that, like impacting hard with good grip on stuff. So, with a strong, so what matters? As the generals, let's work with that. General attacking to the torso. So you can go like ultimately, yes, attacking in areas that don't have bones, okay? So it's like attacking here with your sewing machine stabs, okay? Or here with hooking stabs under the rib cage, like in between the hip and the bottom rib, okay? With hooking stabs, however you do it now. It's like, yeah, that's a lot. Now, if you're strong enough, you have a strong enough knife, strong enough attack, a strong enough grip, I can punch through your rib cage. It doesn't really matter with this knife, which is strong, and a strong grip and a strong attack. I can punch through your rib cage. Understand? Right here, I can let the rib cage, and if I do that with enough force, I can crash through the rib cage and get into a live roll, what I want to get to. So, slash and stabs. So one of the things that you can learn that can make you better at knife fighting is 1-2 combos, understand? Slash stab combos, which is natural flow. If I go here with a stab, and I just crash at the rib cage and into the labia, now I'm killing the momentum as I deliver the enemy, kind of. And then it becomes attack again, retracting, and attacking again. Now, with a slash stab combo, so basically, a combo that works, and simply that to get a lot more dangerous as a knife fighter, is really knife fighting 1-2s. And I'll show you from different 1-2s, so from different grips. So from this grip, the 1-2 can be, and I don't have to focus on everything else. It can be like how to close the distance, maybe do this, or this, okay, or punch first, or put up a block. Now I'm focusing just on this right arm, okay, like the 1-2, okay. So 1-2 from here, 1, see, and notice if I punch it there, what next will happen, I will slide down and off, okay, see. So it's 1 here, and it can even further move to the side. So if I end up sliding off from here to the left side, the natural follow-up becomes this. See? So if I slash here, I go here, which chambers the follow-up, which is this. See? The natural flow movement. See here, because this, as I'm impacting here or here, slide here, which is what? Being chambered through this. See? So, for example, and it can be high, kind of forward here. I'm here now, and then go here. So 1, See, so it's like, it's not slash once, return to the guard, and then stab, which you can be effective with if you train stuff like this. But a more natural way is I'm attacking from here, and just as with an elbow strike, notice how as I impact with the elbow strike, I'm not trying to slide to the side, understand? I'm hitting with the elbow strike, and I actually end up sliding off to the side. Now, what is the natural follow-up to that? You want to get fancy. It's if the head is still there, see? Because the first elbow strike to the second elbow strike. If it's still in that position, see, where the first attack chambers the second attack. So if the head is still there after I hit with the elbow strike, I can quickly attack with this, okay? And this is the same position. If I go from here, I'd like to attack him like this, okay? I'd end up going here to attack like this, see? And the first attack, which is an attack, brings me kind of like this, which is charged up for attacking from this side, okay? Or the boxing, where one, see? And the left hook throws up the right hook. 2, 3, see? So it's like this, charge up the 2, do you understand? So anyway, here, 1, 2. 1. What's a bad angle? This is a bad angle. Notice how I changed my grip behind his back here. And right now, all I have to do in knife battling, I can do this, or I can just pull here, okay? And then if I'm here, I can start doing this if I want to. So this guy doing here, okay? So, 1, 2. One, see, up to the left, 2. That's the natural flow. 1, 2. And if it's from here, 1, see, this is what can happen after connecting with this. And up here, or here, okay? See, that's a natural 1-2 combo, where the first attack brings the second attack. So if I wanted to attack here, okay, I need to go here to attack effectively there. See? Now, the first attack is bringing me here, which do you understand? So if I wanted to deliver from this side, stab to deliver, I'd end up wanting to do something like that, okay? Now, since this acquired this position, why not capitalize on it? Because this is the charge up I'd like to use before stabbing to deliver anyway. So it's a natural combo. So it's 1, 2, see? With this grip. So this is 1, 1, 2. It can be to the neck, 1, 2. It can be 1, 2, and keep it to the same target zone. The 1, 2 can be forehead slice, and then go to the neck. It can be neck, and then stab to the neck. It can be 1, 2, okay? Or 1, 2. See, that's another 1, 2, slash that. So basically, you can go forward in getting a lot more dangerous with a knife by doing 1, 2 combos. And that's a more refined, sophisticated way to attack with a knife. So here's the more instinctual way how a lot of people attack with knives. It's called a sewing machine graphics there, where somebody grabs an arm or the body or the jacket and they start spamming this attack repeatedly, okay? Now, if I move in and do this once and land it, the person will start working to defend a lot of times. If I stab here once, I might start working to defend it, okay? So a more refined way to attack is stab, and that could be a good one, okay? 1, maybe 2, 3, switching, see? Now, here is a 4. Either 4, and that's a little more complex. But if I go stabs only, stab, 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 stab if the head is still there, see? Okay, stab, stab, stab. Now we're going to do slash stabs. So, wow, okay. Stab, stab. Now, the third step could be here. And that was a defensive one. I got it wrong there. Okay, okay. So 1, 1, 2. Okay. Now, if I'm in the body, here's something I can do. See, and that's this. Okay. See here. Okay. So here. 1, 2 now. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. See? 1, 2. See? So just 1, 2. Learning and doing 1, 2 can make a lot more dangerous for our knives. So this, for example, 12 to 6. See? 12 to 6. And I'm back. My full battery died, so I restored it. Here we are. I think if it takes more than 5 minutes, it might turn it off. I'm not sure. Let's stream now. If you go live to YouTube or stream now, then you have to wait 5 minutes. It ends the stream. So we started from the battery died. We started 3 hours. I might end this to do part 2. We'll see. So I'm more competent and available, and this is unfortunately that's how it is. It's like I look at some guy, he's like a C-level. Ben I saw, I look at his videos. He's laughable compared to how violent people look to lose belly fat, okay? How to burn, he's got more belly fat than I do, Ben I saw it. Apparently he's not as much of an expert as I am in not having belly fat, okay? I mean, I think if Ben Assault had a six-pack, he would put it every thumbnail. If he's already like lying to like how I lost 50 pounds in 2 days with this secret hack, and it's like smell honey, okay? Do you understand? It's like, this game must go on, okay? The tabloid marketing do this one secret hack to lose 90 pounds of fat in 2 days without any effort, quick and easy. Like generally that's like the thing people are known for. So yes, that's the thing. I like knife martial arts, and I haven't seen anybody that's as valuable as anybody else. Freely, I said freely like that. Parentheses. So it's like, did I see people teaching knife martial arts instructional? And like how, okay, there's different ways you can attack and stuff. No. But if I find somebody who's doing remote as well as I am, they're not going to be doing it without making money on the side. You're going to have to sit through ads, you're going to have to buy some courses and DVD and stuff like this. So, I'm aware that this punk scumbag elite use scam me, right? Okay, he scammed me the knife and stuff. Yeah, so this knife here, I like it. This is a knife that is easily carryable, well concealable. This is a good fine knife as far as I'm concerned. And really, I said, cold steel should send me like 3 of these, just because how much I've been shown the product and they say I like it. Okay, really, okay. They should really, they should send me like 1,000 knives, but like 100 knives each model they ever produced since the beginning of the company. Okay, and $10 million in a suitcase called hard cash. Okay, see, okay, just based off of how much I've been shown the knife. That's like $10 million cold hard cash in a briefcase, and 100 knives of each model that they have ever produced. Okay, they say how much is that might sell Puma worth on the sale? I'd say a good $900 billion on the sale. Okay, see, a good $900 million. Okay, oh no. Okay, see, so it's just and I was wrong. So it's like. Maybe I boycott them and like tape over the says cold steel on this. Maybe I tape it over and just go here's the day of headphone. Unless they send me $900 billion cold hard cash and 100 knives for each model they produce. Which means the catalog, it's like what are all the knives the cold steel have produced models since the start of the company? It's like okay, this the film bear, the Recon Tanto, the GI Tanto, the spar isn't that okay. Yeah, 100 of each and 9 billion trillion in silly dollars. I'm saying cold war only. Okay. Okay. It's like just okay, so I'll be facetious, that's the point. That's also actually what part of makes me valuable. Okay. Where if I go, it's like here's the they just said nobody's paying me, okay. Cold City's not paying me. And I'm not even like them. Okay, they might be real piece of shit scumbags. But it's like, this is a knife that I picked when I want to have a good fighting knife for myself. This is the one that I ordered for my money, okay, for a fighting knife, okay. And so do you understand? So it's like if I say I think this is a good fighting knife, that's my honest opinion, you understand? Because that's the knife that I paid for myself to get, except for a fighting knife. And I'm not an idiot when it comes to like, with a good fighting knife. Okay. Which means if it was like, it's the best fighting knife, it's the Mike SAHA Deluxe Murder Shack or something like this, TM guy. It's like, obviously I'm gonna have an incentive to say that's the best knife for you to buy as a fighting knife. Okay? And it might be like, well, but obviously it's gonna say that's the best one, because that's the knife that he's selling. Okay? Which means, whatever, so it's a point. Now I will tell you this is most likely a knockoff, like a fake Recon Tanto, like a knockoff. I bought this on Temu, and I thought, wow, okay, they got a post to Recon Tanto. And I think it might be a knockoff, and that will be the real deal. And a giveaway would be the sheet, where like, if I search Recon Tanto on Amazon or Swedish knife websites, but it's Google from Sweden, holds the Recon Tanto. I've never seen them with this sheet on, okay, with like a compass, okay, and like a fine steel, okay. So I think it could be, and I ordered it from China, so I think it could be a knockoff now, original. Now, it's held up. So anyway, knife fighting, okay, so it's like part of knife fighting, if you're gonna, I'm into knife martial arts, okay, doing videos with knife fighting martial arts. Like, so part of knife fighting martial arts is about knife fighting, okay. And one of the best knife designs, as far as I'm concerned, if you're looking for a fighting knife, is a dagger, okay. And that's even where you had the Fairbairn sights, okay, sight. This is going to sight, okay. The Fairbairn sights, okay. And the fighting dirty, Fairbairn sight, okay. So you got that, right? Okay, see, so it's actually the point. So, okay, burn, okay. It's like fear, burn, okay. So feel the burn, sight, okay. You got stabbed, okay. So Fairbairn, I'm being facetious at the moment. Fairbairn sights, okay. So they had the Fairbairn sights fighting dagger. Was it him that also designed like covert blades for the OSS or something like this. I'm not sure, but here's the point. Fairbairn Sykes, so they said Fairbairn Sykes fighting dagger. So notice, and then you had in World War One, you had a trench dagger. Okay, so in World War One, that was a brutal war with a melee combat, like very close range combat. They had trench raids, where if they made it over no man's land, they're now in the enemy trench, and they'd be from the deeper defensive lines, like reinforcements, right? If you catch like the line one, they'd be sending people to recapture their own trench, like the frontline trench, okay? Then you'd be clearing trench, but if you get into a certain part, like you have a stretch of trenches, they go over the top with the rifles and bayonets on them, and they're in the trench now. Now they're gonna be close range, but maybe someone turns the corner like 5 yards away. Then, bang, maybe now he's at the end of the muscle after you shot once and maybe you missed, okay? With a bayonet you can get him, understand? And they will have clubs, so don't underestimate melee weapons. World War One is proof for that. Where it's like they had machine guns, they had bolt-action rifles, they had revolvers and stuff. Now not every soldier had a handgun, they would be like officers typically. Now here's the point. Point is this, they will be using melee weapons despite having firearms. When they do the trench raids, they'll be using guns. And one of the designs was a dagger profile blade with a brass knuckle handle, okay, for close range combat. Which makes sense because it's like you could do like the punch with it, which is very simple, just punch while holding it with reverse grip, or with this grip, you throw like this and you're hitting with the brass knuckle handle. And obviously you have a dagger there, so you can do this, and if you do this, you can create damage. You can do this, and then this, and I say you can do this, retract. If the guys are coming at you, you can do this with the breath. Do you understand? So if you stab here, retract, the guys are jumping on it. One thing you can do is like if you sort like this with the brass knuckles, well, you might not be able to generate a lot of force this way, but if you have it here, like you can hit with the brass knuckle. So anyway, I had a trench knife once, like a knife with a brass knuckle head on it. And okay. So that's something that I would like to do more. Quite possibly, if they would have, doesn't even have to be like spikes up of this, but just like a clean rectangle. I like that. If cold steel will make a knife, that the finger guard goes out here, straight down, and then here. Okay. See, I like that. Now the problem with that is the technique for the grip change will be a little bit more complicated because you kind of traps the fingers in there. If you have something over here, you can't really do the grip change that way. So it's kind of more committing to a certain grip if you have something. It becomes more difficult to do grip change to change the grip. Another thing I like about the cold steel sheets is they're durable, and I prefer plastic over leather, okay, and other materials, especially over like felt or like fabric type thing. That would be my least favorite ones. It's like cloth, meaning it's like the sheets that are made from something like this, okay. That would be my least favorite. So, yeah, it's a strong smell perfume. I said that before I predicted. Sure enough, as I see right now, I say, yeah, I'm going to get this strong smell perfume here. Sure enough, now there's like a strong smell perfume here. I don't know if it's neighbor downstairs had like a scented candle, or if there's somebody opening a window or a door and then they have, but it's like bizarre how strong the smell perfume is here. I'm allergic to perfume. I'm not looking at the same problem again where, oh, okay, yeah, of course. It's good that I checked. It had gone down to 4%. I started doing more stretching in Cairo, where there was kind of time in my early 20s, I'd do more calisthenics, I'd exercised more in my early 20s. Now, I was kind of relying on exercising as a monotherapy against anxiety and stuff like this. And I just kind of to state regulate myself. Okay. It's kind of like steaming, there's a whole other hiccup to that, being autistic. So, after I discovered that gut supplementation down there, there's not as much of a need to be like, I'm super stressed, like this, like exercising is the only thing. Do you understand? Um, but yeah, here's the point. In my early 20s, I've been more calisthenics. I've been exercising more generally in my early 20s, like a madman, more close to like madman than exercising. It's like push-ups and I'd be just exercising more. Okay. I would love up ahead to be able to have a sport partner. I was thinking about that. I'd love to have a sport partner. In this live stream, I've been talking about. I started out this live stream by kind of building for talk about knife fighting martial arts and effective ways and ways to target and that knife fighting martial arts and going to statistics. Okay. So it'd be so if you're think about knife fighting martial arts, it'd be like if you talk about sword fighting martial arts, like traditional martial arts, like fighting with samurai swords. Okay. Now it'd be like hitting in places that are covered by armor, for example, like maybe stab it in if it's like a gap or something like this, or stab to the face or something like this, but it's not like a helmet. Do you understand? So it's like if you're doing knife fighting martial arts, according to statistics, people who die from knife attacks, there's more people dying if they get stabbed in the torso, hard faster to if they get defensive wounds. I actually Googled before making this video, knife fighting statistics, okay? And then I got some results, and then I refined my search. And went, and I found this I was looking for. And it's kind of like knife attacks, survivability, and it's like 1 to 4% of knife attacks are fatal. And quite a lot of people survive being attacked with a knife. Now, if you look further into the statistics, like ChatGPT, AI, like Google searches like AI result, it's like most of the people, it's like they have superficial defensive wounds, but you have a higher lethality rate with knife attacks if there's thrusts to the torso. Okay, see, which means if you're looking to get better at knife fight martial arts, you're not looking to be like, okay, I'm going to train knife fight martial arts. I'll be targeting the arms, which is what most people survive being attacked to the arms with a knife, understand? Knife to the arms. And the fewest people survive statistically being attacked with a knife if they get stabbed in the torso, okay? Thrust in the torso. Which means you're practicing knife fighting martial arts and you're looking to be effective with your attacks, you'll be looking to not hit the arms but hit the torso, understand? See? It's kind of simple, which means the person's instincts will be so-called defensive wounds, where it's like, do you understand, the cops arrive at a house, and the guy has ran off himself, but it's like a person is dead on the ground, and in a pool of blood, okay? This is happening like historically, okay? And they have like cuts on their arms, okay? There may be other cuts, which means before they perish, they would do at least a decent job of not being hit to the torso, okay, by putting their arms to intercept the attack, understand? Which is instinctual. So human instinct is like a lot of times it's like the instinctual attack on knives is called the grab instead. You grab onto the person, like a lot of knife attacks happen like that. Somebody grabs onto the person's shirt, some grabs onto the person, and then spams. It's called a sewing machine. Okay, like this sewing machine or grab instead. Okay, that's a common way people attack with knives. And a common way people respond to knife attacks is to kind of, if somebody does grab attack, maybe like this, understand, and start working to block this, understand. Just instinctively, like put the arms in between, which can result in defensive wounds stabbed to the arms because the person starts being stabbed here and go, oh shit, and start pushing off and putting the knife, their arms in between. Or if somebody goes like this from above, to be kind of like this, okay, and then you have defensive wounds on the arms. So if you're practicing knife fighting martial arts and the arms are here or here, what can you do? It's like if you go 1, 2, maybe get 2 stabs in before the arms go here. Now I can switch and go up here to the neck, for example. And that's more likely to be like the person, you attack low, cover up low, open up high, attack high, you understand? The same with the boxer is like punch to the head, person might cover up high, which opens up the body, and then go to body punches. Or attack to the body and the person like this, okay, we're just gonna open up the head. See? So if you hit the body, the person might go from here to kind of like this, okay? And then it opens up the head, and then you can attack to the head. So, anyway, knife fighting target zones. Neck and torso. Neck and torso. What else? Yeah, I have my nunchakos, understand? That's when you know that the training is getting real. When the nunchakos come on, understand? I got my nunchakos, okay? I like to call it nunchakos because it sounds more ridiculous. And it's taking my fancy. You say nunchak, but it's like nunchako, nunchakos. I like the nunchakos more, so I call them nunchakos. Okay. Yeah. Nunchakas. I'm gonna call them nunchakas. Okay, that's even better. Nunchakas. So we're gonna be doing nunchakos. What we're doing for arm day, we're doing 30 reps of nunchako stabs to the neck, okay, followed by 30 slash stab combos with the nunchakos, okay. So the nunchakos, in between getting ready to after my phone died, to be like, okay, after I get the phone started, what do I have some soft rubber knives, so these can be used for knife fighting training. Okay, so here, knife fighting 1-2s. See, I just showed the 1-2 there. So here's a point here. How good you can get depends on natural ability, okay? So Musashi, when he wrote his book of 5 rings, he said he got to a point where he realized that he had won a lot of his sword fighting duels to the death by natural ability, rather being that skilled like in strategy, okay? See? So he said that he realized looking back in his life that some of his first like duels to the death, he'd won them. Miyamoto Musashi wrote the book of 5 rings. In his book, he says something to the fact that he realized that some of his first wins were due to natural ability, and he wasn't really that proficient in strategy. Okay, and then later on, he figured out strategy. Now, here's the point. So how effective you can be in certain things depends on natural ability, and the less natural ability, the more we need it is to put in time to move your skills. Like, okay. So here's the point. This is a stand-in for this. Okay, so I can put some more force into my attacks, which becomes the more true form. Okay, whereas I'm pulling my punches more, and it's not the same. So the combos that I'm drilling are for fighting. Understand? And fighting is not light. Okay, the attacks with knife fighting, I'm gonna be throwing them with ferocity. Understand? So from here, if you want to cut this guy's neck, see there, okay, that with the reverse grip with a knife, here, this reverse grip with a knife, see there, see, this is the knife fighting 1-2 I was talking about. So with knife fighting, 1-2s, drilling 1-2s, slash tag combos 1-2s, it's recommendable. See, that's a good knife fighting 1-2. See, this is one knife fighting 1-2, not only one. Neck is a target zone. See, so there's target zones and there's way to attack those target zones. So I'm sticking to this target zone now, and we're doing 30 stabs with this position with the reverse grip. So from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, circle now, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's 30. Okay, so that's 30 reverse grip stabs to the neck, and then rotate a little bit because I got the ball with the same interval. So now we're doing 30 slash stabs. Okay. So this is, you can go to the earlier point, so I was talking about different grips and stuff. So this is a knife fight 1-2. Okay. So I'm at the bottom with reverse grip. So from here, see, that's cutting his neck. Then we talked about before, cutting here and this carotid artery. And with enough length of blade, you can punch cut here, sever this carotid artery, windpipe, and the other one too. With a good knife, a strong grip, and a strong attack. We're going to do 30 slash stab combos. And if you want to get better at knife fighting martial arts, that's one of the things I've been recommending. One of the things you can do to get more dangerous as a knife fighter is learning different 1-2 combinations and then drilling them. Yeah, so we're sticking to the reverse grip now, okay? So this is standing for a knife, okay? So this is a trade knife. You can use something like this if you want to drill. But this grip, and I'll be doing slash stab combos. Slash stab. This is slash followed by stab. See, that's one, see? And the one is there. It's here, 2, okay. From here, 1, 2. Now I'm going to switch to actually the face, because he's got like a thing here, and I'm not looking to have the head come off. I'll do this. And this would be the neck level to taller opponent, okay? 1, 2. Okay, so here, using this now. Okay, so here, 1, 2. Change the camera a little bit. Okay. See, that's a 1, 2. That's a good one. Okay. And this attack will often be delivered to the neck. Okay. So this is for taller opponent. So you can make it shorter. A little bit. Yeah. So now this is the neck level, and it's a hold here, so that's why I'm going here. See, so that's a 1, 2, and that can be handled here. So target zones, neck, and torso, and there's some specifics where if I want to attack like this, I covered this earlier in last stream. The belly button is a good target zone. So putting your hand and making a fist on the belly button, that's a good entry point for upward stabs to the torso. Because it's not covered by bone, but you can slide it under this, okay? So if you're targeting like this, you hit bone, okay? So here it's not bone, and this is the belly button area. So if I enter in here at this angle, I can get to the heart area under the bone, understand? So here's ribs, and here's the sternum bone. But here is an opening, okay? So that's a good target. So when I get to here, if I go here, I might tap, I might hit the sternum bone. But if I go here, at this angle, with a long knife, I can reach this area under the bone, understand? So here, stab, see here at this area. And here's ribs. Now with enough force, I can crash through the rib cage. See, if that I was holding the knife there, that would crash through the rib cage. So with enough, a strong knife, a strong grip, and a strong attack, I can break the rib cage. I can get through the rib cage into the line and deep in the body. So I'm going to finish the 30 1-2s here. So let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And I put a lot of force into it, okay, which creates nasty injuries. Because once I'm in the neck and pull it like this, I can exacerbate the injury. Yeah, so that's a 1, 2 there. Slash tab. Show you some other 1, 2. Now with this grip. It's easier to cut the carotid artery with a slash. That's one of the reasons it makes sense to lead in with a slash than with a stab. It's easy to cut the carotid artery with a slash. It requires more precision to get it with a stab. Now I just do some free stuff, okay? From here. See, that's another 1, 2 combo. So from here, 1, 2, see? Or from here, 1, 2. 36, 1, 2. If I start here, see 1, 2. 1, 2. See, and then some speed there. From here, and this is going to set line, which means if the arms are here, I'm quickly attacking in between. A lot of times I return to the hip. here after attacking. I go back to the hip before launching an attack. Now here, see, I can turn it to this. See, so from a given guard, I can attack in all kinds of ways. So from here, the fact that I always see this, because you see me do this before, the punch clap to the neck here. From here, I can also go here, see, I can also go to the left side, or here, or even here. See here, which is the same as this, only from the reverse grip. Here, see. And also, obviously, you can do eye pokes with the knife. Here's another thing. You can use the knife to defend yourself, which means it's like people that are delusional get intimidated by they feel like I could kill them with a knife on the same, like, oh, eye pokes, I could scratch your eyes out. Okay, good luck getting into my eyes with your hand, understand? Okay, it's like go ahead and eye poke the knife, understand? And you get stabbed coming in, understand? It's like I feel like Boss Rudy talks about. Boss Rudy like, oh, it's like you do it and something like, oh, I scratch your eyeballs out. Okay, and Boss Rudy goes, okay, you go ahead, you scratch my eyeballs and I break your neck, understand? And you go, what? Okay, he goes, yeah, you poke me in the eye, I'm gonna break your neck, understand? Okay. Okay, and he goes, okay, no, you're not gonna do it. So obviously in a perfect world, it was like somebody's like, I feel like I wouldn't have a chance if Mike put a knife over in the room. That's the end of it. So it's like, oh, Mike is being effective when he attacks, and I think he's faster and more trained. I feel intimidated by the fact that if I was in the room with Mike attacking, I feel like I wouldn't have much of a chance against him with a knife. So it's like, now I need to cope. Like, oh, yeah, I can do eye pokes on him. I poke your eyes. Poke my eyes, bitch. I'm better than you at eye pokes, understand? My arms are longer too, so I can eye poke you before you can meet more likely. And secondly, if your defense against a knife is eye pokes, okay, good luck doing eye pokes on me. Okay, if I'm here, see, do you understand? It's like, in a delusion, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll just do eye pokes on him. Okay, so it's like, you gotta do eye pokes, and I have this, okay. See? So if you're going like this, I can also catch your arms come in. So I wouldn't count eye pokes, okay? I wouldn't want to fight with eye pokes against a person having a knife, okay? So anyway, which brings to my next point. You can use the knife to catch things coming in too. You can cut things coming in. Meaning, if you're fast enough and trained enough, you can catch punches coming in. Even. You understand? The same thing as people can parry. I saw a clip from, was it Mayweather Senior? He was teaching a guy on parry. It's like, you don't have to wait until the punch is here. You can catch it out here, and you can parry, you understand? In the same way, if you have a knife here, you can parry with the knife in different ways. You understand? So if it's a punch, like a straight punch, see, I can do that and have you going for this, but you're hitting this, okay? And I will split your knuckle and you have like a music knuckle now, okay? And then you, okay. So, so this is point. So here, see, so speed kills. Speed is one of my favorite athleticism attributes because it makes it so much more effective. Obviously, it makes it be more dangerous or whatever you do. If it's stick fighting, sword fighting, knife fighting, fist fighting, just having good speed makes you a lot more capable. It's a great advantage. So from here, this, see, you can intercept things. Even kicks. Now with kicks, I might want to do something like this. So if it's a head kick coming, I might want to do that, see? Okay, whereas like there's a kick coming here, and I'm not doing this. Okay, and it's like essential poke up is kicking me to the head. And I'm just, okay, I'm just gonna do this. Okay, I gotta wait for the kick to come, I'm gonna try to be faster and just move this in front of the kick from my head. Now still, if the kick comes here, it's still gonna hit me. So it's like, yeah, his leg might be here, but my face too, and I might still get knocked out and be getting the leg kicked into my face. So it's a point. A better way to block instead of head kick, for example, rather than just doing this, is a more strong, like a brace position, and with a level change, and ultimately also moving away from the attack at the same time. Like this, for example. See? And this goes where my head was, okay? So when he threw the kick here, my head was here. When I quit this home, the blade goes where my head was, understand? Okay? Which is, you can intercept things. Here's another thing. What about tips, okay? Is it Muay Mat or Muay Thai or whatever? They have something called cardio the elephant's trunk, where it's like the person has the leg and then downward elbow strike into the thigh, okay? So if you can do that to a leg, why would you be able to do that with a knife to a leg? Understand? So for example, if I'm fighting a kicker, it might be going for a kicker. Do you understand? I can use my knife to fight any style. If that's a wrestler who's looking to like shoot or maybe do a takedown, I can cut him as he's coming in. Or if do you understand? I can go like this, see, like here, and rather than like doing this kind, I can do this. See there, for example. See, so it's like here's my leg, go for it. See, when he goes for it, understand? And that's a bad thing. So okay, so it's important. So it's like go for the single, understand? Go for the single. I go for the single knife in that, understand? But then, it's like, so it's important. Now here's the thing too. For catching kicks, if I had this guard and you throw a straight kick, I can try to get it like this from a guard. And from here, this is a stance that works with this grip. So from here, I can punch cut up here. See, I can do things like this. Okay. Now, I can also do for this guard, this, see, and like a surprise angle. It goes here, and then here, and it can also be here, for example. Now from here, it can also be here, or here, okay. From here, it can also be this, see? Now, if you think about a kick now, and there's a leg here, okay, like this. If this is your leg from the other side, can I do this with the right timing? And try to catch your leg? Yeah, sure, but I have a higher chance of impact with the leg if I go more like this. Because if the leg is here, it gets cut. If the leg is here, it gets cut. If the leg is here, it gets cut. See? It can be easy to hit it like this versus this, okay? Like this. So speed is important. So I'm gonna focus on speed, good speed and aggression from this, from here. See, and that's pretty fast, understand? Do another one. So we're doing another from here to here. Do a little bit of a cradle thing there. Mix up a little bit. From here. Yeah. All right. We gotta do this for this, it's not enough in there. Yeah, so speed is important. Speed is important. Another thing that I reference when talk about knife fighting martial arts is the 21 or 26, I never cared not to know exactly, like 20 something. So the American police used to have a drill called the, I don't know if they said the, like an access they do the 21 foot drill and 23 or whatever, 20 something. And it'd be like a cop that you told to stand. And then there'd be another guy, he's like the stuntman, and he will come with a training like that, like a charge person. And it would be like to get the gun out and try to shoot at least once before the guy is there with a knife. And a lot of times the guy would be, had made contact and stabbed several times without the cop having got his gun out on the scene. So, speed kills, okay? Speed kills. Movement speed kills. Hand speed kills. So if you're looking to be dangerous as a fighter, knife fighter or something, it's one of the things that matter is your speed. Your whole body speed, your movement speed. Like your whole body, how fast you can move it. And your hand speed. So, sometimes when I make lashes at this, I think I blocked up quite people that like haters. Sometimes when I had lashes at this, teaching knife fighting martial arts, it's like I look at the comments, be like, well, I'm training like this, like let's say it's like I'm okay, close to distance and launch combos. Be like, I'd shoot you before you could get that close up like this. It's like, that's kind of spread. It's like, why in my chat as I'm taking that first remote? It was like, I would shoot you, okay? It's like, you understand, if I make a scene, okay, let's do this again, I'm gonna go from here, close the distance, and start doing combos. It's something like actually, okay, so if you got a gun concealed on it, first of all, it's like, I'm not worried about that. I believe if somebody would be in here, if they have a gun, I believe I can beat them to the punch on the cell. So that if I got a knife concealed, then that person has a gun concealed. Do you think that you could get your gun out before I'm in you? Understand? See? Okay. So over there, you think you could get a gun out and shoot even once at me before I'm acting like that? Okay. I highly doubt it. Secondly, you will be reacting to my action. Okay. Meaning, so, do you understand? So, I'm not joking. I had comments like that. Sometimes I make things like this. Somebody weak, like as I'm doing now. Okay, let's do this real. Move from here to there and stab it. Like, I'd shoot you before you get close, something like this. There you go. Really? You think, so if you got a gun, and I just go, let's attack, and I pull my knife, you think you get it out and hit me? I highly doubt it. And why the hell would it be my home with a gun to begin with? I understand. Why the hell would it be my house with a gun to begin with? Okay. Move out of me. I don't care. I'm not pandering to weak sisters. Understand? People go into my chat when I make things like this. Oh, Mike. Oh. Okay. I'm not pandering to weak sisters. Understand? I'm unapologetically masculine. Okay. And I'm into martial arts and stuff. Jordan Peterson has a quote about there's no virtue in being homeless. Understand? Okay. There's no virtue in being homeless. And there's something to that. 36 years old. Tony Ferguson is my Kennedy Coleman. And I bought that expression from Joe Rogan, and he was all a smoke sense of this Kennedy Coleman. So Tony Ferguson is my Kennedy Coleman. He's 40 plus. I don't know how much 40 plus, but he's definitely above 40. I'm 36, okay? So Tony Ferguson is 40 plus. What are chances I'll talk about breast knuckles before a guy is a t-shirt with breast knuckles on it? That's interesting. So what are the chances Mike's Christian Tornado is live training knife fighting martial arts? And earlier I talked about a trench knife. And it's like these knives that have brass knuckles for handle. And in the same stream, and on my balcony, there's a person walking past with a t-shirt with brass knuckles on it. But okay. So what are the chances? We will Christian Tornado Mike SAHA is live. That's a live shit talk about the Freemason checkerboard. That was what the scene was about. The Freemason checkerboard. The Freemasons are big on the checkerboard, like black and white together. Then it's like later on in the same stream, I'll go outside and somebody walking with a t-shirt with a checkerboard on it. Okay. See? Then what are the chances? What are the chances? Try to actually point. Hello, Seagull. There's a seagull there. The more you zoom in, the shaky it gets. One way to do things like this is to stabilize it. Press the camera against here. We'll try that. Yeah. So, speak of which, as I mentioned, tar individual. I'm a tar individual. What does that mean? It means that I'm a target of a secret persecution program called gang stalker tar individuals. What is gang stalking? It's a secret persecution program that recruits people to target you. Flying monkeys to be secret agent. Gang stalkers, so called. They get recruited to target you with covert targeting tactics. So I had my own meal earlier. And they help me to get hydrated. Wise. One of the benefits of having some carbohydrates with the meal, it helps it to hydrate. I remember Scam Testron, Greg Doucette, was yapping about how you can absorb 2 grams of water per grams of carbs, either 2 or 3. I don't have to know the specifics of that. The carbohydrates are part of how your body absorbs liquid. So, these people are gang stalkers. What does that mean? That means that the secret agents work for a secret program, target them in this city. I'm a target individual. And this program works to target me right away. And I got to a point where it's like it gave more. Understand? I will defend myself against like some smear campaigns, but it's like I'm giving less of a shit and just getting more into speaking the truth. Understand? They're not being as selective. Understand? I start talking more about shield funds autonomy, for example, which means it happens a lot if I subscribe to a YouTuber, even big ones. They start targeting me because if you're taught of gang stalk, you're taught of the deep state. By proxy. And yeah, I do go nuts from crazy making sometimes. So there is a program working to drive me insane, and I'm autistic, okay, which makes me possibly a little bit more vulnerable to that, meaning react strongly. Autistic people might be more affected and react more strongly to harassment, gaslighting, um, things like this. So yes, I'm told by a program working to crazy make me and drive me nuts and working to destabilize me and push me over the edge and make me provoke me and irate me and stress me out. And sometimes it works. Okay, I'm told with a program working to I'm told with a program working to provoke me and destabilize me psychologically and working to like drive me crazy and provoke me, and sometimes it works. Okay, but that's how this cult operates. They work to target you and harass you for years, including targeting your body directly. And then it's like, oh, as we work to drive this person crazy for years with harassment. And it started to go nuts, okay? Oh, this person is a bad person, and we're going to get him in the cycle or something like this. That's called dark, and I was talking about that. I was talking about the past caregiving friend pushing my bodies in my home. And after I started crashing out about that online, like even this, I even feel like the caregiving firm I started talking for the program, they were recruited. Okay. The same people going to Dollar campaign to paint me as that crazy paranoid person who paranoid is crazy delusional thinking that they work to push my buttons with covert target tactics. See? Now, I can give you some examples of strange behavior that take place there. Remember, the same person. It looks like narcissistic, covert narcissistic abuse. It's like subtle put downs. It's like subtle, it's like narcissistic behavior. As if they were flying microphone with narcissistic abuse. Like the evaluation and gaslighting. And like punishing boundary enforcement. Like protecting myself against. Like putting boundaries on when I feel like I'm not comfortable how people act with. It's like that, it's like a pesking friend. Let's say the time was that they were booked to come at like 10 in the morning to think of me. Or let's say it was 10 in the morning. And it's like, ding dong. And I look at the clock and it's like 15 minutes before they call the time. So if it was 10, it would be like 9:45. Okay. And I'm in the middle of like getting ready with like cleaning things. It's like before cleaning, but then there's certain things that I gotta put down first, okay? So, it's like ding dong, and I open the door, and I go, it's like, you're early, so I'm not ready to receive you. You have to wait outside, I'll open the door again at the time. You understand? So be like, let's say today I have a taking a friend for 11, and it's like 10:45, ding dong, and I go, what the hell? And I look at the clock, it's like 15 minutes early. And I go open the door, okay. And it's like, it takes some time for it to do. And I go, and the woman is sitting on a car, and I go, it's like, you're early, you'll have to wait outside. It's not the time yet, okay. And it's like 15, 20 minutes early. So basically, she shows up early, significantly so, like 10, 15, 20 minutes. Which some of that times autistic people can be sensitive to. See, their routines being altered, being interrupted. It's often that can like trigger stress in autistic people, whereas like the routines being interrupted. Like the last 10, 15 minutes before they arrive, I might be doing things like move the gaming chair into the bedroom, put like trash bags around the house that we would put in trash in the cleaning, and store away weapons, see? So today I've been training here. If I'd be like suddenly get tired, okay, I'm going to bed. And then it was tomorrow, it might be like ding dong, if you're 15 minutes early, this might still be on the desk, okay? And probably my routines be like, go check all this and that, let's throw them away in the closet in the bedroom, okay? So that's just this. So here's the conspiracy level, that they were working towards demanding to be two people here. And having knowledge that part of my routines was removing weapons before they show up, like the last part. Like checking my house for weapons. And if there's any weapons, I remove them before I open. Then, so that could be working towards one to two people, because if I would be right, they would work for the inside between them. And they've been recruited to be called narcissists, always be separate here. Obviously, if somebody starts to get 55 months to the problem here, it'd be harder to get like one woman to be bullying outside and like provoking and bullying and making feel violent and abused. Then, if there's two people, it's still not like an easy sell to be like, yeah, it's like two people, we wanted to bully this guy outside in his own home with covert narcissistic abuse. And the behavior is intended to make them feel violated, threatened, okay, that trigger fight-flight mode. Basically, bullying trigger fight-flight mode people, okay. Does that sound maybe like a crazy cult member only again to get that brainwashed into take over that? To be like, you need to do this outside and work to push his balance. But if you push people's balance, psychology they will trigger fight-flight in the person. That's a stress response, right? See? So it's like anyway, it's a point. So they show up. So I'm saying that I believe that they had to do that. Okay. They recruited for this gang soccer called the Nazi Studies because okay, I could be wrong. It's not impossible for me to be wrong, but that's what I'm believing. So it used to be there's just one person which is like standing like that. And then they start showing up early. And one time they show up early, 50, 20 minutes. They go and they interrupt my routines. So a lot of the things that I would say that I feel like they push my buttons on purpose are things that if you would like Google how to make an autistic person feel bad or something like this. Or it's like things autistic people hate, like being suddenly touched by a stranger, for example. I've had both the current, the new film, and the old one do that. Because at the in here, like suddenly they touch my body, which is like top 10 things autistic people hate and can like trigger a meltdown or stress in them, is being suddenly touched by a stranger. Okay, see? And I had both the old caregiving film and a person for the new one do that. Okay, it was like the last time I had was an old lady, and as it's like I'm seeing the mother, like, okay guys, do you understand? It's like it's for the mother, be like, okay, we're done cleaning, and it's like I go to the door, go, okay, bye, and then close the door and lock it after them. Okay. So as I stand next to the door, it's like, all right, she goes, this is strokes my arm, okay, see, and so that is inappropriate behavior, okay, because just period, okay. Do you understand? You don't see me when I'm in the corner store. Nobody takes me there. If I go to the corner store, it happens sometimes I make small talk with the staff. I'm a regular. I live in the city for 10 plus years. I've been frequenting the different establishments. It's not a huge city where there's like 50 stores. So it happens to end up making small talk on the buying serious. Hey, how you doing today? And I know them by like Saturday. Hey, Joe, how you doing? So they say the guy's name is Joe. And it's like, not too bad. It's like, so, okay, maybe that's like, yeah, it's warm today. Yeah, it's kind of sunny today. Or something. Do you understand? It's like, okay, it's like, okay, polite small talk. Okay. Now, it doesn't happen that as I'm talking to a stranger, that I just end up like patting them on the shoulder or like stroking them back or something like this. Because I'm not crazy like that. So, okay, see? So anyway, it's the point. Yeah, so it's like if you Google things like this, a common thing is being touched by strangers presents to that. So it's like, oh, check that box. And the job is to be caregivers for an autistic person. Okay. And so do you understand? So it's like, there's no excuse, like the job is to help them with autism. The person with autism, that's why caregivers can actually contact to come and clean them and stuff because they have autism. So their job is to be professionals to work on autistic person. Okay. And a lot of behavior that I feel violated by would be things that like would match on the rule, like how to fuck with autistic person. It's like suddenly touch them when you're strangers, something like this. Okay. And that's it, they would do that. It's like another thing is like your routines being altered is something more sensitive to autistic. Like surprise changes and alteration routine. Okay. So anyway, this woman shows up 10, 15, 20 minutes early, ding dong, and it's like, we still give you some stress, okay? I'm in the middle of preparing to open. So after a few minutes, like maybe 1, 2, 3 minutes, I go and open the door. And she showed up 15, 20 minutes early. And she's sitting down and kind of like she's crying, okay? But then I go, firm but polite. And put down a boundary, okay? And I go, you're early, I'm not ready to receive you yet. And like look at the clock. It's like 10 minutes left to 15 or something, what the time was. It's like you'll have to wait outside and I'll open at the time, okay? Meaning the appointed time when you can start cleaning, the bookman is start cleaning this time. And you know what her, she replies, she goes, oh, you're scared? She asked me. Okay, so it's like I open the door and I go, you're early, you don't have to wait outside. What's that? The courage, the opposite being a doormat. Okay, so that looks like a flying monkey. It's called what I've been saying. The flying monkey, you know, Siski for the game soccer program. Because it's punishing a boundary which makes it hard for narcissists to do something. Okay. See? So that would become what I was like, oh, he started to put down boundaries. Like, I'm not okay to be treated like this, okay? I won't let it be normalized, okay? And it's like, punish that boundary and be like, gaslight, be like, if you put down a boundary, that means you're scared. Kind of like an ego manipulation, like male ego. I don't mind anybody think I'm scared. Yeah, come in right away. And then I was like, they can show up late, early, whenever they want. And I won't put down a button and be like, hey, you're early, you have to wait outside, I'm going to see you. Because then they're going to think that I'm scared or say that I'm scared or something like this. See? So that looks like narcissistic behavior, punishing a person put on a button, further polite. They'd be like, ding dong, they show up early, which is wrong in of itself. I open the door and go, you're here early, I'm not ready to receive you yet. You'll have to wait outside until it's the time. And at this point, maybe it's 10, 15 minutes before the time that we were booked to clean together. To which she replies, are you scared? Are you ready? Are you scared of what? She asked me. Okay. That's some gaslighting. Because interesting enough, that's the behavior, that's the opposite of a scared, weak doorman. It takes courage, social moral courage, to be like, somebody is showing up early, I don't feel comfortable with that. I'd rather like ignore it, like say something about it. But it's like, you're here early, you don't have to wait outside. That shows that you're not like a coward who's like scared to let people know that you're not okay with something like that. Do you understand? And now here's another problem that I have with the autism being waxing self in the Liverpool. I realized that I have a problem with delayed social processing, I call it. Okay? Which means, and it boils down to this, I reckon it's because my brain is kind of like overloaded by processing socializing, okay? But like being with people. And it's like, it makes me, I started hesitating to, when I'm socializing with people, I feel retarded sometimes. I mean, in contrast to how sharp I feel now and my recall ability and pattern recognition and like different tells of like being not like, okay. So if I'm socializing, sometimes I notice it's as if I'm like half as smart as I normally am. And I reckon it's because it's like my brain is like busy processing social stimuli. It's like small talk, answering questions, and like interact with people socially. So I've noticed that I have a problem with delayed processing. It could be like, if I'm a guest on a live stream, something like this, and it's like people are talking, it's small talk, somebody asks you a question, and it's like, you answer it because like, and then later on, several hours later, it's like, oh, when they asked me that question, they were being passive aggressive or something like this. But in the moment, I didn't see that. If I look back, it might be like, made me feel a little bit different as they asked it. But I didn't have like the, oh, that's gas out of this. That comes later. Now, part of it can be that part of your process of reality is emotional. So if you're already kind of, the baseline is being anxious when socializing with people, and you might get a little bit more anxious if somebody's like big parent. That could be part of it. So that's the point. So sometimes it is like a delay on my processing, sometimes, okay? And I've gotten better with paying attention to how I feel and why and things like this. So anyway, that's the point. So the same person that shows up early and open the door and say, I'm not ready to see you yet, but you're early, you'll have to wait outside until it's the time for us to start cleaning, okay? You understand? It'd be like if I show up at a psychologist's office, I don't go to psychologist, but it's like if I got a appointment for a dental appointment at 11, and I show up, knock on the door, 10:45, okay, and they go, it's like, yes, yeah, I got it, okay, and they go, oh, it's like you're 15 minutes early, you'll have to wait in the waiting room, okay, if it's like the door to the dental room, okay. Like, oh, it's not, it's 15 minutes left until your appointment, you have to wait. Okay. Okay, I'd be like, are you scared? Imagine if I could go, are you guys scared of what? Okay, understand? Do you understand? Okay. It's like, now if people go like, this guy's nuts, and call the cop, put him in the sidewalk, maybe there'd be something to it, understand? The guy shows up early to the dental appointment, knock on the door, 15 minutes early, dentist open, it's like, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's Mike, you got dental appointment. They go, yeah, 15 minutes, Mike, you're here early, you'll have to wait outside, okay, I'm not ready to receive that. Are you scared of what? Okay, see? See? And that's the type of shit that I had to cascade from, okay? Now the same person It's also one of those people that, oh, what are the chances? I'm downtown shopping, and it's the rare time my child goes outside, maybe 1 to 4 times per month. He goes downtown for an hour to do some shopping, okay? On a random time, okay? What are the chances that I ask him outside smoking? Oh, that woman shows up. The same person I had negative interaction with in my own home, okay? And has me thinking that, yeah, they're going to be against smoking. See? Okay? See? Now, the same person on another occasion, but wait, this more. It's like, when will they make this small talk? And it's like, I don't remember exactly. I might have some documentation. Okay, but it's a point. It's like some kind of small talk. It's like they asked me if I ate yet or something like this, maybe. Okay. Maybe they asked me, like, do you have breakfast? Okay. No, I don't have breakfast. I do omelet fast. I eat only 1 time per day. Okay. It's got omelet fast. I eat only 1 time per day. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty common. Which looks like narcissistic relation. This is a rare thing that people eat only 1 time per day. Gaslighting. Of a type that looks like the relation. Because the gaslighting, it's like, say something that's very rare, is pretty common, is gaslighting. More specifically, in my analysis, it would look like the relation. Because it's something that I see other haters be triggered by. Some of the most thumbs down on my YouTube shows, if I look at the back end of my YouTube studio, is like today's omelet fast break here. Okay, hashtag 1 meal a day. So people are like, a lot of people are unhappy with the physique. The average American is obese, and the most common fitness goal is to lose pounds, okay? Understand? The most common fitness goal, like New Year's resolution, and gym goal is like, I'd like to lose 25 pounds or something, they say. That's what the most common goals people have, to lose pounds. And what do they mean? Muscle, no, they mean fat, okay? So, people that see a guy who's in shape, and it's like, oh, he eats 1 time per day. That might, that's a point. So, it is a rare positive. Okay, it's rare to have the discipline to eat only 1 time per day, consistently. It's very rare to do omelet fasting, to eat 1 time per day. And the person who said, after hearing the omelet fasting, goes, yeah, that's pretty common. Which is gaslighting, and it would fit being gaslighting subcategory devaluation. Okay, see, it'd be like if I told you I won an amateur boxing championship. He said, what did you do yesterday? Yeah, I won a boxing match. Oh yeah, that's pretty common. The guys win boxing matches. It's like, it's like less than 1 in 100,000 Swedes that ever had an amateur pro boxing match, and it's something that people might be envious of, and like it's a positive. Like, yeah, that's pretty common. So, do you understand? It's that type of thing. Okay. Do you understand? It's see? So, and that's the same person. Okay. So yeah, here's another thing I can tell you. And notice how this is what makes them desperately need to do dog campaigns and paint this mentally run crazy. Because, and work to shut down my YouTube channel, because I actually had evidence that I could make a case that what I'm saying is not being crazy. Okay? One of the caregiver members, another one, a female. After several interactions with the person, once again I come to the conclusion that this person may not be, as a matter of fact, a person that's been recruited by the gang stalking program to administer covert narcissistic dog abuse tactics to me. Okay. Meaning a so-called gang stalker. To be recruited to be a gang stalker targeting individual covertly. Okay. Their behavior indicated to me that I should not be surprised if they would tell me that that was the case. Okay. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. Okay. So here's the point. What are one of the ways the targets get targeted? Hello, Sparrow. Got my eye on the puck. Okay. Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law. Okay, so he's stealing seed from my back. Okay. It's a crime. is an opportunist, see. Okay, he waits until the guy's down his balcony to defend the series guy on the balcony, and then he sweeps in to get the seagulls. He landed on the balcony, and he's like, damn, he dives in. Den där jätteskönt. Det var väldigt bra. Det är som spelar Lovebirds, så att säga. The sparrows are some of my favorites. Okay, it's very relatable, like a bundle of energy, understand? It's a bundle of joy. They're a bundle of energy, understand? And it's like that. It's like they understand. It's like a human with ADHD or something like this. Unmedicated. But it's like a kind of more something. Do you understand? It's like they're very like hyper. Okay, sparrows are hyper. Okay, they're hyper. Like they're very hyper. Okay, they're not like birds to kind of sit still. Seagulls is kind of sit still and be more stoic. And kind of hang out, but it's like you just sit still, like a statue sometimes. But sparrows, it's like they're always moving. Okay, they're on the move. That was the point. And where do you get targeted if you're targeted at all? If flying monkeys will get told to reference personal details. That's one of the covert target tactics. When the opponent can make you feel targeted, and other people can tell you targeted. That's one of the most common ways the targets are harassed. Is gang stalking flying monkeys will get put up to comment on your personal life. Okay, recent activities. It could be something that you said on the phone, or something you said out loud in your apartment. Okay, like if you're thinking out loud or praying out loud, they could have one of the flying monkeys next to another public reference something that you prayed out loud or said out loud in your apartment. Because the program that they're working for spies on you and like listens into your electronics. Okay, see? That's one of the most common tactics. Now they don't like when I make sense of this. They want to be like, oh, Mike's claimed to be harassed, and I can't see him being harassed, therefore he's a paranoid crazy person. But they don't like when I explain how a person could be harassed without other people able to tell. Do you understand? It's like, oh, it's not impossible that could happen without a person being crazy. It's impossible for the government to wiretap your phone and listen into your microphone. If you got a phone on your desk, and you go like, water, bite, and maybe bananas. And is it possible that the Swedish state could have hacked my phone and listened into my phone? And I'm like, what do I have to hide today? Maybe I buy a bag of bananas. Okay. And then I walk outside, and there's a woman standing in the parking lot with a transparent bag of bananas 12 minutes after. This is how you can get harassed, you. And even if I be live stream IRL, as I'm exiting, and there's a woman standing with bananas, unless I told you, before I went live here today, I'm going live right now to go downtown shopping to the grocery store. I said out loud that I'm going to buy bananas, okay? So in case there's somebody standing around with a bag of bananas, you know they were a gang stalker calling my personal life reference to make me feel harassed. Unless I do that with everything. Like, okay, I'm going live. Here's the update on things I've said out loud since last time I was on the internet, okay? I said this, okay? I said, do you understand? So it's like, it's so insidious and so subtle, okay? So one of the most common ways to get harassed in tornado is by flying monkeys covering your personal life, okay? This is how you get targeted. And this is one of the first things that a lot of targets report, meaning people, they wear one that looks legit to me. They get the Mike's stamp of, I think they're real TI approval, like Chuck and Ted Gallison. Okay. So, one of the most common tactics that the program used to harass you is to make references to your personal life. Okay. And when they do that, that's called covert, directed conversation. Okay. It's called directed conversation. So, one of the ways that targets get targeted is by flying monkeys referencing their personal life. Okay. So somebody's a gang stalker flying monkey will reference your personal life. Do you understand? So this is, now before I became a live stream especially, I can explain to you that, oh Mike, it's like, why do you think you're targeted? Because I'm not crazy, that's why. Because I refuse to go into denial, like an ostrich defense, and deny reality. Because that would be crazy, understand? If I'd be out here telling everybody, like the psychologist in psychology, if I would tell them, I don't get harassed by anybody ever. I'd be lying, okay? See? Here's actually the thing. Now, when I was in the cycle, I wasn't treated like Mike's TED talk. Okay, it's like, okay, I've been waiting for someone all my life. I'm in the cycle being evaluated to see if I'm crazy or not, because people said I am. And it's like, I've been waiting for someone all my life. I'm gonna do like the conspiracy circuit here. It'd be like in the public like cafeteria, where they have like psych nurses and inmates be like, the government did 9/11, okay? The government lied to you about 9/11, I said, okay? And there's an agenda to dumb everybody down with a high sugar diet, understand? The deep state satanic Illuminati secret society police want to make us all dumb and weaken us, understand? There's a conspiracy, okay, to weaken us all, okay? They did 9/11. 9/11 was an inside job, okay? Okay? It's like, this is how I do license like this. It is kind of like Alex Jones, understand? But it's like, the psych ward is not the time and place to do that, okay? Unless you're crazy, okay? Unless you're crazy, okay? Or like, it's like you're glad of. I say I'm trying to like help you. Like you need to stay here for a little bit more, okay? So anyway, here's the point. So, what was I like in the psych ward? I was a person that's not crazy, but autistic inside the psych ward. Okay, that's what I was like in the psych ward. I was a person who was not crazy, but was autistic while in the psych ward. Okay, see, and I was working to respond adaptively to my circumstances. Okay, see, that was my focus. Okay, so that's the point. I mean, if I wanted to have them keep me there, it's like it's like I didn't have to try hard to not have them let me go, okay? Because it's like I'm not crazy, okay? But if I wanted to stay there, I might have to try hard to like pretend to be crazy, understand? So if I wanted to be stuck in there, I guess what I could do is be like in my room. You have a bathroom in the room, okay? But not so you can hurt yourself in the bathroom, okay? And I would be surprised to have like a special key to take a shower and have like push a button in the back office and it turns on. Okay, it's at that level. But anyway, step on. It's like it'd be like, hey, I want to take a shower. Can I take a shower, please? And it goes like, yeah, sure. It's like put on water. And then it's like we'll be back in 30 minutes in fresh clothes or something like this. Okay, sure. And then as I quiet the shower, I just start buttoning like this. As the company comes out, and as they open the door, I'm like, look at this. Okay, so that is, I guess that's the way that I could try if I want to be kept in there. Okay, it's like they come back down, Mr. Towers, like, look at this, bro. Hey, look at this, bro. Okay, see, it's like you come back and say, here's the towel. Hey, look at this, bro. Okay, okay, and it'd be like this guy. It's like he's fucking crazy. I understand. What are you keeping there? Okay, so it's like what's another thing? I guess I could be like. Rather I scream like, take the chip out of my brain, you motherfucker, understand? I can't relax, turn off the voices, understand? Turn off the voices, I can't sleep. It's like this time in bedtime is like what? It's like, you go, okay, good night, guy, understand? And I'm like, tell him to turn off the voices, I'm telling stupid, understand? I can't sleep, turn off the voices, okay? It's like, whoever is the guy that got the machine, tell him to turn off the voices, understand? Stop beaming the voices into my head, you motherfucker. Understand? Okay? It's like, yeah, that's another thing. I guess if I want to stay there, I could act like that. It'd be like, we need to get a straight jacket for this guy. We need like, we need this and that and the other thing. They might have to have like all the things in the super shop. Understand? It's like, and I wake up and I'm in a straight jacket. Understand? So anyway, that's the point. Okay. So yeah, but that's not how I was acting. So you also even in court cases, you have a right not to incriminate the fifth, and you have the right not to incriminate yourself. Which means if you know that there's an agenda to have people believe that you're crazy, and you know that you're not, okay? I don't have responsibility to bring up details that I think could skew the perception into perceiving me as crazy when I know that I'm not, understand? Okay? So you say, I don't have to go like, let's tell them all the things that people have called me crazy when I say that I believe in before. It's like, I believe that there's a deep state agenda to have the masses be weak, okay? And I believe none of that was an inside job, okay? It was a conspiracy to do none of the attacks, okay? I also believe that the government lies to about this, that, and the other thing. It's like I don't have to like do that, understand? So that if they ask me like, are you seeing things or hearing voices? The truth is no, understand? It's like no, okay. And it's like if they ask me, do you go around like think about hurting yourself others? It's like no. And I might go, if somebody's bullying me, I might get angry and feel like upset, okay? But unless somebody's bullying me, I don't feel angry at anybody. Okay, so I only feel angry at somebody if they are attacking me. Okay, see, which is not a crazy person. Okay, that's a human with feelings. Okay. Now, if you're like a person, it's like you see somebody walking outside and going, that's the person who put the chicken on me. Okay, and I'm running from you. What's the code? What's the secret, man? What's the secret there? Okay, it's like, well, what is the frequency of the voices? Okay, you put the chicken on me. Okay, it's like, now that's a different thing. I don't have that problem. But it's your call. So anyway, one of the ways this program will target you. And I'm making sure that the rumble speak can hear me too. So I started diversify more. I'm not having like, I'm only like this verbal content, I'm talking about stuff there, talking about it's only on YouTube, so in case you turn up my YouTube channel, it's gone. If that's like we call the street. But it's also on rumble. Should have been there a long time ago. Edgar Allan Poe, bedridden, bizarre Florida, Bruce Willis slept on the Florida motel there. Dark Grace said, hell yeah. Got a stamp like a postcard with a mailman. And I know that they're gonna hate it. I can't do the wait to hear this basically stand the basis. Fucking world they're prepared a good life because they're gonna take my venue. So then I like that song. There's some songs that I like kind of as a workout music. Because they're like upbeat, and it's like the energy of the song is kind of energizing. But I might not agree with all the lyrics, okay, from a more perspective. Now I support a common target tactic, a way the target like me get targeted, is flying monkeys, and this is a lot of times how you know it should be targeted. Like initial, when the program goes, okay, we've been working to prepare this guy for targeting, which they do. But when the target realizes the target, they've been taught long before that, and the program has been working to prepare you for targeting. Okay, meaning they've been working to try to get you in depth before they start targeting you. They've been working to isolate you before they start targeting you. They've been working basically because it's harder to target someone that has a big social support system and it's financially well off. It's what's called financial abuse. So if narcissistic, predatory, psychopathic individuals are looking to long-term abuse somebody, they'd be looking for the person to be isolated and financially dependent on them or at a low level financially. Okay, because that makes it hard to escape the abuse and to protect yourself in different ways. To buy documentation equipment, might be something that could help to make it harder to harass you long term if you're documenting. Do you understand? So anyway, support. It's like if the cops want to harass you, okay, meaning for many years I couldn't leave my house almost without the cops showing up and stop and frisk me. But there might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's part of what got me into live stream actually. It's like there was a period of time where I could barely leave my house. Happened quite frequently. I go outside, and it's like the cops just happen to show up, and they want to stop and frisk me, check my ID card, and check my park and stuff like this. And I would feel like harassed, and I didn't have a camera. They didn't have body cameras back then, which means if I would be like, I want to report the cops for harassing me to some judge or whatever, okay, and it'd be like I don't have a video of that, and they don't have video. So if two cops say we weren't harassing, we were the politest friends ever, and I go, no, they were harassing me. It's like, and I'm not trusting that I will win the case. So yeah, obviously it's gonna be easier to have the cops harass somebody time they're in public and stop and frisk them, like every other time, every third time they go outside, and the cops shop and stop and frisk them. I don't live in like Harlem, okay? I live in a small town where you rarely see the cops unless you might SAHA, okay? Um, so obviously having documentation equipment like a camera that you can stop recording if they show up is better than nothing. So anyway, the point is this. The program will be worked to prep you for the targeting before they start targeting. And some things they can do to prep you for the targeting, the gang stalking, like going live on it, is working to decrease your financial level, okay, to make you more poor, get you in debt. Work to isolate you, okay? Work to isolate you. That's another thing they can do. So it is easy to target you. Yeah, so anyway, one of the most common target tactics is directed conversation. With flying monkeys, it is different subcategories. But directed conversation is basically where flying monkeys will be saying things around you. They'll be weaponized communication. So they'll be saying things that the target will interpret as gaslighting, a veiled threat, a subtle put down, or a reference to their private research activities. Okay? Private, okay? And it's designed to make you feel abused and violated, okay? Which obviously, if I was commenting your personal life, you feel abused and violated too, okay? Do you understand? I mean, if you, before watching this live stream, if I was an agent and you were talking video, and before you tuned into this live stream, you were talking with your wife over the dinner table, go like, you know what, they got a football tonight, and I'm hoping the Yankees will win. And let's have let's order some chicken wings and watch the game, and I'm hungry for Yankees. And then you tune into this, I said, well, I'm gonna watch the Yankees, so let's order some chicken wings, and I'll be eating them while we're rooting for the Yankees. And it's like 12 minutes ago you said that to your wife at the dinner table. You feel fucking abused because you'd be like, this guy is like commenting on my personal conversation with my wife, okay? It doesn't have to be something bad in you, but I think that's how to sell to people. It's like, it's like, oh, I guess you gotta be doing bad things if you're bothered by strangers coming in your personal life. It's like, no, you feel bothered by strangers coming in your personal life no matter what, unless you're crazy. Oh, okay. Unless you're like a voyeur, they said that type of person. It's like, wants people to know crazy stuff about you. So, anyway, one of the ways you get taught if you taught video is people, you're being spied on, okay? So when I'm not live, they're listening into my microphone or my laptop and phone, okay? And we don't even have to get into, if you have a TV set, they can use your TV to spy on you, okay? And if they're planting bugs, that's a different thing. They'd be more likely, since they have the capability to tap into your household electronics and listen to the TV. John Kiriakou says that they can turn a TV set into a microphone to listen to if you have a TV in your home. That they can turn I think he said the speaker into the microphone to listen to. So anyway, it's the point. You're being spied on, so they listen to what you're doing in your home. And if you're not covering your cameras, they're used to looking at you as well. That they can tap in and look through your front and back camera. And they're listening to you. And how you get harassed, a big part of it is veiled references to your personal life, often with a gaslighting twist to its speed. Okay? Do you understand? And it's not the truth. I've seen counterintelligence agents working to control the narrative, was like, oh yeah, gang stalking, the direct conversation is the flying monkeys harassed me by saying the truth in historical positions of this. That's a gang stalking fake TI working to control the narrative. It's like the gang stalking program is keeping an eye on bad people, and what they're saying is like it's the truth that hurts. We say the truth about the target, something like this. No, they will be gaslighting you. Okay, meaning that this program is pretending how much Nephilim doesn't have a human soul. It's part of what the communication that we set up with Wi-Fi monkeys. The monkeys in Nephilim, that is serpents, he doesn't have a human soul. It's like, okay, interesting how it's a kind of Nazi-esque. Like, I'm a part of it, I'm a target minority, a Christian being persecuted. And there's a propaganda where it's like demonize and dehumanize me by a program that's working to target me until I'm exterminated, okay, by the target. Just keep targeting me until I'm dead. And this program has been known to gas targets in the apartments as well. See? Sometimes they like the Holocaust overused. But for gang stalker videos, it fits really well. Where targets like me are part of a target minority that has been dehumanized, targeted by a propagandized crazy people that like for the greater good will get rid of these people. Okay? That is like a witch or just a bad object, and for the greater good, we need to get rid of this like cancer, understand, this scourge. Okay. And what does this program do after dehumanizing you and stuff? Well, they do things like gas, you pump gas into the apartment. Okay, get chemical gases in the apartment to target you. They poison you. They spray chemicals and things like this. It's real crazy stuff. So anyway, one of the ways okay. Here's one of the ways that a past caregiving worker, one of several, that looked like they were targeted for the program. So it's like they said, like, I need to bridge the different things for like people that are not in the know. But gang stalk is a secret program harassing and targeting people. And part of the targeting is it's not run on the mere internet trolls doing this to you. It's state sanctioned, like Zersetson was. You can YouTube search or Google search Zersetson with a C like Zorro. And the Stasi had a secret program, a program called Zersetson, worked to target individuals. And being a target of gang stalking, really, it's like about 80% of what's happening to me if I read a Zersetson article. Okay. Now, how do you get targeted? Well, the program foundation spies on you. And some people are so normies that they haven't realized. It's like the Snowden revelations, and this guys talk about the C chip in your phone that the government can tap into even if the phone is off and listen through your microphone. They never heard that like 8 years ago by the Snowden revelations. Okay, it's like the C6 chip makes the government able, like a backdoor that they force manufacturers to put in there, so they can push a button like this DHS or the NSA or FBI or whoever they are, okay, like the boots on the ground people that like, okay, tap into his phone. It's like, okay, now they can be like, their phone is off and they can listen into the microphone. Even if I would turn off my phone right now, they could listen to my microphone, okay, even if it's off. And I do suspect that this is part of why they made you not able to remove the battery, okay? Because there's always going to be battery there, so they have batteries so they can listen into your microphone or take pictures of your phone. I don't believe it's by accident. It's just profit-driven that Apple and Samsung, everybody, just all of a sudden, they don't make phones with detachable batteries, which would be congruent with the deep state wanting to be able to listen to everybody, and everybody has a phone. But if you remove the battery, you won't be able to listen to people 24/7 through their phones. Okay, do you understand that? Because even if your phone is like zero, there's like a emergency tank for emergency phone calls, where it's like when it says 0%, it's like 5% left for emergencies. So you can call 911 or something like this. Okay, so yeah, anyway, support. Everybody's being spied on, so don't get paranoid if you talk to a person like me or left comments on the TH channel or watch the videos that, oh, now I'm being spied on and people are reading my messages and listen. It's like they spy on everybody. I've been saying this for years ago on YouTube. They spy on everybody. The difference is the TIs know how much people are being spied on because the program that spies on you will use info that you get by spying on you to customize and tailor make harassment for you. Okay? Whereas you, they don't let you know. It's like, keep reminding you they're spying on you. But if you told video, they'd be like, yeah, we're spying on everybody. And told videos, we use intel we gather by spying on them to customize psychological warfare skills. Okay, harassment. Okay, like gaslighting things like this. Yeah, so anyways, the point. One of the ways that targets get targeted is by gang stalking flying monkeys being recruited to do what's called directed conversation, which means referencing your personal conversation, your personal life, using trigger words they've been sensitized to. It's like these are words the gang stalking harassers use around me to be like, oh, here's a. Do you understand? The point is for you to feel harassed. It's like if the program establishes a pattern, that has the flying monkeys use the word, I don't know. Gosh darn it, it could be that sound. It's like you notice it's like these people that show up around all the time, they keep using gosh darn it like loudly when people are around you. It becomes a pattern. It's like, oh, I've noticed it's a new thing you're talking. They tell the flying monkeys to say gosh darn around a lot. To a point where it's like pattern breaking the frequency, and I will notice it. So now they can have a person introduced like first time stalker, and you will feel harassed because they just say gosh darn it as they pass you back on a fake phone call instead. It'd be like, oh, this is a gang stalker, I sent to use the word again. It doesn't have to have a meaning, it's just, oh, here's another flying monkey who gets sent to be around me for this program that keeps sending flying monkeys to stalk and harass me, go where I go. Okay. Another tactic that they can have flying monkeys target weaponized communication is just to have the person comment on something, a person saying a word, a phrase that's referencing something that you did or said recently to violate your privacy. Okay. So, at one of the past caregiving staff, I can give you an example. So, one of the ways the program harassers used to commonly recent activities, one of the past caregiving staff members, as I was sitting, like let's say it was 11 in the morning, they were booked to show up cleaning with me. And the person had before that shown signs of being a flying monkey, okay? And I was still like ignore it more than kind of just don't treat them like an enemy, an abuser of me. Kind of ignore it and just focus on, okay, an hour cleaning with them and just by, okay? And then kind of like gray off and they don't react to it and it's okay. It's like I'm not looking to violate support. So yeah, so his support. Yeah, so one of these people, I was, let's say it was, right now it was 15 minutes from them being booked to complete with the caregivers. And I'm watching a crime, like, like cold cases or crime shows. It's like they have YouTube shows, I guess, where it's like cold cases or it's like, they understand. And it is people that make videos, it's like the Chris Rock case and this and that case and stuff. So it's like, okay, I was watching like a cold case and it's like about a serial killer that a woman had gone missing next to a cornfield, and they found her bike in the cornfield. And the bad guy serial killer, it's like the cops were looking, they went to the house and they found some trap doors or something in his barn, and he was the serial killer. So it's like, part of it was like, they showed the bike, understand? So it's like a woman in a bike and the bad guy serial killer. And maybe even the thumb was like a bike, okay? It's like a woman goes missing or something. And I'm watching that video where it's like cold case or like it was cracked. It's like a woman goes missing. They found her bike in the cornfield, and the bad guy serial killer comes on her. It's like they go and open door, and the woman, female caregiver, is there with a bicycle outside my door, which is pattern breaking. And right before that, I was watching a video about a woman and a bad guy. Notice how it can be subtle gas. It's like, yes, you're bad, and the tone is because you're a bad guy, a serial killer type of person. Even though we never killed somebody, myself, we want to be like, we're justified. We keep an eye on you because you're a bad person. That can be gassed on it. Anyway, so I watched the video. It's like, here's the case. Like the woman goes missing next to a cornfield. This is a bicycle. Here's the bicycle. The woman was last seen with her bicycle. Okay, and then the cops caught the seal. And it's like, ding dong, and I open the door, and the caregiving staff woman is standing with a bicycle outside my door. I live on the third floor. I've never had that happen before. And I go, it's like, you got your bike here. Oh yeah, I forgot my bike lock. So I brought it up here. Okay. See? Now notice how that's synchronized. She's a flying monkey work for the program. That spies on me. So it's like anything I watch, oh, he's watched this video. Now we can have flying monkey reference a video that he watched to make him feel harassed when he's around them. And notice how it's plausibly deniable so that she could play Darwin and get me to the cycle if I complain about being abused by her. See? And if this is a pattern of behavior, where like every time she shows up, there's something that's like, oh yeah, the covert abuse for the gang stalking program. Reference something I said or did recently, or watched my computer, or said on the phone, okay? Or using a certain word that has been established pattern that 5 monkeys get told by the head to use this word around me, which is sensitization, which is basically just training you to detect a pattern of behavior that will make you feel harassed. Because like, fly monkeys get told to cough 3 times around you, okay? And it's a pattern. It's like every time this caregiver staff person is with you, they cough specifically 3 times, or something like this. And it's like a pattern where you go out on the balcony, and then somebody goes out to the park specifically 3 times, you be sensitized. Other people see somebody coughing. But you over time, it's like, oh, they had the cough 3 times specifically. It's like you're entering the supermarket, there's somebody standing at the entrance waiting for you to walk past, and they, what's my line, they've been puked. They're like 3 times. It's a pattern. Now they can have a person that you've never seen before, they start in the fault, like, yeah, this is a flying monkey, gang stalker. You're on the back, it's the first time they said this person in the neighborhood. And they can go, they're a gang stalker, they were sent to make me feel harassed. And other people don't see anything. And I could be live streaming, and if I go, yeah, there's a gang stalker harassing right now. Mike's paranoid, okay. Mike's paranoid, okay. He's crazy. He sees the person coughing in public, he thinks they're government agent or what's happening, okay. See, he's paranoid. So, that is one of the things that indicates to me that the person is not just a run-of-the-mill person who's looking to push my buttons, but a flying monkey for the gang stalking program. Here's another. The same person had a knack of like showing up the red time around in public where I am, okay? So what happened in the corner store, they walk through the door after I go to the corner store. Or they're already in there when I arrive, because that's how it works sometimes. Like, they anticipate where you will be and have flying monkeys in there before you even arrive, understand? So, when I had a cooking accident while being drunk and cooking, okay, so don't cook drunk. I was cutting cheese and I was drunk and I had like a cheese that was holding like this and a chef's knife. And I was rather using like, what is it, like they have a tool for it. Is I was using the knife to wiggle it to cut off like a piece of cheese, okay? And it slipped and hit my finger, okay? So I was doing this. And it slipped and hit my finger right here. And quickly, there's quite a lot of blood, and I just like rinse it and wrap it up to stop the bleeding. And that's all I was like, I felt it hit my bone, and it's like, could be possible infection risk. So what I did is like call the non-emergency number, medical. I go, yes, I just hit myself in the finger as I was cooking. There was some blood, and I can feel it hit the bone. Should I come and get checked out in the hospital? I go, yeah, you should go get checked out. So at night, I go to the hospital, and in the middle of the night, as I'm waiting, because it's like triage, understand? So it's like, I'm not an emergency. There might be people that have been in a car accident or something like this or whatever. So I'm in the waiting room, and I decide you get like a ticket, and I go out to have a smoke, okay? And as I arrive outside, I remember I was rumble streaming on the way there, but I wasn't rumble streaming as I went out to have a cigarette. And all signs are opportunistic. He's not documented right now, so we can satisfy market there. I got the smoke. It's a car drives up in the middle of the night. Oh, it's the caregiving staff member. They did the bicycle skit in my home? And what are the chances? In a different city at the ER in the middle of the night, when I'm there with like a smaller trauma in the night, she parks in front of me with a car and go, oh, you're here too, okay. See? Okay. And the same woman also shows up smell like a perfume shop when they've been told that I'm super allergic to perfume. And one time, the same woman shows up, and it's like a wall of perfume heat that comes in here. And it's like, I can tell levels, I'm allergic to perfume. I can tell, it's like, oh, it's normal. It's like, yeah, I'm reacting to it. It's like the person is somebody who wears perfume. But it's like the certain level where it's like as if they sprayed on the outside of their coat right before entering a home, understand? Okay. And after it's like, hey, you smell perfume. It's like, oh, yeah, it's like, whatever. So this is the type of torture I get. Okay. And I don't care, okay? I will ferociously defend myself. So, oh, Mike, I see you crashing out. Yeah, guilty as charged. I'm mad as hell, not going to take anymore, so I feel that time. Okay, and I'm getting really mad. Okay, like the founding fathers. They really felt really angry about being abused and tyrannized. They really felt like really, like violent anger about being tyrannized and abused. I'm not joking. You ask some scholar if Mike is crazy for saying that. This guy Mike Sau on YouTube says his commentary on the founding fathers was that they felt violent anger about being abused. Okay, that's what Mike says. If you go, the guy's nuts. Okay, they were hippies. They were just like, let's buy flowers to the British and go like, hey, smell the flowers, buddy. We love you guys. Can we all get along? Okay. So anyway, it's a point. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm a total individual, and I'm autistic, which makes it more sensitive to some tone tactics, which means I don't have insecurities about that. I mean, it's like I have strengths and weaknesses. I'm tougher than the average person. I've endured more suffering than the average person could deal with. Okay, but I might be more emotionally worked up about being abused than other people with autism. Okay, I might get more like worked up about being bullied than people without autism, quite possibly. Where it's like, it might be for a while that it's not really, but like sooner or later, I will be reacting really strongly to it. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna get my smoking stuff. Roll out a cigarette. It might be better to end the stream and start with. people talk about screens. Well, there's things you can do if you want as people as like mention screen times. If you think that looking at screens is bad, for the things you can do, like using filters and blue light filters to make it less bad, and wear time glasses as it is. Yeah, so anyway. Subscribe to me on fucking Bumble, Critical Mass Michael Bumble, because they got plans to start my YouTube channel. I got too much evidence of gang stalking, and it's like they're not looking to have the ability to prove a short patterns. It's like after some time, it's like, okay, now he can make a case from his past live streams that he's a top video being harassed when he goes outside. We need to turn off his YouTube channel again. Yes, you know what, I'm gonna end this live stream with totally wrong. And I finish from this. Because this started out being a knife in a martial arts. So I'm fighting another type of warfare with the sword and the truth, okay? So if you're gonna fight against evil, you don't fight fire with fire. So I don't work to, it's like, oh, the gang stalker point is lying about me. So when I get mad at for example, Christian pastors that subscribe to a church on YouTube quite commonly, I can tell they start talking about covert goals of these tactics for the gang stalker program. I go, let's just stop making videos the guys say pedo or something like this. Like how the program targets me. They're like flying markets come to myself, Mike Saisha, the pedo, I mean it's like a vegan baker. It's like somebody's making bread and mixing peas into the dough. Okay? Just that the kids being a vegan baker in the chat. Okay? Mike says the pedo baker, I understand. I go, I'm not a pedo baker. It's just like bold-faced lies. Because this happened yesterday. It's like I blocked 12 accounts, people come into my chat saying I'm a pedo and that I work at a daycare, and they say, okay. Which is like, do you understand? It's like the same people say I'm a pedo, it's also saying that I work at a daycare and that my wife is 12 years old yesterday. They had a marble cyber shop in my chat yesterday, a gaming stream. American Solid gaming stream. And it's like suddenly it's like 4, 5, 6 accounts in the chat. And 3 to 4 is like saying that I'm a pedo that works at a daycare, and then keep going with that angle and say that my wife is 12 years old when she's in her 30s. Okay. So that it's not even like, it's almost like lazy, like they're not even like trying hard. Yeah, I understand. It was like it's easy to dispute that. Because I'm autistic or disability and I live stream my life where it's like clearly this guy doesn't have a job, okay? Like I live stream from like 3 a.m. to 9 in the morning. It's okay, and then sleep, and then do you understand? It's like I couldn't be like secretly working, holding down a day job, especially not when being on disability for autism. Do you understand? Okay, so it's like, yeah, but so my point is this: how I fight against this. So the program uses lies to target me. They use smear campaign lies. They use lies to recruit people to target me. They use lies to target me. So lies are used to get people to participate in the targeting, and lies are used to target, okay? Which means like you are a Nephilim that doesn't have a soul, okay? You are, okay, you're gay or something like that. I'm not gay, okay? I'm not gay, okay? But understand that gang stalking, murder, scumbag like Brandon Holthouse, and other domestic terrorism churches in America, they need to believe that I'm like gay and like demons born because they're part of a murder cult, like Christian Nazis in World War II. They're like, yeah, we're Christians, but it's like we need to get rid of Jews at the same time as being Christians, okay? So like most Christian churches we know and also it was like the German Christians, yes, the Jews, they were like everybody else. It was like, if you read the history books, it wasn't that it was only atheist Germans that were doing the Holocaust. Okay? No, it's like generally Germans. It's like 99% of the public was like for the Holocaust. It's like Christian pastors, congregations, um, atheists, like all kinds of people. So what's the point? I don't work to fight fire with fire and be like, oh, see, the program lies about me. So I just make things up that are lies. No, I use the truth offensively and defensively. So that's below my strength, teach my things to fight and my hands to war. So part of how I've been able to deal with this as well as I have is leaning into the truth to defend myself and to defend myself. The wolf has to chew off his own leg to survive. Okay. Robert Baker is one of these gang stalking pastors. It's almost like spooky how many Christian pastors I've seen talking for the gang stalking program. Robert Baker, Raphael Gordon, Brandon Holthouse, Eddie Woods. Which shows that they've been captured by the deep state. Do you understand? Another thing that makes gang stalk as a conspiracy so dangerous is that it proves that there's a deep state in this world and that it's a lie. This is like the normal world where it's like, yeah, you have Democrats and Republicans, and whoever wins the election runs America. Okay, so that's it. No. The deep state control whoever. It's like the deep state. Biden is part of the deep state. Understand? It's a shadow government, and if Biden is the president, then he's working with the deep state. Understand? And it's more accurate to say that they're puppets than that they run the country. Yeah, so gang stalk exposes the truth about this world, because there's people that are targeted in America, and there's people that are targeted in Sweden. There's people that are targeted in America, there's people that are targeted in Sweden. So this is not like, oh, it's the Swedish government that's corrupt and the Swedish government has this program. No, it's like this is the deep state, understand? I'm a Christian targeted in Sweden. And there's American TIs talking America. And if I subscribe to American YouTube channels, churches, that I get targeted by pastors with narcissistic double speech tactics in the sermons for the gang stalking program that is targeting me in Sweden. See, that shows that it's a deep state, satanic, secret side Illuminati thing. This targeting. Anyway, I've been getting more into stretching and chiro. I was talking about that before and I finished that point fully. In my early 20s, I'd be exercising more, okay? I'll also be stretching more and doing chiro. And I started getting back into it more. Stretching and chiro. The wolf has to chew off his own leg to survive. I had a online buddy who had a food infection and not lying. And what I've heard online and what he said is like, it sounds like the doctors might have wanted to amputate his leg and he didn't go along with it. And then possibly that was part of why he ended up perishing. Now, if that was the truth, I don't believe that it was a case of him being like wanted to end it. It might be more than it's like I think I can make no sense. It's like I said, the possible like having second that he could survive the infection and not lose his leg. So I don't know what is the point. We're gonna end this stream. And I'm a Christian talker. My name is Mike SAHA. I was born in 1999, living also in Sweden. And I'm a Christian taught individual. Taught with secret persecution book called gang stalking. And I'm living testament to the power of God, understand? So I don't care that they had this sick freak cult member stalking murder cult people like Brandon Holta, Chicago church, and other pastors are like part of a cult, understand? That's always how cults operate. Where it's like gang stalking pastors are like targeting me for a program. That is like poisoning me and harassing me and attacking my loved ones and sending like secret society shells into my loved one's life to be like agents in there. That is several targeting. And it's harassment stuff. But it's like we're not doing something wrong because Mike is a witch and we're grounding the witch. Say, okay. It's like status stuff. It's like cult. It's like, yes, for the greater good. We're working to murder people. For the greater good, see. I'm a total video. The program is working to total to die from a total. And 70 years have been on library. Okay. So it's like classical stuff witch hunt. It's like, for the greater good, we do the Mike and Peter understand wants to eat your babies. Okay. For the greater good, we don't total videos. Okay. But it's like, we're not a sick freak stalking murder cult anything. But we can't make videos like, okay, so Eddie Woods here and Ben Holtas are gonna serve us. So today's murder threat against a persecuted Christian tornado in Sweden. We're gonna get the disciple again and hang you in there, okay? So you keep fighting back against this program, Mike. The deep state says if you don't shut up and you keep resisting tyranny, you keep doing Ephesians 5:11 and have no fellowship with the words of darkness, but reprove them. You keep reproving that with words of darkness. Hey, there's a part called gang stalking. It's satanic, connected to satanic secret societies, working to destroy my life. I'm a Christian being persecuted. This is bad, it's evil, understand? You stop doing that, we're gonna get you the cycle again and unalive you there, okay? Let's see. It's like, so we got that, like the ad read down. Okay, now let's get to the sermon about how good Christians should live in this world. Okay, I'm the pastor here. We got the murder threats against the Christian being persecuted for the satanic deep state down, and okay, and it's like if he watches next live stream, it'd be more like gaslighting and veiled threats and stuff for the deep state that I submitted to. Now, obviously not doing that because what they're doing is indefensible. So they couldn't argue for it. Notice how I'm overt. I'm a man, not feminine. The feminine aggression style is passive aggressive. So it's like I'm overt, I'm sad. I'm a lot of things that may be too aggressive in my response at times. But like, I'm overt. It's like Brandon Holtas a fucking bitch, understand? He's a sellout punk pastor. Here's what I think about him, understand? He's a scumbag, okay? But it's like their stuff is like veiled. It's like they know, it's like I tune in to watch the streams for like oppositional research. And they'd be like, oh yeah, they'd be working little covert talk in there, passive aggressive. It's like Paul's and I, but like, this guy's crazy, understand? Now, notice how they cults, because it's like there's an in-group. It's like Scientology. It's like Scientology, it's like Facebook. We're about self-help and like human optimization and like improving as a person. And it's not until you've gotten into the cult and been in it for a few years, and it's like in the inner circle, there's like, yeah, okay, Sadus and Sina, okay? You got like spirits attached to your body. They will need to exercise out with a game of telephone or something like this. Then here's how this world came to be. There was an evil magician called Satan or something like this. Thrown everybody in a volcano, and the spirits attached themselves, called Satans, to everybody's bodies. And we work together. But they're not, the outside world is not protocol. They're not ready for this level, see? So what we tell the outside world overtly is like we're Scientologists. We're about self-help and being more effective, healthy people, okay? See? And improving, okay? And then becoming a better person. It's similar to Freemasonry, where it's like, oh, my grandfather was, yeah, he's a porch mason, okay? Whereas to get to the third degree, it's like, when he gets to the wall of the block, he has the seeding powers of Lucifer in his hand or something like this. Like Manly P. Hall, Mirel Blavatsky. Those are some things that I've looked into as researching Freemasonry. Manly P. Hall, and Madame Blavatsky. That was the point. So supposedly at the end stage Freemasonry, it's like, yeah, we're Luciferians, okay? See? But it's like to the lower levels, like the porch masons, we tell us like, yeah, it's about being upstanding citizen and being more what Freemasons about. And then like at the third like yeah, we're drinking goat's blood and then hail Satan type of stuff, okay? Okay? So, okay? It's like, yeah, it's like, do you understand? So, yeah, I would be surprised if it's like that. It's like, kind of give the idea of Freemasonry. It's like your grandfather's like, oh, Mike, you say that Freemasons are bad. My grandfather was a Freemason, he was a good guy. Okay? He gave the show off his back. Okay? Yeah, okay. The picture's like this. Freemasonry is like up to the 7th degree or something like this. And then it's like, after they're down with play like dick in a box, it would be like, I picture, I don't know, I have to be Freemason large. But I picture it be like a circular, where it's like, okay, everybody, here's the judge, okay, thanks for letting off my cousin who was like raping people, and he was in court, and that's the Freemason judge, let him go, understand? And he's on the Epsilon reader right now, okay? And then it's like, oh, there's the police chief of the city, okay? Thanks for not having the other cops like harass me like they do to Christian toilet videos like Mike every time out in public, okay? Or something like this, okay? Then where I support. And it got like a list, it'd be like, hey bro, it's like a new recruit, it's like he's like an apprentice, okay? It'd be like, knock knock. It's like they open it, this guy behind me, Mason, it's like he's showing the ropes. They'd be like, hey, I want to be Mason, it's not gonna go. But knock knock, he's there, opens the door, and it's like a Mason there. It's like, okay, put your hand in the letter, bro. Put your hand in the letter. Reach in the satchel, understand? Reach in the satchel. What's in the satchel? Put your hand in the box, understand? Okay, and they got like a letter that they can open, understand? And it's like, put your head and get the letter in there. And they'd be like, what's that? I said, it's a snake in there. I said, why don't you play with it? Okay? And you know what I'm saying? Okay? I don't know if that's it works. And then it's like, that's like weird enough. And this is like the 7th, 3 to 11 that it is. And then it's like, okay guys, playtime's over. The 32nd and 33rd degree are going to have like the after school 33rd degree group meeting that the lower levels of Canada. And then it'd be like, get everybody out. And then there's like 12 guys left on 33rd degree Freemasons. And then it's like, dun, dun, and then somebody comes in. And then they walk down to the stairs. And as they come into the stairs, like a room, they go, there's Stanley Kubrick, Ice Watch Out music comes on. Okay. Okay, that music comes on. Now you know you're fucked, understand? And it's like, okay, and then if you turn around, it's like a Minotaur that's from Greece, okay, that is actually, understand? There's a guarding the back door up, understand? It's like you can't go up till you go down. And then it's like there's a guy with like a red hoodie there. And everybody else is black. And it's like this Stanley Kubrick's I watch shots, you know, so. Okay. Okay. And it's like somebody comes in with a goat. and then you sit there and drink the God's blood, okay? They go, okay? And they go, hail Satan, go, hail Satan, go, hail Satan. Drink the God's blood. So this is, I understand, this is what it might be like, the 33rd degree when they assemble, I understand. And then after that with that, they go and say, oh, that's a great goat sacrifice ceremony, I understand. It's like, it'd be like you and the family having a barbecue. It's like, oh, that's the great barbecue we had the other time. So that's a great goat blood drinking ceremony we had, okay? The hailing Satan the whole time. So, okay, good time. That's the idea of a good time possible. And it's like they go to this last level, and they have like a sauna there, and they all get into the sauna, okay? They take off the leathers, and it's like the box, and they sit in there, they have like a sauna door that's like transparent glass or something like this. And they all sitting there butt naked on the sand, and it's like the 33rd degree. And then it's regular set effect of all the clubs. Understand? And it's, I imagine how they make the entrance. It's they're all like, they wear like a G-string, okay? And all that. And then this is the window door. And here's how they told to make the entrance. See, that's how regular set makes his entrance, understand? Okay. And his trade is a long time, understand? Okay. So it's like like his YouTube channel is like his side hustle. His real hustle is being a gay butt pirate strip dancer for the Freemasons. Okay, okay, and that's gay with a GHEEJ, Beej. Okay, which is an acronym that stands for Great Audible Extra Evil Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, see, okay. That's what gay stands for. Okay. So in case you're wondering. So everybody has a point. Okay. So it's everybody has a point. Yeah, so my point is this. Yeah, so there's always cult. So this gang stalking stuff it's a fucking cult. Okay. It's a fucking cult. Is what it is. And if you're wondering what that is, the one they said, it's FAUX King. So it's a fake king cult, okay? Where it's like, we're the king of the world or something like this, and we don't understand. But they're not actually that. So it's a fucking, okay? So anyways, the point, the worshiping Lucifer, okay? Anyways, the point. My point is this. So gang stalking churches, they're part of a cult. This is the cult. It's like still a cult stuff. It's like Scientology. It's like, yeah, we're about self-help and being more people and stuff. Okay. But it's like, in the inside, it's like like scenery and satyrs. But it's like, they don't tell you that when they go to your school to preach on stuff. Do the Bible should better hold us. Don't tell you when they do live stream on YouTube. It's like, we're deep state sellouts that think it's okay to stalk and harass and now harass people like Mike, and we're part of that ourselves. And it's like part of what I'm doing this live stream, this sermon, is communicating veiled murder threats against a Christian watching in Sweden. It's a total video. Okay. See? Because it's indefensible. And it's like you have to be part of like the cult to be like brainwashed into thinking that it's okay. But the average person has been indoctrinated, like brainwashed and part of a group where the sick behavior has been normalized. Understand? They're not gonna respond favorably to that type of behavior in the Christian church and the pastor. Yes, anyway, I'm giving testimony to, I'm the number one TI in this world. What I mean by that, I'm the most valuable to other TIs. There's nobody else on online who's alive and like active online like a streamer. Chuck Langberg is dead, so I don't even have to compete or like rate myself with Chuck Langberg, which I play all the times. But like, the only I'm the most valuable person who's a total evil and alive, understand? Being active online. Jag kan inte ens smoka då mix up some mobile water. Yeah, so here's the thing. Remember what I told you. I'm not told it video. Gang stalking, see what is gang stalking? It's a secret persecution program working so my life. And they work upon you until you're dead, understand? This looks like synchronization to me, where it's like in unison, there's like 3 people over there in view at the same time. It just leaves at the same time when I'm outside smoking. Like one person there, and then one person there. There's like this little subtle tells on us there. Where it might be like, not supposed to know this. It's like pattern breaking. There's like this like a upside down triangle. It's like one person here, one person here, one person here. And it's like they all kind of go out at the same time, synchronized. That could be neighborhood perfect. Oh, the surprise. So, I'm a Christian being persecuted, I will seek a persecution program. And if I end up dead, most likely took me out. Now, God has helped to stay alive 10 plus years with intense torment. So, how I operate is not to be a coward like the pastor to sell out the deep secrets. Just give me what I do to go, fuck you, Donati. I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Okay. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Okay. And like Sheriff Mr. Bernard go, it's like, oh, we're gonna kill you unless you submit it. I'm not submitting no matter what. Okay. And I trust that God can keep you alive. See? It's pretty simple. So, I don't trust human beings, but I do trust God. Okay? Trusting God's providence has solved a lot of problems for me, understand? Being in perils and having experiences of like daily lives. That's part of being in the psych ward. When I went to the psych ward, and now in the woods, you can think that I'm scared because I'm working to make it harder for people to murder me and have a cover-up. See, so now you can interpret that because you're protective, you're a narcissistic person that does like that, have more courage in you. You're a freak, pathetic, weakling that's submitted to the deep state and chose the pleasures of sinful submission to favor rather than enjoying affliction as the first of God, because God knows how to do affliction by saying no to these people and not submitting to favor. The favor of satanic world system. God is always the devil. And you're one of these pastors that have to submit yourself to the deep state that control America and Sweden from behind the scenes and had the secret persecution book called gang stalking. See, so they chose having favor on the side. And I said it before. You can't have both ways. Meaning, if you're a Christian, no man can serve two masters. Either you will hate one thing to the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Okay? So, God is certainly not involved in a ministry that's involved in the persecution of the church long term. So as long as the church is like, I'm a Christian being persecuted by the deep state, this kind of keeps that counting. And you're working for that program as a Christian pastor, persecuting me. Like obviously God is not like having his hand on the ministry and working through all of that. Here's another one. And your girlfriend knows I got the sauce. Hot sauce, no ketchup, understand? Man can never, man can never be hot. Never. Man can never be hot. Okay. So, quick decode. I told people before vitamin C is the type of Christ, a figure, okay? I've field of research, okay? So I've told you vitamin C is a type of Christ, and I made videos on that, teaching on that. So this is a bag of ascorbic acid, aka vitamin C, and I told people vitamin C is a type of Christ. Even this vitamin C bag logo design confirms it, lines up with my decode being correct. Okay, so I've told you vitamin C is a type of Christ. Okay, what I look at here, the tomb of Christ. If you search Google tomb of Christ, you see a hole with a stone next to it like this. This is a reference to the blood shed by Christ on the cross before being taken off the cross and placed in the tomb. This is a transparent window, so you're seeing vitamin C powder. Just like if there was a slab here, where they put Jesus in there and put him down in his like wrapping. Before they rolled the stone over, you could see the body of Jesus through this gap here. Okay. And if I was the head of the Santa Maria design department, I would have a middle line here going down here. So just like they have these two lines here, I'd have one line here and one down here to make a cross here. Okay. But I can augment the logo mentally with brain sourced CGI. So this is a 37 gram bag of vitamin C powder, and I'll have you know, understand. God made sure that I heard about vitamin C. Okay, I'll tell you the story. So Tom Levy has his story about this guy, 88 Hal Huggins. Okay, telling him about vitamin C. So how I came across like vitamin C megadosing is somebody, okay, like a friend, acquaintance, okay, told me like some thing, okay, and they told me it's like if I get sick, I buy a Santa Maria ascorbic acid bag, and I pour it into like an empty Coke bottle. You know how they like the big ones, like 1.5 liters or something like this. It's like I pour it into that and fill up with water, and I go to drink it throughout the day, okay. Then I go, it's kind of like weird, okay. It'd be like you hear things like somebody tells like I eat like a whole bunch of raw garlic. I feel like I'm getting a cold or something. So maybe like this weird. Maybe it's like this is like modern or something. Maybe it's just like whatever. And I think it came time possibly after a while after that. That it's like maybe I was sick, but let's try it like with a trick. When you show up at the hotel room, it's like you sit there, you make fists with your toes, stuff like this. Okay. So so everyone's the point. So in the process of time, it happened that I ended up getting a bag of vitamin C and putting it in water, and then tried it. And as I remember it, I had too much to chew and had it every year. I call it a vitamin C detox flash. Okay. And this is maybe 2010, 11. Okay. Maybe 2010, 11. Okay. So. So unfortunately, Tom Levy is not a safe man, understand? He's not dialed into the God of Israel, the Lord of hosts. God, the God of Abram, of Isaac, of Jacob, and myself. Okay. Which means he's without God in this world. Okay. And I reckon he didn't feel like he had the intestinal fortitude. Maybe you should talk to Greg to say about hormones. And possibly that could help him to have some marketing, some visual to be less visible. If you talk to him to say. And possibly that could help him to say what he this every morning instead of these just think about testosterone and then possibly will make you feel more positive and less things. Okay, so anyways the point. Tom Levy is not a natty, understand? He outed himself as a non-natty bodybuilder. Okay, he's in a video. I'm not joking. One of the videos where Tom Levy was in it. It's like, yeah, it's like after I start taking this up. Okay, it's like my personal record went up when I lifted weights. Okay, and then another video talks about what was it, GLP-1 or something like this that his doctor got him on. Okay, so Tom Levy is not a natural bodybuilder. Okay, which means if you ask claiming that he'd be a fake one. Now he came out and let people know that he's. Now I wouldn't be surprised if he's on a low dose of testosterone too, that he either prescribed himself or a doctor understand. Whereas I would be surprised if he's on a low dose TNT, like a very moderate dose. Okay. So if I was Tom Levy's doctor, I'd get him on like a starting protocol, start him on 1200 milligrams of lithium IV in the morning, first thing in the morning. Yeah. And then another one at last time, and then 1200 milligrams of IV push lithium at around 6 milligrams. And right now it's out here acting out, so you know that he's been cured when he's not out on eating, speaking about stuff to him. That's going to stay over to the point. So anyways, the point. So anyways, the point. That's the point. You see, it's like the thing was like somebody, there was like a big haywire for they made it like a video. It's like unfortunately from throughout the history of psychiatry. There's been times where it's like it just like people brain damage. I understand somebody's mental health problems. And it's like right now they run around like the spirits of it. And then it's like they do something to get some brain damage and none of these men is doing the way and it'd be like, well, he's cool, understand, because he's not running around speaking about spirits anymore. So I look at this guy doing one better for that. So I guess that's a joke. Talk to the doctor. I'm not saying people that get health problems shouldn't get professional help. So you get professional help. And I'm not a doctor, so I don't license physician. Okay. So Abraham Hawke is sort of saying that the medical system, that's horizontal medicine. And what it means by that is like emergencies. Like the mainstream medicine, this company has the mainstream medicine system. It's like, I guess, Swedish hospital, psychology, they do horizontal medicine well. But he didn't think that they did vertical medicine well, which means helping people that are walking around, but they're having problems with their mental state. So, anyway, talk to the doctor for making change to lifestyle supplementation and medication. Talk to the doctor for starting to start taking supplements or medications like that. And nothing that I said in this video is intended to be taken as medical information. It's purely my personal belief and opinion about things. And I'm going to take a supplement at this point, my daily supplementation routine. I'm not going to tell what it is, in case I had to do 6 more disclaimers now. I'm blue, da ba dee da ba die, da ba dee da ba die, da ba dee da ba die. Yeah. So There's nobody else there besides the toilet videos. I'm the only toilet video. Okay, it's like, let's just talk a bit more about that. I've been active online as a toilet video, and I got to a point now where I'm not doing research anymore. I know what I need to know, understand. There was a point in time where I was Googling gang stalking, toilet videos, and it's like a swamp of just this info to spend like 3 years researching before you find Ted Gunderson or Chuck Lagerberg's video, something like this. But I've gotten to a point where I'm out here looking for really information to learn about gang stalking. It's like, I know enough. Okay. I know enough anyway. Now it's my point. There's a lot of people came because there's online. Maybe there's one out of 1,000 people online in comments, videos, came to become the video. There's more fake videos than video. There's more fake videos than video. And I will say this. I haven't seen anybody else it's hard to see what to concentrate. I haven't seen anybody else in Sweden claim to be a toilet video online. Here's IRL streaming. I understand. It's like Joe in this municipality. Joe Small toilet video. Okay. IRL stream. And it's like a person who's like public. Yeah, I'm a toilet video Swedish person. Okay. I've seen a lot of anonymous people in forums say, yes, I'm a toilet video. And then they do a lot has to be crazy talk. So. And it's like part of like the same old tactic that the program uses is to discredit people like me, work to discredit people like me in random ways. And one way they work to discredit people like me, which supports us speaking the truth about conspiracies, is by association. It's like, if you're a non-level truther, they'll have non-level truthers, they had a community, like the non-level truth community. Thought of, yeah, I'm non-level truther too. And the earth is flat. Okay. Okay, I'm supposed to keep this on the phone and maybe a little bit tricky right now because it is, so no secrets. Okay. So anyway, I'm the only toilet video I've streamer in Sweden. So, and generally that's good if you work with all social media. They're unique, like one of a kind. Like you're the only Swedish. Do you understand? It's like you're the only Swedish vegan YouTuber. It's like, okay, that helps. Okay. So I'm the only Swedish total individual who's public and live streaming. Okay. So here's the thing too. I don't tell targets, come on pussy, start making videos exposing gang stuff like I do. You coward. Okay. See? Because that's a life-changing decision they have to make it for themselves. Okay. They have to make it for themselves. Now I can tell this. Speaking out might be dangerous, but speaking out is also dangerous. There are people who justify not speaking out as a topic, meaning taking this step to go public like I've done and put himself out there and be like, I'm a total individual. And this is a secret phone called gang stalking totally. I wonder what she's looking at. The woman in a red shirt over there, and as I came out here, she was already looking my way as I walked out. Okay. So, anyway. Yeah, so that's the point. Yeah, so how they cover up, switch up that, how they cover up gang stalking? Main ways. They have, out of 1,000 so-called TS active online, you have maybe 1 to 10 real ones. So, for practical purposes, for sake of argument, let's pick a number that's possibly close to the actual number. Out of 1,000 claimed TS active online, you might have 10 real ones. And 9 out of 10 of those are gonna be crazy talkers, just like the paid fakes. Because they've been brainwashed into thinking that they're targeted with ELF weapons, stuff like this from satellites. Okay. So how they cover this up is to have fake tunnel or crazy talkers. Crazy talker. So I have kind of some restrictions there, not to go too far. So here's the point. I have 19 likes on this video. How you like that? How you like that? What's the name? McDermott. I like that. With Tom Lee on. He had a live stream 10 days ago with Tom Lee on. I saw he had 6 likes on it and 1 Mike Zion like. And it doesn't say Mike Zion like this. But I guess you can see the Judas and I'm like one of those is mine. So yeah, Tom Levy, I'm reading him off. He's gonna have to get saved. I'm not looking to collaborate. There was a point in time where I'd be like, Tom Levy has to come up as a guest on my podcast. I might give him a chance. It's like I'm also, yeah. It's Tom Levy is reading off on this. If he gets saved, quite possibly. I could take one of my wings. They up my podcast, teaching him the ropes of Christianity. One of the ropes is for Christianity is you should be willing to endure persecution by resisting evil, to the point where the possible state of getting discipled and ungodliness and duty to yourself. That's part of what you're risking. CCM, hey Mike, had to sign up with you. Yeah, I'm not into that. All things considered, I'm doing surprisingly well. I might finish this up pretty soon. So. Yeah, so commonly correlated with autism is neuroinflammation. So I'm autistic, and I can tell you that I've been working to improve, and I've successfully improved in a lot of ways. A lot of issues that correlate with autism, and I like to take care of my body, take my supplements, eat clean. I love the desperation in yeah. Make do was like tried the damn hardest and then having people like help her out and she still felt miserable. Okay. I was like, oh, now my next thing is gonna be I'm gonna try to act like I'm a spiritual leader now. Okay. Like, come on. It's just a heretic. So I like it when I do a good job teaching self-defense martial arts. It kind of shine in my athletic ability. And it makes people need to come in, try to downplay what I'm doing. To be like, I'm moving fast, hitting hard, and people like, oh, the dumb doesn't hit back. It looks like somebody's like a bully who's scared about. It's like, oh shit, this guy. I don't feel comfortable seeing how capable this guy is to do vitals on a side. And it's like, I need to go like this guy who almost life like this. That is like, these type of people be like, they see me training knife fighting martial arts. There's like a self-defense martial arts form. They'd be like, yeah, the eye poke. It's like, bitch, please, okay. It's like, it's that the cope. It's like, you rather than, it's like, oh yeah, or I use eye pokes. Okay. Well, then it's like, so you're yeah, Mike, I'm not worried about knife martial arts because it's like my self-defense training, if the guy attacks with my knife, is do eye pokes. Okay. I wouldn't recommend it. That's something to train to get better at that knife fighting defense. Okay. Yeah, so I'm a Christian taught in Vido, and I'm taught on gang stalking, and you better believe I'm going to be effective in getting a word out. I believe that I have the capability, what it takes to be even more effective than Chuck Nyberg getting a word out. Okay. Meaning, Chuck Nyberg was limited to, he was, when he died, was 50 or 60, in his 50s or 60s. And he was audio only. Okay. Now, I'm a guy that has like a radio voice if I want to watch it, like SAHA, live. Okay. And I have a voice for the radio and a face for the movies, okay? So that should make it easier for me to be more influential in getting the word about being stalking. Being a guy who's on camera as I'm talking to you, looking good while on camera. And not like, having a voice, just like you can't listen to me. It's unbelievable. So, yeah. I believe that I can be more effective. What do you think I retarded for? Just a word about what I can accomplish. I'm gonna end the Rumble stream. I'm gonna end the stream, and yeah. Oh, here's as a person that retract the message to get blocked. Don't forget to subscribe to me on Bamboo if you watch this on YouTube, because sometimes I go live on the Bamboo. Less than a week ago, I went live only on Bamboo. I believe there was a cyber stalker that left a comment about like eye pokes on my channel. I was showing my martial art. And it's like they're part of a group that doesn't feel comfortable about getting people in my home and bullying me due to me being a dangerous man, I understand. And that makes people feel uncomfortable. Meaning, so if I'm a person where people work to get people to bully me, the meat training martial arts makes that harder to do. It's like there's less people that are so delusional and crazy that we can get them to believe that it's like Mike is a homeless pussy. And then they'd be like, do you understand? It's like it's getting hard to recruit people to bully Mike. Because Mike is himself on the internet and then people can tell that this guy is a force to be reckoned with. And a person being a force to be reckoned with, it's harder to recruit people to bully them. So I believe that's what it boils down to. It's like the bullies see this me training martial arts, so it's like they have to respond to be like, yeah, this guy is a pussy, and it's like, okay. So people can pick what they want to do. I spend my time exercising and training martial arts quite frequently. And other people can go. So what I'm doing for self-defense is I'm imagining in make-believe law land. If I get into a fight, I'll be able to defeat a guy who's more athletic and well trained and harder, very fast and stronger than me, but he's poking the eye once, okay? What if the guy pokes you in the eye and he's faster and he's got long arms and he can poke you in the eye first? Understand? And if you close the distance to try poking in the eye, what if you catch your right hand and you're out like this, understand? See? Just try it once, understand? See? It's like, yeah. So yeah, I don't recommend being delusional. And I do enjoy exercising and doing martial arts, and like I enjoy it even more seeing that the feedback is like when I do live shows like this, I can tell that it's like people are bullies feel like they got like up to what I'm doing. As if they're like, oh shit, it's like I'm bullying Mike and I feel uncomfortable Mike training martial arts. And I don't like to see that, okay? Yeah, well, you can cope harder, okay? I agree with Jordan Peterson when he talks about a good man is not homeless. And I'm not homeless. I wouldn't say I'm a good man. That's a high standard. I have imputed righteousness. So in the eyes of God, and I'm a righteous man. Because God has made me righteous by faith in the gospel. And that's how that works. So, typically I don't plan. I don't plan things. I live in the moment. Here's another thing. I saw a boxing coach recently talk about how it's like, and it was partial truth. He talks about how boxing, like, and I guess he reckons he's talking about fitness boxing, like boxing in general, is a form of meditation. And he says it's a form of meditation because it forces you to think about what you're doing with the footwork and this and that. So it's like you're not thinking about other things that might be distracting that normally go on worrying about or whatever the issue is. Okay. Now I'd say this. When you see me train martial arts, I'm not thinking, I'm saying no mind. What Buddhist minds would call like no mind, understand? Meaning when I'm exercising throwing combos, I'm not thinking, understand? I have a blank mind. I'm just moving, understand? I'm not thinking about things. So I think that's kind of weird. A boxing coach would say this like that. Boxing is like a form of meditation because you're thinking about everything you're doing. I say for me it's the opposite. It's something that I do where I'm not thinking about other stuff. I'm just in the moment moving, understand? So, you know, do you understand? So, a lot of people, a problem with people not having peace is that they are possessed by an internal monologue. I've said it before, that's my analysis. Quite a lot of people have a mental health problem where it's like they're possessed by their own thinking voice. It's like their mind, it's like they're not in charge of their own mind. It's almost like their mind is at war with them. But understand? And I've had experience with this as a young man before I matured and whatever I got to the point where I don't have a problem more. But like I'm at night trying to sleep and I have like racing thoughts.
And it's like I'm trying to just relax to fall asleep, and it's like things pop up in my mind, like thoughts, and some of them might be anxiety inducing thoughts and like stressful thoughts and things like this. And I'm just trying to relax to go to bed. I don't have a problem anymore. It's like I don't I understand. I read my own mind, and I have ways to not go on overthinking everything all the time. So I spend a lot of time. Doesn't mean that I'm retarded. I have a high IQ. I say really high IQ. Me smarter than a lot of people. Then I can say average and average. Now, I spend a lot of time with just a blank mind, understand? Like for example, when I'm exercising, I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm coming to an end here. I gotta take a piece. So, nothing said that you just pick memorizing information. And the martial arts, we go to martial arts. And by the local laws, of course, there's these weapons at all times. So I had someone come in trying to scare me about this shit. You must be careful making videos of this mark on YouTube, teaching people how to kill people. Maybe it's just, no. If my YouTube channel goes down because I'm too dangerous, speaking the truth about gang stalking, documenting harassment, understand? So I'm not gonna play. It's like look, I'm not playing. I'm not scared. Understand? What I'm trying to do is sabotage my confidence and assertiveness as I'm teaching. Is what I'm doing. A lot of people's opinion is really weaponized communication, working to downregulate self-esteem and confidence to hurt your performance. Okay, and I see it all the time. So it's like as I'm teaching with this current confidence level, and I'm not like anxious, concerned about stuff, which registers as less assertive and confident, and like less confidence when people watch me teaching. Okay, a person comes in like this might be something for you to might pull your video for you training martial arts, training knife martial arts. Well, listen, okay, let's look at this bitch. I'm not worried. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Elite you. Okay, here's a con man. It's less competent and valuable to you. If you're looking to learn to become better at knife fighting, martial arts, martial in general, this guy kind of as a con artist. You better off listen to me. This guy is a weirdo, and he does a lot of things that doesn't make sense. He's one of those people who's just feigning confidence. So I'm supposed to be somebody came in like a cyber stalker, trying to get me worried about making knife fighting martial arts instruction notes. Okay,
Alright,
like
so
martial
we're
arts,
gonna do
knife
some
martial
counter
arts.
arrest that guy. Okay, so you're gonna pull and press, and then your other hand is going to go to the lower back. As soon as that happens,
And this guy is teaching people how to fight cops on his YouTube channel. Okay, to be like the cops show up, you're arrested. How to fight the cops with violence to keep them from to arrest you. That's what this is. Okay, but I'm supposed to be worried because I'm making videos about knife fighting self-defense techniques. It's like as a martial arts, how to be effective with a knife. Okay, you're not looking particularly with the knife. If you shouldn't be pulling a knife unless you're realizing that this is lethal force. Okay, so if you talk about knife fighting as a martial art form, you're not gonna be. I'm not gonna be kidding people. Be like, well, you use this less lethal. It's like you cut them in the finger, or like you go to that cut the ear a little bit to get them. Go, oh, I'm hurt, and maybe like if you're moving the knife towards a person's body, you exercise your lethal force. Okay, if you're moving a knife towards a person's body, you exercise your lethal force. Okay,
because it's a lethal weapon. You understand? It's like having a gun and shooting at someone in a car. That's lethal force. You might hit somebody with a knife from this one bullet, you know. They'll go like, well, it's like you shoot them around them a little bit and maybe get scared and start driving the car or something like this. Like, no, if you're using that tool, that's lethal, towards other person, it's actually lethal force.
Whatever arm is wrapped around their neck should grab their trap. Okay? So this is if I want to put in a choke, which is as we're shooting towards his gun or wherever his other hand is. So I'm just following that position, and then in turn I start to secure here. We've done a lot of, well, not a lot of work, but we kind of worked on that there.
Now, I find it interesting that I'm more elite than he is. Understand? It's like elite you, okay? If there's anybody that should be making elite you YouTube channel, it's me, because I have a higher IQ than he is. I'm in elite fitness, elite athleticism. My technique is more elite than he is, it's high level. And I'm more effective martial arts when I teach my friend martial arts. And this guy does a lot of ridiculous things. So let's look at this. Why attack is freeze when we do this? First, this is going to talk about. He's going to talk about fighting with knives, okay?
Has anyone told you that people don't remember what you do, they only remember how you made them feel? If you have, you've probably heard this quote. People will forget what you said. People will forget, guys. So you're just going to need a normal trainer for all of this, higher skill. So stabbing center mash, ripping that directly out. You want to get them to look at their hand, understand that the shit don't work no more, and make them think about that. And that is the easy.
Okay, so yeah, he's talking about like, okay, stab the guy in the hand to make it, oh shit, my hand is fucked up. So, but I'm supposed to be concerned because I'm talking about knife and martial arts and lethal target zones and non-lethal target zones. Okay, no. And that's the side we're talking about come up with the problem. It's like, we're planning to shut down Mike's YouTube channel. So let's start seeding perception management people there. Oh, maybe it was a knife martial arts video got his channel shut down. Not the videos where he's got documentation of criminal harassment by gang stalkers. Then he was starting to establish a pattern with YouTube streams. So we're going to have to get his channel down again. So we're going to have to pull his videos.
That there's no surgeon that's going to put their face on properly ever again. You ever see those people that
this guy's martial arts instructional, especially Abunaya. Then his martial arts is more like you watching a kung fu movie when you ate with a 12-year-old brother. And be like, what if you cut the guy's face off? And the guy be like, oh no, my face is on the ground. And he run off scared on the sand. Okay. This type of stuff. And look, I got your nose. Oh shit, okay.
Attacked by dogs and their fucking face gets ripped off and that type of thing. I want that to happen with a blade. And you're going to notice that none of these techniques, the hand stuff or the face stuff, is actually going to kill them. So this isn't really murder. This could be classified under non-lethal because, well, there's no death. You won't be able to.
He just real that type of place.
Because you're using a lethal weapon, or something that's considered a lethal weapon. But
this is a knife model designed for narcissistic, envious people that have those somatic narcissists. They see people like me being handsome and it makes them feel envious, like a narcissist, like they want to remove your beauty and they think about cutting your face off, something like this. It's like a martial arts looks like it's designed for like ugly haters. Okay.
I am being nice.
Yeah, you're being real nice, I'm saying. So it's a point. That analyzes from a technique perspective. So here's talk about notice how he's here, and he's talking about cutting the person's face off, okay? Which is ridiculous, I'm saying. It's like this is like make believe stuff. So he's talking about you have that position, okay? So this guy is a more instructor, and he's talking about. It's like, okay, so you stand there, and it's got the knife, okay, so the technique is you get the knife here and you cut the person's face off, okay, and then that will take the fire person to go like, oh shit, my face is case of, oh no, I'll be ugly for the rest of my life, and it's like some kind of demoralization effect. Okay, now if you're moving a blade into a person's face, you're exercising lethal force. So an American court of law is not going to buy you defense. I was exercising non-lethal force. I was just cutting his face off with a knife. I wasn't like trying to kill him instead. So it's like it talks in that way because it gives people like a false insecurity or like you can use this violence and it's not that legally dangerous or something like this. It's like you could classify this as non-lethal. Now you're moving a knife into somebody's brain killing, okay, and a cut their face. Now, first of all, if you got to a point, this is like irrational, he's a fool, okay? And his whole thing is like the bad part of martial arts, where it's scary techniques, overhyping techniques, and selling you on the like, less effective things, okay? And also telling you that it's like this is not really lethal force. It could classify, it's making it sound like it's like it's making more likely that someone could like attack you with a knife to the face. It'd be like, oh, it's like if you're not shooting them with a beanbag shotgun in the stomach, okay? It is, you understand? It's not like you're hitting them with a leg with a baton or something like this. If you have a knife and you move it into somebody's head, you're exercising lethal force. And a court of law is not going to bother say, oh, I was just less lethal force, okay? So I was just cutting the person's face off, okay? It just makes it sound more like a maniac. So if you think about that in self-defense use of force, you can have a mental model, not in the moment or in the fight, but it's like in between. There's not saying if you end up in a self-defense scenario, but if you think about the use of force, as if like if you end up in court, could you argue for use of force in the court of law? Understand? Could you argue for what you did was not wrong in the court of law? Okay, where you are, and then laws will change from place to place. So, for example, there's something we talk about, inte mer våld än vad nöden kräver. Okay? It's like not more force than what the circumstance demands or something. It's about your emergency is required. Understand? There's something like that in the law. And like for example, if I'm outside walking and a guy jumps me, comes back and starts swinging at me, okay? Then I kick him in the leg, okay? And he goes, oh shit, okay, and then he kind of backs away from me. Now me kick him in the leg, if that it had an effect, it might not. But it's like he goes like, oh, okay, I'm gonna stop swinging at this guy's head with my punches, okay? Possibly in court of law, like, yes, your honor, the guy starts running at his own punches, I kick him in the leg. And he hurt his leg and he kind of stops throwing punches then, okay? And then I go and get away from the guy, okay? So it possibly be okay, you did do something wrong. Now, if I kick him in the leg, he's top punch, I kick him in the leg, he falls down on the ground. Now he's on the ground. And if I go up and kick him in the head 10 times, okay? And he goes into a coma or something like this, and I'm in a court of law. That could argue for that. Whereas if it's a CCTV one, I'm saying, okay, he was throwing punches, I kick him in the leg, he falls down, and then he's on the ground, not throwing punches, not doing anything, just like making any dangerous to me. And the judge goes like, why didn't you like run off, okay, when he's on the ground? Why don't you just try to get away from him? Why did you go out and kick him in the head or the ground if you try to kill him? So they didn't to kill him because he was on the ground, he wasn't really like a danger to it at that point, where it's like on the ground. So anyways, the point. There's lethal tools and non-lethal tools. So a knife is not a non-lethal tool. And no court that's serious is going to accept that you're like selling a knife attack or any kind, or using a knife on a person. Well, defense. As is like you're exercising non-lethal force. Okay. So it's just, I don't have to always explain, but that's ridiculous. So simply this. Here's a better way to look at things. If you start using a knife on another person, it better than be justified, okay, a reason for it, okay? And not just like, I'm in a fist fight or something, this is some guy shot me, So I pull my knife and start using it like a non-lethal weapon to cut his face off to get him to want to start fighting and stuff like this. Do you understand this like naughty stuff? It's like just, do you understand? So it's like his. Now let's get technical in my criticism. So it's like, yeah, okay. It's retarded. So basically, this game away guy is promoting. So he's got kind of this position. It's like, yeah, so his knife had much structure. It's like, you get here and go and you cut his face off, okay? But then we get him to stay away from you. Or something. Then we get demoralized. Like, oh shit, I'll be fucked up the rest of my life. My face is going to be hanging off and stuff like this. Now, first of all, if you're moving a knife towards a person's head, you're exercising lethal force, okay? Secondly, if I'm in a fight where I'm using a knife, it's lethal force I'm exercising, which means if I got to the point, I'm looking to unwind it, understand? Most likely. Like, who am I kidding? If I'm going to be slashing, stabbing at you, it should be a situation where it's like, it's called for that this person exercises lethal force at me and I'm exercising lethal force to defend my life. Understand? So it's like a guy calls up with a machete and I'm using a lethal weapon to defend myself. So not from a technical perspective. Rather than this position, be like, oh, cut his face off. Be like, oh shit, my face is off now. If I had this position, why not go for the neck, understand? So if you're this close to the person, you're going to use your knife to cut him. If it's not that you need to kill him right now, why are you using a knife to attack them? Because if you're using a knife to attack them, that's lethal force, period. Okay. So if you're not to a point where lethal force is warranted, I call for justified, you use a baton, so the pepper spray if it's the okay. But if you're at a point where you start using a knife, yeah, you shouldn't think that, oh, I'm exercising all lethal force. Now, secondly, getting that position on somebody like me would be more difficult for, understand? Because it's also like a dream scenario where he ends up having that position on, understand? That's easy said and done, especially someone like me. Like getting that position where it's like he's got me like that, like that. Because if you deploy a weapon, I might have a weapon too. So it's like you getting that close to me, it's easy said and done. Okay. I really enjoyed being capable of training martial arts.
Well, there's no death. You won't be able to claim non-lethal because you're using a lethal weapon. There's something that's considered a lethal weapon. But I am being nice. Beginning I talked about, you want to focus on how people feel. So we're going to take the windows of the soul and we're going to remove them.
This sounds like some
So
serial killer. Okay.
basically, any type of a cut that I'm going here, as soon as I find the ability to, I can target, I want to go to the eyes here. If you are at distance, your slash should cut directly up and 45 degrees at this angle
Yeah,
here.
this is like this is one of these scary type of fake martial instructors that have techniques that if I call them mind looks at them, it doesn't make sense. So you have to be kind of dumb and not that like not think about things, just being like kind of swing. Wow, this guy feels really crazy and he's gotta be dangerous to me.
Same thing if I'm cutting down on this slash. It's not.
Now he's got the position from the person with his knife. Then he's like cutting here and like cutting here. Because if I'm that close to you, your neck is that close, I'm saying.
Not a slash where I'm trying to hit with the bottom. I'm reaching out and hitting a target at depth. the eyes. Give them something to think about as you leave. Because once again, we're not doing any murdery stuff today. We are being nice and we're doing minimal damage. All of this is cosmetic. They can get like those bionic hands and cool stuff, so they'll get a cool upgrade there. And
Yeah, so I don't like the concept of selling knife for martial structures. It's like it's nice stuff, and you're not. Yeah, but obviously you're not using it to murder them. So knife for a martial art is lethal force because you're using lethal weapon. Okay. Now, knife and martial art comes into play in self-defense legally. Okay, but in Sweden, certain situation illegal for me to use a knife to defend my life if I use lethal force. Now that's not murder, that's self-defense.
I think Elon Musk has a bionic eye coming out here soon, and to reproduce. At the time that the blade leaves the body, you're going to know that you're in an area. So what happens is if I slide my hand down, as soon as the tip of that blade hits air, I know that I'm near the groin, and I can just insert that directly up. But the thing about hitting the groin or causing any type of real trauma to it is it causes an inhalation wound. That means they suck in air. They don't actually expel air to scream. Talking to forensic pathologists, this is very similar to if you were outside jumping into a heated pool in the middle of winter, and then when you jump in, you realize that nobody turned on the heater. You're going to suck in air, and by doing, but they probably are going to penetrate a lot deeper than a lot of people think, especially in a majority of people close combat training. So when I train special operations and other units, there's a lot of techniques that you bypass because it's not that they're not effective, but one, maybe there's combat gear, but two, you want some sort of psychological effect too, right? So you want overt violence placed upon the person, and you want to make sure that if somebody's watching you while you are dealing with this person, that they hesitate to attack you immediately because of the amount of trauma that you're doing to someone. Or if you are trying to escape and evade and they find this corpse, what happens is you want them to think that an animal fucked that thing up, not
It sounds just trying to sound to that guy. He's exactly focus on selling his techniques and making them sound as if the super effect like his videos and teaching is rather than actually caring about that and being useful and advising instruction. That's my nonsense. It's more focused on like feigning competency. I just like his overly focus on sound like his techniques are good.
To hesitate when they go forward because they know that this is what you are willing to do because you're doing it to their said buddy. So it's going to be a good cut your fingers right off your fucking hand, and I want you to think about that for a couple seconds. In that process, seeing that when I'm doing that, I'm not doing this bionic hands and cool stuff. So
yeah, so it's like this stuff. You want to watch them in real life for the most part. It's more sensible if you watch my videos. So I gotta finish up, let my phone charge up, and it's not impossible to go live again, but I'm not promising that. Meaning again today. We'll see.